trying to hold for exits, but I am waiting for Forsaken to attempt to try and blast pack through something, and already Mind Freak taking a lot of control. Now Texture in a fairly solo position. There's a chance. There's the blast packs already, and there's the judge. Exactly what Forsaken does. He got a rifle, but it's very short-lived. Well held by Gen.G, even with a little bit of chaos.
Yeah, I mean, they spread themselves out there. Lots of space, so even when that judge gets up close, he's only getting the one, and it's an immediate drop. The rest of the players easy to deal with when you've got that kind of weaponry advantage and you're not caught out of position. 2-1. It's a fairly bog standard start to the game. Pistol win for PaperX. Follow
Thank you for the reminder, Sachin. Hi, Akshat. What's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. How's it going?
Third round could have seen a bit more damage out of that side, but again, they did gamble on a site. It didn't work out. This is what happens. The opportunity, though, to deal that damage here as we get the operator out on something right away, and the shot is not landed, but yet good for one and drop the B site under threat. But Gen.G back off. The whole time they've been leaving outside of A to catch a rotation. He hasn't found
Hello.
but one can assume that rotation's going on through the spawn right now if you're Gen.G.
Hello.
I don't know that Mind Freak's still very much close.
Hello.
On the defensive side, so they have
Do you want me to stream it for you on Discord?
to gamble an early rotation in towards this A site.
What is your timer?
18, 17, 16.
He keeps control in mid.
Are we same?
Slightly more stacked up than you might expect.
Right.
The only problem is
1 second.
Ay, वो नहीं. Ah.
Finally,
Oh.
the aggression of his teammate gets
Ah.
there is the 4 of the judge. Not going to find anything more, and for something, I hope to God he's going to save.
Yeah, he's gonna save the operator.
Is it a 1v3 with the op? Possible, winnable, but not to be. If you had a few more kills along the way, a few more orbs picked up, something like that. Maybe
Hi chat, hello Dharya, hi Rohit, hi Skylos, hi Aditya, hi Dhaval, hi Buppy, hi Rohit, hi Frighted, hi Ishu. मैं start भी हो गया या मैं बिंग्स के घर पे थी तो मैं just अभी आधे घंटे पहले या कुछ पहुंची, so I was changing, freshening up, you know. इधर भी बिल्कुल चुपचाप कुछ नहीं देखूंगा मैं. Okay, United, let's go. Hi Shibham, hi Tanuj, hi Mandeep. Welcome to the stream, guys.
Be able to fully recover into a standard buy. I think the pendulum's kind of swinging in Gen.G's favor.
You guys ready?
Two economies under their control
For a poll.
Yeah, and as I said, when we saw them play against CDG, they had a really stellar, aggressive, and confident defensive side. So I think for them, any sort of grinding out of these early rounds is going to be really important. Sure, you're still going to have an operator onto something, which alone can be enough to cause issues in the round.
Nice.
But as said, they've been methodical. Their utility's been good. They instantly had a snake bite that went through to deny him that early.
हंसी आई उसको क्योंकि उसने हाई फाई दिया और वो फिज बम के रिटर्न में. ये आज ही सपोर्ट कर रहे हो यार, दोनों अपने पैसे तक की है यार. आई एम नॉट श्योर बट PaperX बायस्ड हूँ क्या मैं, पता नहीं. But yeah, guys, we're gonna have a giveaway between maps, so make sure you guys stay here for those. Ooh, Defy.
Deadly from Defy, and he's managed to slip away towards the elbow. Another fight. And he's actually got a teammate in there. I don't know if they've seen Forsaken, but they certainly have now at heavy cost. Smokes are down, but so too are the majority of PaperX players. It's only something left, but he has that off. The 1v2 he didn't go for. The 1v3, it's tempted him. It's pulled him in for the fight. He hasn't found them to start off, though, and that dash already halfway up. Once the close the distance, so many tough angles, tight angles to clear with this op in hand. And no idea there's a player up top. He's checking the right angle. What a shot!
What a shot!
He was close by, ready for that play. A third round found for Gen.G.
What a shot, nah!
Away with this early game.
Yeah, still a close round for what was invested. That was a decent stack up in the
I don't know who to support both are from here, but I have the PaperX bundle, so I guess.
Somehow managing to dodge some shots that I don't really know how they did, but
who you support?
Just one player surviving, keeping that economy a little bit more
Technique
honest for Gen.G, and well, you see the danger of how fast this man is with the operator.
Maybe Gen.G
the problem though is he's not going to be able to have it for this round. They didn't have the extra finances.
51-49
trading
to Gen.G.
again, the fundamentals of Gen.G.
51-49 to Gen.G. Wow.
Now you support Gen.G?
So we're down to just that rifle. But as we said, ultis were coming online. We saw the Seekers used by Lakia, finding a lot of information. This time around, PaperX have theirs, but also a showstopper online. That's a big weapon to have in the back pocket of Forsaken, and could play a role later on in the round. For Gen.G, you can see their spread. This is a full default play. At this point, they're expecting PaperX to make some adaptations and to throw out some of that signature early round aggression. Still hasn't happened though. They're happy to bunker down and wait for that push to come through. Like I said, the other problem here, Gen G have a lot of credits built up. If PaperX lose this round, it's going to be a skyrocket.
Oh, maybe when.
What?
That's not the start they were looking for. 2 players down immediately. Forsaken's been a hero before, but down to just 5 HP. That's not really going to work too well for them. And the Seekers went towards mid, but also in towards the A site.
Hi, Taksham. Hi, Ankkita.
Eventually,
Give me a sec. Let me put my earphones on so I can also hear the games.
could be huge.
3v4.
I'm not going to expect him. It's such an obscure position to be in,
Arre,
and then it's almost revealed. Devi, though, has done well. Bringing back 2 kills. The spike just about making it to the site, and it is going to bait in. Nice work from the side of Munchkin, teaming up with Texture. It leaves this man who did get healed up early in the round. As I said, he's been ever so devastating. Showstopper might just be able to clear, shoots it into the Viper's pit, but actually, Munchkin's just teamed up with his teammates, just left it. Doesn't even mind about the pit. I don't know if Forsaken realized it, but it doesn't even matter. Loses the fight to his counter raise, and the march continues on for Gen G.
Gen G are having a field day right
Apply
now.
on my lips. ये तो eye drops थे. आपको Nikita eye drops खाने हैं? नहीं जी? I don't think it's healthy.
To try and gain some semblance of an advantage. And Divide did incredibly well. In his position, he stayed down in screens, waited for the swing out with the player Munchkin up top, almost sacrificing himself because he's so out in the open. They swung to try and trade him, and Divide had that beautiful off angle to just rip them to shreds. We're seeing elements of that team play there from PaperX. We're seeing individuals win some of their fights, but it's not enough right now. Gen G have come locked and loaded with a huge lead to start. I mean, it's double the rounds, but it's the economy that's really the problem for me. You've got players 7K, 5K, 5 and above is average for the Gen G side right now. PaperX, they're going to be on stingers, weaker weapons, no ultis to fall back on. It ain't looking great. Off rip. Already, Gen G have found the same number of rounds they did last time they played PaperX here.
Yeah, I said, it's looked like a different beast. I think they're a team that have done really well with the coaching staff, someone as legendary as Solo. I don't think you're ever going to have the same mistakes twice. This guy has been around the block multiple times, and even just giving him a moment to talk here is going to be beneficial for them. Mind Freak off to a bit of a slow start as well, but also it is just reliant on those individuals a lot of the time. I think we saw some of the statistics posted earlier. Is like, you compare the 5v4 conversion, Gen G, I think it's like 70-something%. For PaperX, it's only like 60-something. But then they have a higher 4v5 because they have those individuals that can turn rounds on their head. It's not the greatest stat you want to have ever because you'd rather just be winning the rounds outright. But they need some of those heroes to come online because they've been okay, but it's not been enough to take rounds off Gen G.
Haven't seen the numbers of clutches from Gen G versus PaperX, but PaperX also do very well in those late
Backside ult हो चुकी है.
Bailed them from so many situations. Now, weaker weapons, like we said, and close range surprise factor is probably the best way to find value. Mind Freak has at least picked up one, but Karen
with the 3. Is he gonna ace? He's gonna get Viper. It's the 2 का यहाँ से. He should know. Yeah.
He's tucking in the corner. It looks like he's going to get this one easily with Mind Freak drop. That's his 4th kill of the round. The confidence builder if ever I've seen one. And that's the last thing that PaperX wanted to give to their opponent. Again, not talking about them losing the round. That's expected. It's the amount of players still alive on Gen G. They're farming.
Nice. Lol.
Something is picked up.
No.
3 to go. One hell of a play if he made it. And it ain't going to happen. Look at that firing squad down below.
Yeah.
What's this?
Against any other team, maybe he'd have a chance, but Gen G have been so good just playing off of each other, trading effectively. They don't even lose another member of the squad. 5 and 2, and I love the sort of switch up in tempo, especially in these anti-eco rounds. They're not allowing their opponents to really figure out anything that's going on. You had the instant TP to the back of site, information clearing things out. The rest of the team quickly execute and
action shots. Hi Phoenix.
The spot keeps the control. Doesn't allow anybody to get too far ahead, and he even takes himself 4 kills while he's at it. So
what happens to your eyes? अमनदीप मेरी आंखें थोड़ी dry लगती है मुझे, तो इसलिए मैं ये डालती हूँ.
They failed the test again and again. 5 in a row.
Again. Oh no.
No chance. No smokes for the way back through. No paranoia to play with. Still some flashes on Devi. But PaperX set up with a man disadvantage on a retake. Seconds into the round.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy to get back in here. As said, they're not bad in these 4v5s, but
blinding.
Gen G are even better in the 5v4s.
Are something?
Again, Karen takes down another Forsaken, trying his best.
Forsaken
but he's
1
almost
HP.
dead at his ears, and well, Lackey and Meteor combined might be one of the fastest rounds we've ever had in the VCT.
playing so
That
fast.
was so quick
Yeah.
from Gen G. And you could just see the more the confidence build, the
Hi
faster
boss,
these
how are
takes getting.
you?
Gen G getting opener after opener. They've used a couple of ults, but they're also able to stagger them. Like you're talking about Showstopper used this
Lakia
round,
दिख
last
रहा है, बस
round they used
texture
from
नहीं
the
दिख रहा
shadows
मेरे
to get the same sort of information. Although that's already back online.
Yay, oh wow, huge.
Hey, he got them the spaces around prior.
Yeah.
And then Kara got 4 kills. That's why it's back online.
Well, this has to be a crushing one for PaperX off rip. Because again, they're left to weaker weapons in theory, but they've actually managed to mix a buy with light shields and full shields on something because he doesn't need a weapon. He's got 5 knives locked and loaded. We'll see what he can do with those. But the reality is, yeah, the momentum is very much in Gen G's favor. The economy is riding high after several reinvestments. Just take a look at the credits on that right-hand side. It's looking pretty for a number of rounds to go. Maybe for
मैं तो पेपरएक्स को सपोर्ट कर रही हूँ ये क्यों हार रहे हैं मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा मेरे सपोर्ट के साथ कैसे हार रहे हैं
here with a much better defense. Now we talked about some aggression from this PaperX side, seeing it early on in rounds. So with a minute left on the clock, they're going for it. Good paranoia, but the fights don't go their way. Gen G winning out every single one. There's no competition, Tom. Barely a lick of damage done, and what is negated by the heal. This is a disaster. Something might be able to save them. Big plays before with the blade storm. There's one. And not two.
No.
Damage, but no kills.
Oh! Munya has a chance. Somehow this has come back into a winnable scenario. Just needs to hit the bullet. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
That was so
A nice try for the new man on the block. I didn't think there was any way that round was going to become competitive.
Sunnyboy wins this with Omen.
But somehow Munya made it close. The thing is, though, again, you just have to give props to Gen G. Like the beginning of this round, they were so ready. They had their whole team just waiting in mid, ready for that push to come through. And sure, the utility from PaperX was good on some of the players, but the deeper players were so ready for that push to come in.
Very
And
good
it's been
rotation by
quite an easy
Monet.
fight.
Not even close, guys. Not even close.
Oh.
Like I said, you know, there was no chance of them losing that.
Well, they're not even close.
I thought something would be the hero, but Munyet, they complimented his calling and his play in the video we saw earlier, and I can see why if he's fragging out like that. But again, close but no cigar. 7
Solo.
to 2.
Bhai hello कैसे hi Mani how are you
Solo.
Next to no struggles.
CS.
Close opportunity
Hey.
for PaperX to clutch it, and this could have looked very
Mute
good.
and talk.
Instead, they're on an eco. They've
Number
already
Solo,
lost
लोग का
something.
coach है.
Stingers to play with. Sheriff on Forsaken. And Texture's got confidence for days. He sees an eco and he's diving down into vents after them.
The thing is, they've got so much control.
Why you're not
They have
PaperX
to
side?
just be
You are
wrapping up.
cheating.
Again, it comes off
4-8 4-8
your brilliant self.
क्या गई मेरा तो लैग नहीं हो रहा तुम लोग का
Definitely
लैग हो रहा है
support.
मैं खुद की स्ट्रीम देख रही हूँ मेरे को लैग नहीं हो रहा
He doesn't get that kill if it's not for Munya being able to kill off the close player, but
Is it lagging for you guys?
a breath of life. We've seen
It's not lagging for
strong
me.
second halves before, so even a sort of 8-4 scoreline wouldn't be a complete death sentence.
PaperX 4-1 कर रहे थे
Looking at 2 operators on
Because
the
Gen G is
attack,
playing
though.
fast.
Obviously it's something that can be dropped, but they are waiting
एक
for
साथ रहो
aggression
चिपक के
here.
मार दो.
And it's coming. It's coming.
They ain't waiting in the right spot, though. Those ops are elsewhere. And that mid control is going to be completely conceded. The golden gun on Lakia. Good to see him showing up. Really swinging. I think he's currently 12 and 6-2 KD. Now, it seems like they're caught. 1 foot in the grave. They don't know whether to continue on that aggression or reset for the later play. And Gen G have not made a decision. With a minute 5 seconds on the clock, they don't need to rush. They're holding tight, waiting for PaperX to make the mistake.
They're so nervous of someone being within the smokes that are placed. Most of the time, those smokes are being put down by Munya just to deter aggression, which is exactly.
It's good right Pratik it's all good na I was very confused
Because they're so passive. The operator could be so valuable here. There's no one.
Hello मैं चमक रही हूँ Severus thank you
A peek out from something. Oh, I think Meteor's seen him, but it won't matter too much for now. He's going to activate the dash. Something goes peeking, but now I'm just looking at that timer. TP into the backside once more. It's been cleared out, so the spike will be able to go down. This almost has to be a
Walking.
complete retake.
Oh, nice shot by Lackey.
Why he did like that?
There's his
मुझे लगा
14
मेरे को headshot on you.
An opportunity indeed with that spike down. 15 seconds left. It's time for Gen G to get a move on. Munchkin has to step out from that corner, and he's being caught. They need a dive
Nice
on that
nade.
spike and get it planted.
Nice for it. I told you for it.
4 rounds at the half. It's
Yeah,
not a
wait.
death sentence, like you said, Tom,
Oh.
but certainly nothing to celebrate. This has been a strong performance from Gen G. Lakia leading the charge, and plenty more left in the tank for this second half. You have to hope that Paper X have got something special planned on their attack, because this was a really, really rough scenario for them to have to fight back from.
Yeah, it is definitely a troublesome position to be here, but the fact is, there's definitely still opportunities. Even still, though, you said Lakia's performing. Let's hear from him now.
안녕하세요. 젠지 e스포츠 소속으로 활동하고 있는 라키아 김종민이라고 합니다. 무엇보다 플레이오프에 진출하게 돼서 행복한 것 같습니다. 일단 첫 스타트가 되게 힘들었었고 오늘 또한 첫 경기 자체는 되게 힘들었는데 그거를 잘 극복해내서 좋은 모습
Yeah.
보였고요.
Don't worry. क्या हुआ?
진출이
दीदी आपके हिसाब से
너무 이루게 돼서
यार मैं तो पेपर एक्स के साइड पे हूँ.
경기도 이제 잘 준비해야 할 것 같습니다.
It leaves it down to just one player actually within the site. They have to go running in, though. Karon might be able to just ruin their day, and that's exactly what he'll do.
먼치킨 선수가 젠지에 들어오게 되면서 저희 게임
Hi
스타일
브룬다.
수준이 되게 올라갔다고 생각을 하고 그리고 이제 네, 개개인의 실력 또한 이제 먼치킨 선수가 저에게 콜을 되게 많이 해주는 게
Thank you Pratik. Thank you Hyperited. What's up for a dudes?
늘 넘치고 우리는 준비되어 있고요. 그리고 이제 진짜 더 잘하는 모습과 더 좋은 모습을 보여드리기 위해 잘 저희가 준비해야 될 것 같습니다. 이제 플레이오프까지 진출하게 됐고 이제 또 경기들이 며칠 뒤에 올 텐데 그때까지 더 좋은 모습을 준비해서 저희가 이제 잘하는 모습을 보여드릴 수 있도록 할 거고요. 진짜 항상 응원과 격려해 주시는 팬분들께 너무 감사하고 팬분들을 위해 게임을 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Well, it was third time lucky for Gen
ठीक है,
G
next game
last
किसको
time
support
facing
कर
off
रही हो?
against Paper X. Now fourth time fantastic.
Next map
At
भी
least kicking
इनका
off
ही
in
है.
that first half, 8-4
Next
when
game.
we left you. Now it's time for Gen G to
नहीं
close
दूंगा
this
नया
map
mouse
out.
pad,
At
जाओ.
least that's their
अरे
mindset going in. Paper
करो.
X, their attack side is about to be put to the
Big
test, and the
mouse
big
pad
thing to write home about last time was something
Then.
diving into sites. The thing is, he had a Yoru causing a lot of chaos for him. Now it's a little bit more conventional,
Yeah.
but that's never the name of the game with Paper
पेपर
X.
इसलिए अभी हम लोग दिखाते हैं कैसे रश
Something's looking for a
करते हैं.
fight.
आ ये देख इधर आ इधर आ ये तू करेगा हील करेगा तू ब्लाइंड छोड़ेगा.
पेपर एक बोल रहे हैं अभी हम लोग पुश दिखाते हैं तुमको.
हाँ. अल क्या हो गया माइंड फ्री?
Yeah, yeah.
Warm up नहीं है भाई, बहुत मारता है वो.
Shot at the end.
चलेगा.
It looked like there
कोई
was
नहीं
a
तो वार्म अप मैप है.
Meteor managed to turn that back. Even still, though, it is the pistol round for Paper X, and that is the thing. Even with this compositional change,
फ्राइडे हम दोनों सेम टीम सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं आज.
have that paranoia available for Munya to sort of set them up in, as we saw at the beginning of that round. But also, it just almost, we're going to continuously see the switch up of who's going in first. So you're going to have Forsaken, sometimes taking space. from
Alex
something, maybe if you have
ऐसे
the operator
ऐसे
in
रिएक्ट कर रहा है जैसे राउंड
something
हार
in
गए.
that round, Forsaken, Forsaken. They are a deadly duo, whether the
माइंड
Yoru's
ट्रिक
there
सेम
or
इज
not.
इम्पोर्टेंट टू हिम नो.
भाई माइंड ट्रिक ने बहुत मारा है, बहुत
Overall,
जीता है.
nice shot by Meteor. Opportunity for more, and he's landed that shot as well.
तुमने मेरा
Forsaken's
ट्वीट
very
देखा?
low, a big help to any teammates that end up taking that fight. We may talk
हाँ.
about the outlaw, but this man's making it work with
Ankkita?
the Marshall, the cheaper weapon.
हाँ.
Opportunity if they had of spot
क्या
a player in the
क्या
corner,
देखा?
one yet though able to deliver the killing blow. Mind Freak fell to a
ये सरप्राइज फेस डाले ना.
Oh, what is that push from Meteor? You will rarely see a man with the gall or the gumption to do such a thing. Karon, 1 versus
So
2.
far away.
A serious opportunity. Yes, he's far away, but that might mean by the time he gets here, he could pick up a weapon.
It depends, though. Because Paper X, that's the thing. The blitz plays of Paper X have been so fast. that there's actually
जेंजी
still
जी
a
के
lot of
एक्सक्यूज
time
में
God,
दीजिए ना हम
these
पेपर
guys
एक्स
are-
साइड पे.
They've
गाली
just
दे
thrown
रहे
out
अपने घोड़े
the
लोग हिंदी
guiding
में.
light, the flash to get them a little bit of extra information.
ये
Still
सिखाई
no
क्यों?
weaponry found. Now, Karon does have himself a paranoia. He's brought up his full belt of utility. If he can somehow isolate one of these duels, for now at least it seems like he's waiting for that site to be taken. Smoke will give that away, the spike being planted, and now he can look to try and see if there's any gun to be had.
Bulldog इतनी अच्छी वाली prototype protocol.
We've got a Bulldog to play with 100 HP. A Paranoia still online. Both smokes. Timing is key, and they swung him together. That's a 3-2-1, perfectly on cue. They won the round, Tom. 3 players down. This definitely isn't how they would have wanted to start it. When I add to that it's a Marshall headshot, okay, what can you do? And another Marshall headshot from a guy pushing a smoke close range, using it like a shot.
Mind freak too,
and the other player died to a snake bite. So few kind of random engagements that ended up, well, rocking the boat.
Hi Kedul 2-0. Yeah. Money, who are you supporting?
Be going over to his Meteor. 3 away from the Blade Storm. Even just a bit of damage in this round, and he'll have something for the next. Now, this purchase from PaperX has players now fairly low on cash. You've got Forsaken and Mindfreak down at 150 credits. So for the next round, they might be in a little bit of trouble. Forsaken, though, he's just gone walkabouts. He's sprinting after Lakia, but he isn't going to be able to land the shot. And at least for now, it's only going to be the control that's lost for Gen G.
तूने कर दी W. Hello, Shagnik. Hello. Hello, are you muted? Hello.
Down in vent. This is an uncouth hole. 2 players, and they're dropping in, landing on each other's head. It couldn't be easier for Lakia. Signed, sealed, and delivered to this man with the heal up for his teammate. Munchkin's going to be back up, fighting for him. And in a 5v3, that's another. Paper Rex tagged up a little on the range. And what an adjustment from Munchkin. Now there's only 2 attackers standing. Their chances are looking pretty slim.
Almost killed Fight through the screen as well, so he's going to be half HP entering the side.
इधर मंच बैठा है पीछे.
This might be a flawless return to
Munchkin
performance.
करके खा गया. अभी दवाई को भी खाएगा वो मंच करके.
Scenario. Talk about can he do any semblance of damage. As said, they invested some extra credits into this round, so the next round's not exactly going to be pretty. Wouldn't normally talk about saving, but actually holding onto a gun here would have more value, and he's just been seen knowing exactly where he is now. I imagine there's going to be pressure placed onto this man. Blast packs could be thrown in, but it's just going to be the entirety of the squad looking to just jump down upon him within those last few seconds. Well, it's not even needed. First one gets the job done, and Gen G will extend their lead.
5 players alive, you know.
Where's Shagnik? He went back
since the very
to
beginning
his boot camp.
Halves. Gen G haven't had a
leaving me
when
here.
it comes to economy. And I think for this 6-9 scoreline, Paper X attack side, they get a decent buy out of it. You know, it might even seem weird if they lose the third round after winning first 2. What's the issue? The issue is the damage done. Coming out of both of those rounds, it meant constant reinvestment, and Paper X now left with a Stinger and a Sheriff. Light on most players. Some heavy disadvantages to play with, and that orb, well,
my is missing a smokes also.
Not doing exactly
what happened to him?
Cover up above. They've had to re-smoke it. Again, an explosive start to the round. Almost a kill. Well, I say almost. They've ended up with 3. This is exactly what PaperX does. These fast-paced plays into the site. As mentioned, this was a weak
Alex
purchase.
banging in desk.
They had some pieces missing with that Sheriff and Stinger. Now, though, you look towards the players of Gen G. In this 2v4 scenario, Flash is already going to reveal Texture's position. And they've spotted Karen as well. Although I say that, the peek out never really came in. The player behind the back of the site should have probably seen him. Now it gets a little bit more interesting. Space given to Texture, but it's both shots.
Mind freak. Yeah.
With the Sheriff isn't
going to
go.
You know, we gave the same caveat coming into the last half, and then Gen G ran away with it. But here, a challenge early on, and more importantly, a challenge with so many weaknesses on the board. I mean, this was a round where you have a couple of rifles, and what ends up winning it is a Stinger diving onto site, 2 kills out of a Sheriff to close the round out. Doesn't get much better than that. It was even a classic jumping around the corner to find one of those opening duels in elbow.
It's also now, you've talked about, it's 8 rounds in a row that were lost, an 8-2 scoreline. The difference is now just 2. That's how close PaperX have managed to bring this. Going onto their favored side, the B site under serious pressure. Half the team still waiting patiently. Karan's reposition. It's Sublime. He's managed to TP behind them. He gets away with
दो लेके गया उधर से. No.
We talk about picking this player out ranked. He's put the rank play into the pro play.
Bro, rank play.
You know, sometimes you just gotta
It's
throw
blast
out those
TP.
curveballs. You're focused on so
Wow.
many different things. You don't think the Lunatic's going to be up top, but my goodness, what a reposition from him, and clearly one that wasn't expected.
Lunatic
on the
बुलाया
other side.
उसको.
And again, we fall back into economy discussion around this squad. They've been sitting pretty. They've been looking fantastic. They were able to obviously rebuy in this round because of the damage done early on. And well, they only really needed one of those rifles by the looks of things. A timeout called by
इसका पिछली बार वो हाई फाई देने के ये क्या?
into this game. We're at a stage where if Gen G picks up one more, they'll be knocking on victory's door. So, yes,
Wow, nice music, na?
I'm enjoying these claims honestly.
Riot का music है.
Mind freak.
I said Munchkin, sorry.
हाँ तो claim क्यों डाल रहे हैं?
Munchkin's been doing well.
Yeah, Munchkin's gonna
He's
fight.
pretty good.
That'd be impressive, but yeah, no.
सारे
Mind
stream
freak's
में आ
definitely
गए.
got quiet performance. I also think something though. Like we talked about the duelist in this match.
Professional setup बना है. Keep दबाओ, music बंद.
They've actually all been a little bit underwhelmed.
तुम्हारा आवाज भी बंद हो जाएगा.
Stepping up in this
Stream पे.
matchup, and I think that's
तो वो
really
pro
what we're
setup
seeing at
कैसे
the
हुआ?
moment is the depth of both teams individually, but more so just that interplay. I think
This
we're
is
seeing
what
much
happens,
better
my freak,
fundamental-
ये तो ऐसे बोलेगा बेचारा सिल्वर में उसको ऐसे बोलेगा कोई बात नहीं यार नोनू
Yeah,
तुम
use
ट्राई
the
करो
mouse how
तुम
it is supposed to be.
Paranoia,
Enjoy करो game.
diving in together, and you see
What?
if it's even a slightly
ये
slight
तो अपनी
bit
grips
disjointed
खरीद
like
के
that
mouse पे
round,
grips लगाती है ना.
Karan just pulls
हाँ.
out
Mouse
a
बना है
crazy
जैसे
play and
वैसे
is
use
able to win
करो.
the round for
वही
them.
तो
Grip
इतना
लगाना
अच्छा
है ना?
माउस बनाते हैं
10
सब
to 7.
सारे माउस
Grip
वाले.
on the brink here. Seekers
Grip लगाना है दूसरा mouse use करो.
available.
जो वैसे
The other
grip
side,
type आता है.
Bladestorm as well for Meteor, but I don't know if he'll use that
फिर
in this
disturb
round
अपना आधे से
unless
ज़्यादा mouse पे
he
grip
sees
लगा
the
के
value.
रखे.
An immediate setup for the paranoia, but this is a ruse. The spike is over on towards B.
हाँ.
Costly ruse, perhaps. Forsaken. The decay is going to fade, but he's still half HP, and Munchkin finds it too easy to deal
Oh.
with him. One well-placed shot, and he's down and out. Now we need to see the return for Gen G as another is found. Something falls. 2 rifles still in play. Seekers.
Bro,
still in
wherever
play.
they're going, 2 guys
A
are
few
there.
flashes here and there. One
Yeah.
on Devi. Not a lot for them to fight their way back through with utility, but it's this man's position that might get them something. He's found another with the weaker weapons. This man's an animal. He's
अले
being put down. And for Paper X, they look to take it elsewhere, but those steps are heard.
So
Meteor's
calm,
in
huh?
position.
Texture.
Unbeknownst to them, you might have her trail, but, well,
Mine-
it's a little more difficult to deal
Mine
with her
freak,
cleanly.
run out,
Mind Freak,
please.
the last man standing, 1v3, and Munchkin's already spotted him. He's a known
If
quantity.
उसके
someone can
पीछे
do
से
it,
आ रहे
he
दो
can.
देखो.
Munchkin just needs to buy some time, back off,
Dun,
let his
dun,
teammates
dun,
take
dun,
it.
dun,
He gets this kill, he's got himself a Viper's Pit to play with. Or if he does, I suppose.
समझना चाहिए टाइम पास कर रहा है. नहीं का?
Because he knows that flank is coming. I really love it. It was brought up by Lakia in the halftime interview that he believes that like playing with someone like Munchkin has brought a lot of depth to his own playstyle, and you can just see the intelligence even in this round. He
मेरे को
literally
voice note
just
भेजा है
pulled
ज़रा.
Mind Freak towards him. He had no plans to fight
मेरे
him at
लिए?
any stage. Wants to just play the higher percentage play, and that's why Gen
मेरे
has been
लिए?
able to convert a lot of these advantages. And for PaperX, a lot of the time I don't mind these gambles, but I feel like Forsaken has been one of the sort of glimmers of hope. So you were almost going, he has to get something, otherwise it's just now a push without him going into the site. And it didn't work with him.
You know, the thing is for Paper X right now, at an eye test, you might think it's not doom and gloom. 11 to 7, 4-round gap, it's not that bad. It's a chance for them to get here.
अभी रूपम
Weapons
उसको
have been
बोलो,
good there.
अंकिता
The
DM
problem
check.
is, They've
Protect
won
now.
4 of those 7 rounds off the pistol and follow-up. Like, the injection of rounds early half makes this look like a much closer game than it is. But Gen G have been dominating in rifle rounds. Now they've got 4 ultimates to fall back on, up against weaknesses, but no Lakia. A big opening kill for the side of Paper X, as Heaven could now be theirs. Gen G might start to panic, might make a mistake, and with Munchkin inside the smoke isolated, that might just be the mistake they were looking for.
Oh, this could be
Oh!
big. He switches away.
Oh!
Whoa!
Shutdown.
Whoa!
From Meteor.
Oh!
He starts off
How
the
did
round
they
and
win
ends
this
it as
round?
well. 12 to 7. This map looking over. As you said, in terms of buy rounds, we've barely
You're
seen
आगे-
anything.
texture
Three
आगे
good,
गया,
in fact.
flash
Well,
खा के?
guess what, Mitch?
हाँ
They did
कॉर्नर
5 in a
में.
row.
5 in a row, up against 4 ultimates. Only the Bladestorm that's gone. Like, keep in mind, Gen G have a full buy with Seekers, with a Viper's Pit,
Gotcha.
with a Showstopper from the shadows. And so that's a lot for this defensive side to close out this game. If you remove those ultimates, it looks like they'll close out the game because they're winning almost all of the buy rounds thus far. The closer rounds for PaperX have been individuals, and they need to show up individually and together. 5 in a row needed, and the challenge already underway.
Ooh,
Munchkin
okay.
dealt with. Okay.
Yeah, he put down early utility to try and slow this push a little bit, but the fact is, they underestimated the pacing. Blacker in the corner, but they expect it. He's stuck in the mud.
ये सब 12 बजे के बाद कर भाई
It leaves
बच्चे
downtown.
देख रहे हैं
He's had some magical plays. They know exactly where he is. Well, it seems so. Monia goes bouncing past him. Now there is a flank, and no one really watching it. Although it seems like Texture was doubting the player behind. Also
oh
a 1v1
no
taken,
tell me
but
something
well,
Nirja
match
कर ले
a 1 versus 5. Some serious mistakes needed, and Munyet's going to put him down immediately.
बच्चा who you
The start of the way back.
my
for this
my
squad.
phone's gonna
They've actually managed to deal with the vast majority of the ultimates as well there, Tom. Gen G are left now with just a Viper's Pit. We listed all of them last round. They got used, they found nothing. So not only winning a buy round, but winning a stacked buy round in terms of ult economy. And they've still
Oh,
got
I'm
some
21.
left to play with themselves. The Blade Storm can help out. The Pit can win
but
rounds.
always
And
young
needed. Gen G are finally seeing some negative economic stake. Oh no, that peek from Lakia was not expected. Good flash too, and it's a double. He's got his teammate Meteor with
one
him,
down
and they're absolutely extinguishing the flame of PaperX's early fight.
4
This squad's
second
gonna have
down.
to go back and reconsider, surely.
Yeah, I like this. Just a direct counter. These A-side takes have been one of the major problems. Viper's Pit, although they might
oh yeah 44
dangerous spamming. And because of that, being able to get rid of Meteor is a big pick, because that was looking like map control and a man advantage for Gen G. Instead, much more of a problem. And also bear in mind, Lakia is the only one who can't be healed.
I mean, that cam there is very important. Just seeing something clear the spawn, you see how much space they lost, because this Viper's Pit isn't just stopping a push, it's stopping all of PaperX's plans. Their plan was to blitz A, they get slowed, they get stopped, and now they have to go back and re-clear everything. Even if there's not a player flanking, if they're just pushed up in B main, holding that aggro intel, you're going to find it very hard to actually dive in. Now this TP is to B side. Up top, it's going to be broken last second with something down below, spotted and taken down. Gen G have the advantage.
3v4 no
Inside the pit, and what
It's
a
done.
mistake that
It's
was.
done.
Welcome to his world with Munyet, the last man standing, and a free kill presented. He's got 3 more to
15
go.
seconds.
He's found the 4Ks in the past, Tom, but this would be
doesn't
exceptional.
have time.
Good luck to
oh
you.
no Sharmik
Yeah, it just wasn't enough there. And the fact is, the running through of that Viper's Pit with the spike, they needed to clear that man out immediately. It
Wait,
did not happen.
let's see.
A stellar map, losing both
क्या थी
kills and only losing
आता हूँ थोड़ी
8
देर में।
rounds.
Map पे
What a
time आ जाना।
performance inside of Gen G.
It's even more impressive considering Munyet on paper
Hello?
is a player that we've highlighted again and again. That was
Ah.
a big, talking point, not just from the desk, but even from the team themselves when they were being interviewed. And he comes out fragging. The calls were good. We had some good fake plays, but at the end of the day, this was a Gen G map. 13-8 doesn't sell it. This was convincing. And now they move on to their pick of Lotus after this.
so guys now Riot has sent me some there you go, there you go, there it is. Riot has sent me oh no it's not अरे हट यार full screen हो Riot has sent me this poster which I have kept in plastic nicely for giveaways. पोस्टर आप देख सकते हैं वैलोरेंट मास्टर्स मैड्रिड का पोस्टर है यहाँ पे सारी टीम्स है इधर नीचे ये देखो ये पोस्टर आप भी जीत सकते हैं गिव अवे में 5 फोटो भेजो प्रिंट करा फोटो का अरे तुम मैं गिव अवे करूंगी गिव अवे दीवार पे चिपका दो हाँ इसको फ्रेम करके रखना पड़ेगा ना गिव अवे करेंगे हम ठीक है अभी जब 2 मैप्स के बीच में टाइम है हम गिव अवे करेंगे 2-3 गिव अवे करेंगे आज हम ये पोस्टर्स के ठीक है ये पोस्टर जीतने के लिए सबसे पहले आपको चैट में गेस करना है रुको पहले इधर नाइट बॉट खोल लूं रुको टाइम बाकी है ना। गिव अवे करेंगे हम, ठीक है। विनर आएगा, मैं बताऊंगी कौन है विनर। कीवर्ड के साथ करेंगे हम गिव अवे, ठीक है। सब पार्टिसिपेट कर सकते हैं, मेरे मॉड्स भी पार्टिसिपेट कर सकते हैं, सब लोग पार्टिसिपेट कर सकते हैं इसमें। तो ये गिव अवे में बेसिकली ये तो देख सकते हो ना तुम लोग, इज देयर एनी पासवर्ड सीन हियर? आई होप नॉट। तो कीवर्ड है पेपर एक्स। मैं कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रही हूं? पेपर एक्स, पेपर एक्स, ओके। सबसे पहले हम नाइटबॉट के थ्रू करेंगे। द कीवर्ड इज पेपर एक्स। नाइटबॉट जिसे चूज करेगा, देखो इसीलिए ना चैट में अच्छे से चीजें लिखनी होती है। नाइटबॉट को गुस्सा आएगा तो फिर नाइटबॉट नहीं जिताएगा, समझ रहे हो? अरे PRX लिखा है इधर, कीवर्ड दिख रहा है स्क्रीन पे, PR और X लिखा हुआ है। हाँ ये पेपर्स लिख रहे हो ना तुम लोग? हाँ पेपर X ये सब लिख रहे हो ना? मतलब इधर लिखा है PR और X स्क्रीन पे लिखा है, कीवर्ड लिखा है स्क्रीन पे। जस्ट सेइंग, जस्ट सेइंग, जस्ट सेइंग, स्क्रीन पे लिखा हुआ है जस्ट सेइंग। नेबर 2 TB डेटा दूंगा। वाओ, कौन इम्प्रेस किया है नाइट बॉट को? इतना से दिख रहा है फोन पे। किसने इम्प्रेस किया है नाइट बॉट को? आइए देखते हैं। इन 20 सेकेंड्स हम करेंगे विनर डिसाइड। 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2। इससे हमको पता चला कि मेरे को 20 से रिवर्स काउंटिंग आती है, ठीक है। अभी 3, 2, 1 करके हम करेंगे। आर यू गाइस रेडी? आर यू रेडी? आर यू रेडी? 3, 2, 1। विनर इज खेतुल। सूट पहन के आया है पोस्टर कलेक्ट करने। खेतुल, वी नो हु यू आर। हेलो भाई, पोस्टर विनर। तुम्हारा नाम ऑरेंज में चमकेगा खुद के लिए, ठीक है। जैसे मेरा नाम मेरे लिए ऐसे ऑरेंज में चमका है, वैसे तुम्हारा नाम तुम्हारे लिए ऑरेंज में चमकेगा। इसका फोटो लेके डिस्कॉर्ड के मीडिया शेयर में डाल देना मेरे। वहां पर मैं तुमसे लूंगी तुम्हारे सारे पर्सनल डिटेल्स, ठीक है। मैं तुम्हारे सारे पर्सनल डिटेल्स लूंगी वहां पे खेतुल, ओके ठीक है। कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस। मेरे डिस्कॉर्ड पे मीडिया शेयर में स्क्रीनशॉट लेके डाल देना ताकि मैं तुमसे सारी डिटेल्स लूँ, ओके ओके। ये हर मैप के बीच में गिव अवे। ये ओ मैं इधर आ गई।
Don't give them too much respect, and I
United.
feel like she's having a really good day overall.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Genji, so thank you very much.
वैलोरेंट पोस्टर गिव अवे डेली ऐसा करके कुछ अच्छा मैसेज बना के डालना तो मैं पिन करूँ। हाँ
So far, I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Mimi and Hypok. You heard it from Solo there. They're confident, they're hitting their shots, they know how to deal with paper wrecks. And Mimi, it's not looking great on the other side.
Yeah, to be quite honest, I think that Genji looked like a better paper X in this game, right? They had the ridiculous individual moments, they had the pop.
Oh, they also sent me these stickers. Look at these
You
stickers.
compare the info these two teams were getting on their defense with the Sky Util. Genji was always on point with the rotations, setting up reclears, swinging together, whereas Paper X looked like a team who was, you know, playing for the individuality.
Yeah, and the telling thing for me is Genji willing to step into that zone with Paper X, where, you know, you have the fun pre-techs or, you know, stacking up bodies and looking very aggressive engagements. Genji, we're getting down and dirty with them. I'm kind of coming out on top.
Yeah, you guys are hyped up the rookie Karen coming into this a lot, and here he is in the Verizon. I mean, you gotta check your corners, man. You gotta check it.
This is exactly
you gotta check it.
About, right? Making plays like this, getting ahead of this execute. You lose to Paper X when you allow them to execute onto you, come up, play very aggressive, and Karen, I mean, Tom nailed this as well in the cast.
At least copy करके paste तो कर, थोड़ा तो change कर, different हटा के win a poster every day कर, कुछ edit करके message डाल for United.
Against a squad like this instead, Genji can give it to them. They're so willing to get proactive, to fight into these executes, and their site anchors were constantly staying alive, doing stuff like that, and actually buying time for the team to rotate over and help everyone out, which you contrast that to Paper X. Their players were trying to do the same thing, and they were owned by the executes.
ये लिखने जाएगा, पता नहीं क्या लिख के आएगा. इसका इधर फोन भी खराब, आउट भी खराब, लैपटॉप खराब, सब खराब, दिमाग खराब हो गया United का. क्या लिख के आएगा मैसेज में पता नहीं. मैं कर देती हूँ. थैंक्स. तू टाइटल अपडेट कर देना बस. एंगल्स चेक कर रहा है मोनिया. यस यस. Check those angles, bro. Check them all, yeah.
Super aggressive, almost like in the pistol round. He forgot he was still on the race for some reason, jumping in. But there's just a number of situations.
Check the angles, bro. Yes, yes, clear it all. Yes, girl.
Aggressive plays to Paper X, mate. They felt very disjointed. It felt like it came down to one person delivering at the end of that sort of play, as opposed to the typical Paper X, too strong on the front line.
United, may I just say?
That's exactly it, right? Like, this is a team that
phone के लिए भी रुक जा. पहले मुझसे पूछना कौन सा लूँ. कोई डिस्काउंट. रुक जा. मैं बताऊंगी. मेरे से DM किए बिना खरीदना मत.
I am expecting a solution. Let's hear what
Hi,
Alex has to say ahead of map 2.
Thank you.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Coach Alex of PRX. So we did see that, you know, although the team struggled on that map, once the side switch and Paper X was on attack, you got some of that momentum back. And we do know that the team is a very momentum-heavy based team. So what do they usually need from you in order to get pushed, in order to, you know,
नहीं मंगाया तो रुकना United. रुकना. मुझे लगा दिलाएगी. रुको. Should I not wait some time? Give me some time.
And then if it goes well, you know, then we can snowball.
And I guess calm them down a little bit and make sure that they get their nerves in check, yeah?
I guess so.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if Paper X can wrangle in those nerves and get map 2.
Alex, you've done this before. You made the comeback before. Come on, boys. I want to see them have some fire in there.
Let's go.
They need this energy for map 2, or they're going to be in the lower bracket. Looking at this comp, what is this, Mike? The 4th new comp they've played on this map?
Yeah, we've gone back again. We've got the Cypher back in and Monya back on the raise. So I guess maybe that indicates we did see that on
20 बार लैपटॉप को पूछा होगा. मैंने आज तक कितनी बार दिखाया उसको. मेरे को क्या पूछता है उस दिन कोई जलू.
But I think there's another issue in this comp. You're lacking stall util, and on the attacking side, you're way more readable because you only have one piece of smoke util. I think that Forsaken is going to have to be very specific with how he uses his cages to make up for not having this Viper.
And the big concern last time actually is that eyes go towards Divide here. His inability to really have impact alone on his utility and opening up opportunities for Paper X in the mid.
शर्म भी नहीं है फ्रेंड को कैसा मैसेज भेजे थे पहले.
Last time with the Astro comp, so
10 स्क्रीनशॉट थैंक्स कहते हो. तो गाइस हर मैप के बीच में हम लोग कर देंगे 2-3 गिवअवेज करेंगे आज हम. And then कल परसों तरसों like every day we'll have a poster giveaway. Every day 2-3 posters we'll do.
Well, Yinsu, I'm feeling excited because
मैंने कुछ तो बोला, अक्षत बोला है.
Last time around, Genji won both pistols here on this map, and it was still a very close game with them barely edging it out 13-11. Now, Tom, they come in with momentum on their backs and a map that they've put the prep into. For Paper X, it's looking like elimination might be on the line soon.
I don't mind the change back because obviously this isn't the comp they played last time, but it is the comp they ran.
अगला मुझे देना थैंक यू. आप नाइट बॉट से अच्छे से बात करें. अगला वाला मैं क्यों नहीं रखूंगी.
As well, because they had a similar comp to this, but with him on the Reyna. I think this just allows him to do more damage. I like the start though from Genji. Oh, okay. They had that 3-man push initially. Didn't expect anybody to still be around the angle, and because of that, they've lost the first battle.
One man down already, but the rest are rotating into
नो पोस्टर गिव अवे डेली पोस्टर गिव अवे था एक हमने कर भी दिया गिव अवे
Here comes PaperX diving a little quicker than expected.
नीचे देख रहा था वो क्लासिक देख रहा था
Expecting this many players to be on that defensive side already. Anchored down and they're winning the fights, leaving Devi all alone. The 1v2, good damage done, and the follow up, and he's out of ammo. Karen wins. He brought a knife to a knife fight. 3 kills already. This guy's been sensational.
Got respected from Karen. He's like, you know what? I'm not gonna be the coward. I'm not gonna go and reload.
Respected it.
I'll take you in the 1v1. And well, I'll win it out. And well, PaperX, that was again. We talk about the
इस पे गोलियां थी ना
conversions.
थी इस पे 3 गोलियां थी एक और थी एक और बार राइट क्लिक कर सकता था वो उधर या लेफ्ट क्लिक भी कर सकता था 3 गोलियां बाकी थी
Good work from Gen G, but you always have to look at PaperX and go, these are moments that you expect them to be able to convert. Not the start they were looking for.
क्या नहीं मानते तो फ्राइटेड मैसेज कर मुझे
The defense constantly looking to garner extra
कौन मांग
control.
रहा
And PaperX, they're going straight into the site.
अच्छा मुझे लगा तेरे ऑफिस वाले पैसे मांग रहे हैं भाई
Munyet picks up this agent and well, he very nearly died to the turret. Not a good start, but Spike should at least be plantable. No nade left online for Gen G.
Big is the forward, you are a cutie. Aww. Hi Harshit, hello Burger.
Ducked at about 10 HP or so because he was so low. So the problem now is you have to fight back through all these close range angles where PaperX have the numbers to play with on a lot of the fights they're going to take. Decent damage on the headshot.
Oh, what are they doing? Oh no, texture बचा लिया बे राउंड उनके लिए मेरे लिए तो अच्छा नहीं लगा देख के ओके I'm very excited but यार जेंजी भी अपने ही टीम अरे दोनों में से कोई भी जीतो यार कोई भी जीतो यार दोनों में से अच्छा मैच दिखाओ लेकिन
come to fruition. Textures was one off a showstopper going into round number 3, so especially on this map, it definitely is a little bit more difficult for challenge for those orbs, but it might mean that we see a bit more of an A push.
देखो एंड में अपने पैसिफिक से टीम जीतनी चाहिए ठीक है
Well, this is where we are going to get the investment. Mitch, you'll be happy. Forsaken is already bringing in an Odin.
Listen, he's a wise man.
अरे मैं फाइट करने जा रही थी अक्षत के उसके कंपनी वाले से पैसे ले रहे मैं देखती हूँ कैसे कर सकते हैं ये Hi Amit. What do you mean कोई भी जीते अरे I am a supporter of good Valorant भाई
Continue on with the spams. Heals for most players. Devi the only one to stay quite low, not having anyone to bring him back to full fighting health. The reality is though, they're in a pretty good position. The close range spot by Karen shouldn't be left unchecked. There's still a flash on Devi. You expect that to pop as they move forward. No, in fact, it's just a double swing and the same thing there. Exactly. Clean trades for PaperX.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be fight after fight. Meteor now has to try and pull off some individual brilliance as well. I think a little bit too predictable on when he'd make his move. Munchkin on the other side of the map, and the thing is he could just hold this through to the next round, but I don't expect him to. When there's an opportunity to have an upgrade, maybe take a gun away.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, I mean, not a position you're going to be clearing a lot of the time. Done well to start. Player close is low. Devi and Mindfreak both playing without shields and with a bit of dent to their health. Forsaken also with no shields and no head anymore. This is getting very costly for the attacking side with Munchkin not stopping anytime soon. He's already picked up 3 and now he's quickening his pace to the site. The time is so desperately low and he doesn't know where Devi is. The element of surprise gets PaperX the kill and the round. But at what cost?
Everything. Absolutely everything. Every single gun just goes for overhunting a player that was going to have a gun in the next round anyway. Like, I understand wanting to earn those extra orbs up, but this is one hell of an overextension. Just constantly fighting versus a player that had a bulldog. Munchkin, well, you can already see him smack talking, and well, it's not the only thing getting smacked.
Wow. Round 4, and there's going to be a real challenge for this attacking side. Weaknesses already seen. Chance for Gen G to shut down the way back through for PaperX very early on. We know this is a map that both teams can pull to tight contention, but with Gen G having done that extra work on it, picked it into this series, I'm worried for PaperX. It's early times just now, but with showstoppers online for both squads, we knew this was coming. Munyet's on the way, head caught on the arch on the way through. It slowed him down enough and actually bought some time for Meteor to escape. And for Munchkin to round the corner, no one's going to go down to that showstopper, but it's claimed a lot of space.
Yeah, a lot of space. Oh no, for second. No. तीन जने इधर मोनी बच के रहो. Oh no, इधर छोड़ देगा ये तो. Oh, I thought he would get him.
Even still though for Gen.G, this is looking fantastic.
Timing.
It's going from bad to worse for PaperX. They need to find a miracle through these spams. At least been able to get one. Players still on the spike. The second tap will definitely help them out, but it's no. Too many bullets to dodge there. But Gen.G, they break back immediately. And what we mentioned.
Hi Ignite.
It's gonna hurt now.
Dude, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. Hi Wade. Hello, Halef की girlfriend. Halef को बोलना ना जरा Discord पे unmute करके आ जाए.
We said there were 2 online, only one found its mark. And then the chaos afterwards. Every time you see someone on PaperX turn their cross.
हाँ, border लड़ेगी मुझे भी चाहिए.
They've just seen someone swing or they've just lost.
Hi Antidote. Hi Dave. सही है. Pick up line सही है.
On all sides. Gorgeous stuff. 3-1. Odin being kept through. Lakia going way up in my estimations, let me tell you, buddy. And the spams, well, they're not having too much success, but they don't need to. In this round, PaperX have basically nothing to play with. 4 sheriffs.
Well, also they've already taken the control. That's the main reason. You've got Karan aggressively up. It's allowed for a gamble rotation, so he's just moving. Not the most common door to spam because you are open to a couple of angles, but it won't matter. And this is the thing. We've seen this scenario many a time. Find a kill, TP back. Karan is excellent at knowing when to reposition as well, so they can leave those spots open. This is ambitious.
Where is he going? Where is he going? He's made it just about around that corner, but well, that was risky. If they came through that wall, Tom, I'm not sure that would have went the way he was thinking. Spray good for Munchkin. It's a narrow alleyway to fight in, and that's a lot of damage. No chance. Here, of course, we did mention they have those weaker weapons. They don't have a lot to play with, and they'll get nothing done. A flawless round. I hate to harp on the economy, but Gen.G
people are feeling it, dude. Gen.G is like,
it's feeling reminiscent.
They're feeling it right now.
Still very early days. Plenty of time for PaperX to find their footing. They don't want to waste time throwing rounds away. They've called a timeout.
That's the funny thing. We might actually get to the point where we can just highlight when Gen.G don't have money.
Yep.
We'll just save time.
Yep. It's the play.
They've had it the whole time throughout the series. I like the pause though coming out from
pause ले ठीक है अच्छी बात है.
And even looking back versus KC, they struggled when it came to this attack inside. A lot of that was a bit of a peculiar composition, but I don't know if this one's looking any better for them right now. Also, it has a lot of reliance again on this double duelist, and there was a moment or two at the beginning where I was like, okay, so
they are not. No one is throwing. They are trying to get back in the zone.
And everyone on the other side for Gen.G has looked utterly fantastic. In this round, at least, one off a Blade Storm. Showstopper, the only ult that isn't going to be playing a part in this round for either side. And Munchkin already having that Viper's Pit online. Clearly, this is a time where Alex needs to earn his money.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think PaperX are taking that fast.
देखो ज़्यादा स्ट्रेस लेने की बात नहीं है. देखो तुम लोग में एम है मारो. ऐसे बोला Alex ने.
That third map out, you know, officials are a different ball game to talking about regional play.
Thanks, Amandeep.
Already played on that map. You're testing so many deeper things, and I think for them, bombing out like this in the uppers, it wouldn't speak well for what's to be seen.
यार सक्षम को क्या बोल रहे हो तुम लोग?
Any easier?
Yeah, no. I wouldn't want to face off against either of those teams right now. Here we go, though. Again, early paranoia. I think this
नीचे जाएंगे उन लोग अंदर.
Be played upon. I like the idea again, using that haunt to get them space, but something
मत कर ला क्या, please. डर लगता है मुझे ऑडियंस से.
These pushes coming through. He is going to get pinged up. They know where he is. And Texture's already there to support.
That's it. They're trying to punish the Odin. They know that it's not easy to fight from this angle, especially when the door gets opened. And now he's dead. But that's what it's all about on Gen.G. Filling in the spaces and being able to fight afterwards. But with a return from PaperX, they've got a real chance. The headshot angle held by Mindfreak, but Meteor's just ducked underneath it, playing the limbo. With Mindfreak down, it's 45 HP and a dream turned to a nightmare. PaperX Paperex losing out on another. They had a good pacey.
आपके गेम प्ले की तरह आपकी आवाज भी खराब है और जैसे तुम्हारा दिमाग खराब है. Good point, good point.
We're trying to stuff their way into. They always had someone to take that second fight. Paperex had someone to take the third. This time though, they lose out when it comes to the post plan. You gotta say, they really could have used that round.
Yeah, this is one of those things as well where Meteor's in a 2v2 scenario. The amount of times I feel like I've watched him just get both kills and his teammates still rotating. Like he's just so confident at this stage in his individual ability, and even just ducking under where he assumed his opponent would be holding. That was again another big round for Paperex. A lot invested, even having some decent early trades, but it isn't to be. And now, well, Bladestorm is really all we could talk about. And ready for his initial play, almost goes down, but has managed to dodge that singular bullet fired by Texture.
Yeah, I think is that sent elsewhere. Forsaken was trying to claim some space by sneaking through. We saw good success for that. I think Monyet on the previous map was thrown at a few of those feelers. But the idea now is you can't play up against that op. This ain't the round for it. Your Bladestorm's already gone, and everyone else has pistols. Close range, numbers advantage is the way to go, and they've done it, at least trading out the first. Karen, though, he has been consistent every single time they've challenged him. This guy's coming up with multiple. 7-2 right now. Teammate ready to swing, and luckily, because Karen was dropped very quickly, so too is Meteor. Hell, it's winnable for Divine, but his knife was pulled out.
Oh, yeah, he's out of bullets.
Well, players emerging from the smoke. Unfortunately, he jumped right into their crosshair. 6-1 for Gen.G. And 4
क्या लग रहा है गाइस, फेवरेट्स कमबैक करने वाले हैं कि नहीं? फुनेटेड आजा वापस, तेरे फुल स्क्रीन से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है, आजा. चैट में बात ही कर ले, मतलब यही होने वाला है तो टेंशन मत ले, तू जिंक्स नहीं कर रहा है चैट करने से. यार खेतुल बढ़िया खेलते हैं यार जेनजी, क्या मतलब कैसे जीत रहे?
A lot coming online in this round for the side of Paperex. Counter operator going to be invested into on something.
Hi Ashwini.
Quiet start to this game, and a reaction shot from Texture already puts down Monyet.
Hello Shresh, how you doing?
We see the aggression, we try to take space elsewhere. Denied on A because Gen.G are getting aggressive. Give him Paperex at defensive medicine. This is a really good start with 4 ultimates to fall back on, 3 of which will help you out if you're in a pinch. For Paperex, where do they go? Where do they take it? Maybe they can get a neural theft if they can even drop a body. And they cannot. Wall bang kill with the Odin from Lakia. That's something dropped. That's the op down. And he's looking for a little bit more. I don't know where they're going to take this on the attack, but I think I know what the result will be regardless.
Forsaken's been quiet as well, and reposition. Nice shot at least. Will make things that little bit more.
Alt kiya 2v3 निकालेंगे अपन.
As well will tell exactly where their opponents are. Knowing there's only one player here, the turret though.
अरे इतने दिख था.
Again, full sprinting to help his teammate out. It gets close for a matter of seconds, but Gen.G continue their utter dominance in this match. 7-1 on the defense. I don't know. Yeah, second pause is going to be called for Paperex at this point. I feel like they're running out of ideas. I also just did tidbit as well. Last 3 times, Gen.G have played and won this map. 8 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack. They're 7-1 up on defense.
Ooh, that's not good.
No, I would say that's very bad if you're a Paperex fan.
That's quite poor. Yeah, and the reality is for Paperex, you're looking at the last time they played this map against this squad again. You know,
हो गया, दोनों time out हो गया.
Perfectly for me today because it's the same maps. But the funniest thing is something. He was on the Reyna and he was popping. He was doing well.
ऐसे नहीं पहले नहीं दोनों टाइम
but we know on a good day he absolutely can.
दोनों टाइम आउट यूज हो गए ना.
I don't care what agent he's playing. He's having a damn tough time. 2 and 8. Compare that to Split.
Hi Sumit.
Finding so many opening entries on that attack side. Now listen, I'm going to be the last person to complain about Jet.
मैं पहले noodles game अभी comeback का chance है though if there is someone who can still win, it's Paperex.
Consistently, at least that hasn't been the crux.
If there's one team that can do it, it's Paperex.
How many rounds have we seen where literally 10 to 15 seconds in, it's 3v5. No control, no benefit for it. One guy goes down, they push somewhere else, that guy goes down, then they sit there with nothing to do.
Think about the spots that Gen.G are also willing to claim. Like, they pushed out 2 players in all the way past Mound. They weren't even holding the deep angles anymore because what's the point?
Let's go. There's someone who can do it. It's Paper X.
So like, this is the thing. You even peek your head out and go, oh, are they rubbled? Yep, they are. I'm dead.
Yep, they're everywhere.
Now we have no advantage. We're playing
They're
from
going to push
behind.
B. It looks like they are. Insta smoke. B control being taken by 3 players. Just waiting to see if the push will come through in that direction. It's going to allow them the fast take back of this control. Paranoia immediately put through. The trade's not awful in the beginning, but they quickly divulge into
दरवाजा खोल के आ गए
the
बेदर.
side of Paper X Forsaken. Trying to claim it back though. Finally, he comes alive.
Well, this is the round that he needed to wake up in. That spike is theirs, and they can walk it straight to the C site once that door is closed. 16 HP, Mind Freak on 42, but Texture's got an op and an nade. And there's a snake bite left. This could be very, very dangerous indeed. For now, though, Texture's not deploying the nade. Instead, sitting down, op in hand, 16 HP, turned to 0. Nice shot with the operator as Mind Freak now has a nade below him. He's safe up top. He's got the angle, could even pick off Munchkin. That could make it winnable.
No.
Texture's a little too quick.
I love it.
Anki.
It's just like, he's got an op as a negative, and then it's like, no, never mind.
Wide swings it. Like, all right, we're quick scoping now, but that's the level we've hit for Genji. 8-1, Tom. Yeah.
Genji तो एकदम जोश में है भाई. जो rounds इन लोग जीते ना, पिछला मैप भी जीते और ये rounds ऐसे.
Is looking like a golf in class, which again, considering this is the #1 and #2 from the same region, that we've already seen them play a best-of-5 series that was a 3-1, and a lot of the maps are close. It looks like Genji have leveled up, and for Paper X, I don't know if they've fallen off, because that's looking like the difference between these two is not the same we've seen before. All 5 ultimates.
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है श्रेष्ठ. There are guidelines for everything.
They don't need the ults. They're just winning the rounds anyway.
Normally you'd be thinking at this point, oh, let's just throw one out just to see.
There you go.
There it is. Okay.
वो screen के center में भी लगा दे तो भी हम hide नहीं करेंगे.
It's not found the value it needed to.
There are guidelines for doing everything.
Was tagged down quite a bit.
That's the value, right? That's the value. They got rid of the show. They got rid of the lockdown, so they can at least claim some space. He's screwed.
ये तो हम लोग ने decide किया हुआ है कि यहाँ पे रखेंगे क्योंकि बाकी पूरे screen पे info है. We don't want to hide the map. We don't want to hide के लोगों के पास क्या-क्या util है, क्या-क्या HP util ये सब दिख रहा है ना यहाँ पे. मैं इधर रखूँ तो कुछ cover होगा. यहाँ कुछ cover होगा. यहाँ देखो map cover होगा.
Lost Mind Freak. Okay,
there's the only place left.
They've still got 2 players, no utility to play with. They've got to just take these fights, not one at a time. That's the only thing I beg of you. Not one at a time, not up against Munchkin right now. He's 11-4. He's been winning round after round, but a reposition by Forsaken. Nice. The swing is good.
Oh yes, 8-2 finally.
For Paper X.
Attacking up.
Genji got to be feeling confident. The good thing is they used 3 ultimates there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That they lose the rounds, they use the ults. That's the weird thing about it. And again, a lot of this just came down to some brilliant individual play from something. Finally putting a couple of kills on the board. The fact is they did peak.
I think it's because they also don't have any other space on the screen, Shresh.
And it's only finally they
everywhere else is taken. Look at the entire screen. Top left we have our maps and our scores. Middle mein we have timer, match team names, rounds, scores, everything. Bottom we have util. Bottom ke upar we have their cans. Right and left we have all the teams ka info. Let's go for second ult karke aao. Where is everyone hiding?
And they've made that realization. There's no further challenge. There's no utility. There's no reaction from Genji. So Forsaken realizes it's wide open and he gets caught by Lakia. That timing was near perfect. You have to, well, I mean, you could call it a mistake. At the end of the day, he was open to like 6 angles, so he has to just be clearing those, constantly being paranoid about them. The site, though, is lost, and Paper X will find the plant nonetheless.
Showstopper online. Not wanting to allow them to set up. Something's going to try and get aggressive, but... I think the flash through the back might have actually caught Munchkin. So he's going to actually reposition through B instead. Move away from the flank. It's open. I think it's because Divide's having to check too many angles. The Seekers at least will give it away. Showstopper has been thrown in. He might get caught by all of the Seekers, but his teammate's got his back, and that means he'll be able to kill off Mind Freak. The remaining players, a bit of an obscure position. Monyet has not been cleared yet, and because of that, he's going to be able to deny the defusal. The spam doing so much damage, and now it's all on to Defy with an operator.
No!
First shot missed, but he just needs to kill the guy defusing, and he's done enough. There's no time left.
Finally, by 8-3. वापस से 4-8 क्या? वापस से 4-8 side switch. Can we do this? Can we do this? Let's go.
Right, they're getting this little resurgence towards the end of the half. This time, PaperX didn't have the pistol to help.
ए मेरे chat में झगड़ा करना बंद करो हाँ.
Putting them up 4 rounds and they ended on 8. But here, they're doing it on the rifle rounds. They're doing it in the clutches as well. As close as they may come, it's still giving them that little bit of a heartbeat to continue on forward. Now, this round, the last of the half, Genji come in with the Viper's.
अच्छा ward पे खेतुल.
Oh. On the defensive side, or potentially
जब वो हाँ
उसके
ओमन के बॉडी पे जाके हट गया था ना.
Scary when it's a Red Bull clutch that gets you your 3rd round, but as long as they're getting the rounds, I don't think they're going to mind too much. This battle is now changed. It was previously Karon being solo, and now it's Texture, and his operator has been fierce.
Not a shot he's missed.
Looks like they're going to go back into it. Is there a flash? Is there
thanks Ashwini. पूरा अच्छा मैसेज लिखा. फिर see you on hell क्या होता है? मुझे चिढ़ा रहे हो? पूरा इतना अच्छा लंबा मैसेज लिख के see you on hell.
And it looks like another bite of this apple is around.
जैसे texture था मैं तो shot 2 shot miss कर दी. मर गया सीधा. ओ भाई जेंजी क्या बढ़िया खेल रही है. जेंजी ओपी 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 जेंजी ओपी ओपी. Oh, I am the first. Friday is not you, it's me. Let's go, Genji.
Some punch to be packed. Let's see. Meteor's on his way in. Up close with a teammate further away. Munchkin's making a lot of noise. They're trying to find an angle to deal with him, and instead running into Meteor. Well played.
Genji, 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 Genji.
That was a little scary. Thought Munchkin was about to be spammed, but now they've got a lot of space as they close in the distance. No snake bites to play with, though. That could help out, keep them way out of this pit, and with Munchkin falling, it's done.
Genji, Genji, Genji.
They found some legs to stand on, some foundations laid.
अरे पहले बोलते मैं प्रॉब्लम हूँ. Genji, 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 Genji.
A streak of rounds, that's just disgusting.
Savage, jaldi jaldi member bun.
From Forsaken's point of view, I didn't even really see anything. That's how
Thank you, Mandeep. Thank you.
But again, it's those player deficits that are actually what turn the tides over there. Well done from PaperX to at least get something.
Well, Tom, it's time now to toss this one over to Divide.
Hi, Hiren. Thank you. Excuse me, Shresht. Hi, United.
Like we are playing against ourselves because the way they play is kind of like similar, you know. I mean, trying to outsmart them. I mean, they were very good. I would say they are smart and they're kind of like one step ahead, especially on Lotus. We kind of like way behind them. Yeah, I think we were taking too easy, I think. I mean, they did exactly what we were watching them, like in the VODs, like they play the same, like they are not scared, even though these like, I think...
ये सब Gen Z है chat भाई. Gen Z बोल रही हूँ मैं. क्या मतलब Gen Z है chat में, इसलिए take care यार. Thank you, thank you. मैं कौन सा Gen हूँ? Guys, मैं कौन सा Gen हूँ? Gen Z is like 2000s or what? Like what is Gen Z का age group? Your birth of your group?
I mean, the good thing is probably we might be able to get some revenge, you know. I mean, we lost to them in the Pacific kickoff, and yeah, I mean, I think Texture is giving us a lot of problem, like just killing us or like punishing us over and over. And also, Karon was playing insane as well. Even though
Millennial, मैं millennial हूँ, तो मैं millionaire क्यों नहीं हूँ? Millennial, millionaire. समझ रहे हो?
Pacific kickoff, and yeah, I mean, insane. Yeah, maybe we go back and cook.
Millennial, not millionaire.
Cook these two.
Millionaire कब होगा ये millennial से? हाँ?
15-9, exiting that first half. With the next closest player being something pretty good player, pretty well respected.
कब millionaire कब होगा millennial से? बताओ यार क्या कर रहे हो?
It's been tough for the side of PaperX. They haven't found a lot of success, but that little 3-round streak to close out the first half, Tom, it's given them a chance here. We want to see them take the pistol though.
Yeah, we want this to be a competitive match that it definitely has not been. Genji, looking like a competitor for the crown, and thus far we haven't seen the Paperex that we know and love.
Tabas, thank you for the membership. You are also baby. ऐसे jokes मारोगे तो कभी नहीं. क्यों यार ऐसे ही jokes तो ये तो priceless jokes है. तो million से भी महंगे हैं. अब millimeter हो, excuse me. You're one from millions and billions. I want to be millionaire. मजा आएगा.
Keeping the numbers in their favor. Something needs to do a little bit more. He's done some damage, and there's the follow-up. A shot right to Texture's temple. That's going to put us in a 4v2 with Paperex. Definitely favored to take this pistol now. Forsaken fallen. A little bit more of a chance. Something, though, delivers. Okay, he's up top and not spotted. Easy.
Nice, Something. He's back. Oh my God, we're back again.
That's exactly what they need. Just him having confidence. Because you look at some of the fights he's taken, and there's definitely risks about it, but that's always been his play style.
The first thing about my money, पहले मैं करूँगी millions से
then get the finances built up early, get the orbs
convert करूँगी मैं.
On the duelist, which is exactly what's happened thus far. Get that sniper into his hands. This game can definitely slip back. As said though, for the majority of the matches we've seen, be it mostly in Pacific, Gen.G have been much
hundreds, thousands, lakhs. 1 million is 8 crore. भाई 8 crore. एक property लूँगी.
Follow-up looks easy. Very little to play with for Gen.G, and even if they drop something, he's the player that's rocking with the pistol.
Minion क्या होता है? हेलो. Millionaire बोलो. Minion, millionaire, million. Millimeter. Millionaire कब बनोगी?
On the defense, they can keep distance, and with the buy that Gen.G have, they're definitely not favored on ranged fights.
Will be solo, but you can see the rotation already coming out from Munya. Jump peek will give him the info to go back in with that Marshall. This is a round that they shouldn't really.
अक्षर झगड़ा कर रहा है कि बेट कर रहा है मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा, बट जो भी कर रहा है सही कर रहा है. चलो enjoy करो. मेरे चैट में झगड़ा मत करो. मेरे चैट में सिर्फ मैं झगड़ा कर सकती हूँ. Oh.
A good round from Paperex as they managed to bring.
मुंबई में से स्टीफेसिंग बाइक नहीं आई उतने में. क्या 8 करोड़ में? पक स्टीफेसिंग नीचे. नॉर्मल घर लूँगी, रेंट पे छोड़ दूँगी. पैसिव इनकम बोलते हैं.
Wow, just look at your screen. Besides something, this is a round that often.
और क्या करूँगी मैं?
3 orbs away from a blade storm means he can
8 करोड़ कमाती हूँ. कुछ नहीं यार, खुश रहोगी मैं बस. बस बना दो मुझे. और कुछ नहीं करना मुझे. खुश रहोगी मैं. स्ट्रीम करूँगी, व्लॉग करूँगी.
1 kill and a death. We'll see what he can get up to.
It also means they can gamble the control. They've got him holding onto the A site, an aggressive position from Munya. This is not really the gun you want to have here. Somehow he gets out of there unscathed. They also
मैं डर गई ये मार्शल देख के उधर.
After that spot comes
मत करो ऐसा. फर्स्ट पिक मत देना. फर्स्ट पिक लेना.
Has already happened. So
मार्स को मारती जा दिख रहा है यार. अरे एक लेकर.
Honestly, I think Meteor's a little bit lucky there to even get one.
चलो मोनी को बुलडॉग मिल गया. Let's go guys, we can do this. Something. एक मारियो. Let's go.
The man with the responsibility to take the space to close the distance. Now they'll be a little bit slower on the way around these corners, which is just perfect for something. He had to be watching the right way though, and Munchkin caught him unaware. The same happens with Divide though, leading it to a 3v2 defensive advantage, and Divide walkabouts. He's been so good. 19 kills, looking for his 20th and his 3rd of the round. And it looks like he might. Oh, he will get the opportunity, but he's being dropped. Doesn't matter. 8-7, and now this gets me excited for Paperex. That
4 करोड़ खेतुल.
Back in contention because Gen.G got an eco.
Yeah, I like the way.
अगर 1 million
after the initial spot
8 करोड़ है तो half million 4 करोड़ हुआ ना.
There's an opportunity to potentially steal a gun away. So they 3-man push. Even a trade there's not too bad, knowing there's some things on the other side. And even though he only gets 1 kill, he does enough to delay and allow for those rotations. Devi as well though, as you said, he's been fantastic. 19 and 10, topping the entire scoreboard right now.
तो ये वाली मेंबरशिप क्यों ली? तूने सबसे महंगी वाली मेंबरशिप क्यों नहीं ली खेतुल?
They know there's a high chance he'll be here, and they're actually going to really put the pressure on early.
हर महीने 20,000 सुपर चैट करना चाहिए थे को.
Elsewhere, Trap just got broken on B. So now for PaperX, they have to be worried about the flank. It means you're not going to have Forsaken there to help with this fight. Instead, something has to do it on his own.
Nice shot, something. Tell me something, मेरी जान कर ले हमसे एक बार प्यार की दोनों बंदे मिल गए. Oh no. बातें चाहे तो सुनिए. Something. क्या? क्या है इसके साथ? कौन सी? तो जब थी तो उस दिन बेचारे शाटने को क्यों नहीं दिया? ही फिश तो बेचारे शाटने को क्यों नहीं दिया उस दिन? जिस दिन मुझे दिया फिश थी तो उस दिन शाटने को क्यों नहीं दिया? आप बोले नहीं है तो दूसरी फिश खिला देते उसको उस दिन. I will irritate you. It's my job to irritate you. If you didn't want some creature irritating you, you shouldn't have decided you want me. Who said you want kids? You wanted kids. Now listen to kids. Nice meteor. Wow, what किया? ऐसे मैं अपनी मम्मी से तभी पे 1-1 जीती हूँ. नहीं यार, ये पेपर एच जीतो भी. दोनों पैसे के.
One big gun and one medium gun also. Very ambitious to go for this. That could have put it to a 1v1 top, but he was having none of it.
That's what I said about this guy. He knows he'll hit the shot. For some reason, when it's him, a 2v2, and he goes, okay, I've got the first one, he always peeks for the second, and weirdly, he always gets it. That's the thing. Every time I'm sat there...
शर्म कर, अभी तू कमा भी नहीं रहा, ऐसे बोल रहा है. 4 करोड़ अकाउंट पे रख के बोल रहा है मैं कमा नहीं रहा हूँ. भाई देख लो यार, खेतुल को देख लो यार. गलत बात है. और इधर स्टारबस्ट और अक्षत 159 रुपीस लेके लड़ रहे चैट में. मैंने दिया, तूने दिया. गलत बात है गाइस, मत करो ये सब. अभी भी बोल रहा हूँ, झगड़ा करना बंद करो मेरे चैट में. ठीक है, एंटरटेनिंग है, बट मत करो. मैं हूँ ना एंटरटेन करने. तुम झगड़ा मत करो. No, he didn't. What? He didn't leave it. If you would have left it, bro. Jinxing for real.
They went aggressive, made this one problematic. Spike already planted at least. So they're going to have to respect it and just fall back. Munchkin's still holding, and they have a pretty nasty potential crossfire just with the amount of time that can be born. Munchkin is just looking at that clock. That's all he really aiming for, sitting back, waiting for the push. He manages to land the first,
5 HP, bro.
The PaperX respond in turn, a back and forth so far in this second half. And they close
up उठाए.
One round.
Well, that's the response and resurgence we want to see. This game, this map, and indeed this
भाई इधर ही छोड़ता ना. Oh भाई, this is Thank you, Vrunda.
I can understand he doesn't want to give away his position, but you know, you make a decision there. Do you gamble it? Do you not? And well, he chose wrong. Chips on the wrong color. Well, 9-8. And for PaperX, it looks like they've really got their hands dug into those reins. The economy is low. We've seen Gen.G win low by rounds. There's a Viper's Pit online with 1 kill for Munchkin, 1 orb, 1 plant. But the main thing is, something has got basically an all right now. That's a Yassine dash. But it works out for him. No punish. And the reposition.
Oh, he got one more. He took one more with him. Let's go, guys.
A second blink and you miss it as we're 9-9.
Yeah, they have
somehow
made this comeback happen. 5-1 in this second half after.
तुम्हारा हो गया जोक मार के चैट में स्टारबस्ट हो गया तुम्हारा रक्षक का 1v1.
3 rounds in a row.
Look at that.
You don't really think it at the time because an 8-4 half is still great, but it seemed like Gen.G just let the foot off the gas. A few big plays coming out. Now we're starting to see players rise up. You were mentioning it, the distance between Devi and everybody else was a lot. Well, something has been closing the gap. I'm also just looking at Mind Freak.
Yeah, it looks like they're looking at him too. Karen was trained in on that with texture.
Ooh, 2 HP बचा है, 2 HP. No.
A stray bullet, enough to
No.
take
Oh, he took one with the back, 2 HP.
Flash covers his retreat. No more flashes, and they don't reach Gen anymore. An opportunity still.
Oh,
No.
like yeah.
2 versus
Dude.
3 though. Viper's pick could change the game.
They're trying to get in as quickly as humanly
Oh
possible.
no,
but
ये
he
उसने
is
लो तो
there
कर दिया
to
ऐसे.
defend. Leaves it onto something. As said, he's had a real resurgence.
Something मारना.
May just fall
He's
back
gonna
to
save.
enable the reload.
No, he's not gonna save.
Never mind, he's just looking to reposition completely. I think they know
And now
exactly where he
Jana.
is. But somehow he still wins the battle. 3 bullets left in the clip. The pit's been dropped. He's already going to spot one, but he's now just down to the classic.
Nice!
It's a classic v classic. Valaki is the one to take it.
Nice!
These rounds are getting insanely
No!
close. And it's a back and forth once again.
Really is like a pendulum swinging. There's no stability to be found for either of these teams. 2 rounds for PaperX, an immediate answer back by Gen G, but the fact that it comes down to this, that the Viper
Bro.
is outside the pit, and then that's the result. Clean as can be with a
Oh, Vrunda, thank you, Vrunda. I'm gonna plus.
They've got a lot set up in front of them, Tom. There is a showstopper for Munyet. Other than that, everybody is just on the rifles. Credits are low. Gen G could be on the home stretch very, very soon, and Forsaken in that corner needs value.
Forsaken!
He's got
Take
one, and
2 with
that's
you!
Texture.
It takes 2!
Very, very pivotal facts for us as PaperX look to move back through. So many players are low. One extremely
Mark that bitch up!
It's the rocket to find him.
That's the thing, though. That trade's all right. That was the low HP player that goes down. I don't think they're going to mind that whatsoever to put it back into a 3 versus 3. Something about to try and go through this. His teammates a little bit further behind. No flash available for Device, so it's just going to have to be the raw push. Already managing to retrieve a rifle, but every member falls. Gen G now get a double
थोड़ा
back
सा
of
off
their
था
own.
something.
And the major worry here for PaperX, they don't have
Hi श्रीखंड अब जेंजी जी अरे हम पेपर एक्स के साइड पे हैं श्रीखंड.
This could be the beginning
I know you read. देखो तुम लोग को ना ये गलत फैमिली है. सही फैमिली तब होगी जब तुम ओ भाई क्या ट्रांसफर क्या मारा मजा आ गया. सही फैमिली ये है कि मैं सारे चैट पढ़ती हूँ मन में. अगर किसी को लग रहा है कि ये मेरा चैट नहीं पढ़ रही, यू आर रॉन्ग. मैं पढ़ चुकी हूँ वो चैट. 100% फॉर श्योर गारंटी मैंने सारे चैट पढ़े हैं.
Early push, it's not quite a rifle, instead it's a set of blades, and those don't even get fired off. They lay by his side as he falls to the floor. Something down, so too is Devi, and they're ready for another player close. There seems to be nothing that PaperX can do.
गलत फैमिली है ना तुमको श्रेष्ठ. सबको मोस्टली यही गलत फैमिली होती है.
Looking like it's on the board, Tom. Yeah. These players, they have to be feeling the crushing weight of this series.
The crushing weight.
Beckoning them, and there they'll face
लो
elimination
ब्रैकेट
against the
जाएगी.
Sentinels are allowed. There's no easier fight for them than a team that they know. The devil they don't is coming.
Hi Nas.
This round at least.
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है अविश. मैं हमेशा सारी चैट पढ़ती हूँ मन में.
And the second we've got into these post plants, that's where Gen G have looked their most fearsome. A team from last year that started strong, had a massive fall from grace, made a huge overhaul of this roster with risks taken.
पर्पल कलर लगाना पड़ेगा ना इसमें मेरे पास ये
Been
शायद.
at a Masters right at the beginning of Valorant, a player
I like reading books.
and players that have not found success elsewhere. Texture, one I think we can really highlight. Like in G, he was okay. But to go into
जेंजी की साइड में 3 राउंड है ना निकेत. गाइस जेंजी जीतेगा. जेंजी जीतेगा. वो 2-3 राउंड पहले बोलता ना जेंजी की साइड आने मेरे को. जेंजी वाह क्या खेल रहा है. टेक्सचर क्या एंटी निकालने वाला है अभी. वाह यार जॉर्ड प्लेयर जॉर्ड. ओ व्हाट अ स्मोक. वाह क्या स्मोक गया है. वाह insane.
Path to recovery, 3 straight rounds in OT in a third map. A lot of win conditions.
वाह जेंजी वाह क्या अटैकिंग साइड है.
3 ultimates to fight their way through.
I get it.
Don't have reactive ones, not impactful ones. Where's the lockdown, the showstopper, and of course the nightfall. Any one of those can open sights, pull you out of sticky situations. Door open. That was the defenders, but it's covering Munyet's push forward. Problem is, okay, good nade up close. That's
अरे काहे जा रहे
हो? Problem is, Texture was covering it. And now the push on mid is spotted as well. 3 players left for PaperX. And it looks like they've still got a fight in them. Nightfall won't evade it. He's being caught. But,
oh, he missed. Oh, yes, good job, Texture. Yes, girl, slay.
Is he still alive? Is HP recovering? Something down. And Divai, very much known towards that spawn. Mindfreak's on the wraparound. Wants to move towards that singular door. Divai needs to buy some time. He still has a flash to play with. There it goes. It's popped and it's cleared out this corridor. Divai's even won the fight. The smoke is down. A chance if Mindfreak can make it to Divai. If they can take this fight together, but they don't know where the last players are. Lemonade has even forced them back for a second. The time now very low. And with 2 players still to root out, it might be too low. Divai just dodges that siege, but Mindfreak down. The time now, not to be played with. Okay, no, Texture went out swinging.
No time. No time.
There's no chance whatsoever. He had to stick it
no time at all.
And short of a big misplay, it was never swinging the other way. 13-9 and 13-8. A consistent showing from the side of Gen G as they take victory over their Pacific comrades. It's on to the upper final.
Yeah, it is another huge statement play for Gen G. No doubt at this stage that they wear the crown when it comes to Pacific. But that's not the crown they're gunning for anymore. They said it.
Low bracket, let's go. We coming, dude.
Continue to push forward in that.
अरे अविश गलत टूर्नामेंट में हो आप. Hi Yash. भाई बहुत अच्छा खेले लेकिन बहुत अच्छा खेले. जेंजी में जो कॉन्फिडेंस था ना आज पेपरएक्स में लिखा नहीं इतना. देखना मैं ऐसे थर्ड पर्सन व्यूअर.
They continue in that upper bracket to fight off and be the representative as they face Americas, and they send the previous Pacific champion, a previous finalist of one of these events, down into the lower bracket.
This second map, although only 1 round in the difference, Tom, this was definitely a much better feeling from the side of PaperX. They earned their way back in from an 8-1 deficit to a close scoreline in the end, but despite that streak of rounds, Gen G take the victory thanks to map number 1, PaperX's pick, where they just didn't get started. And that's a big concern for them. Moving on to an elimination series next, they won't get a chance to have a slow start. They've got to come out swinging off the bat. For Gen G, they get to watch their opponents play, figure out who it is, take some notes. This is a very nice position to
be in. A
chance to make a historical run here in Madrid for their region.
But that's always been the thing. Like, we talk about Pacific teams as a flash in the pan a lot of the time. You look at the Zeta run. You could even throw a Chinese team of EDG in there as well, making a run. PaperX making a run. This Gen G squad, though, it feels different. They have so much depth to them in terms of individual plays, but they have such a solid structure, great trading, and also it just looks like the individuals on that team have leveled up from last year. They look like different players, even if they're in different roles, some coming from the tier 2 as well. They are an
Kenny Loud, like honestly, I really like SEN. I'm on their side.
I don't know where this ends for them. They could.
But Loud has been playing insane. I mean,
unka feels like they have a long road ahead of them. Hopefully, no bumps in that road.
They've been playing insane. So you can't really tell right now. मैं मेरे खुद के VC में क्यों नहीं हूँ?
Now on the international scene, up against some of the best in the world, and he's leaving his mark. He's already left his mark, and it could get so much more beneficial for this squad as they now get to watch their opponents play, take those notes. I really put so much stock in that. I'm excited to see what this squad can do, Tom.
I think I've loved the fact that just even hearing them talk about each other, it's Munchkin elevating his teammates. Like, I think that's such a huge compliment. Like, you could say someone come in, oh, he's a great leader, he's playing great individually, like all of these compliments. This is a nice thing, but to say he's come in, as someone has said, one of the first players coming out of Korea, Lakia, to play at a Masters event, and you're going, yeah, this guy has made me better. As someone who's coming in as a relatively new leader, that's such a huge compliment to hear from, and I think that's the great thing about this team. You look at them on the stage, you look at Texture just having a great time, everybody like standing up, like bows and arrows, like this is looking like a completely different squad, and honestly, I am so impressed with what we've seen. Luckily, now we get to hear from Munchkin as he's going to be down on the stage.
Let's go, let's talk.
Convincente para Gen G hasta ahora. The most convincing victory for Gen G so far, and it had to be in playoffs. Tenía que ser en playoffs. Estoy aquí con Munchkin para que me cuente un poco de lo que ha sido esta partida y lo que ha sido este recorrido. And the first thing I'm going to say is, can we hear it for Munchkin? Can we hear it for Gen G? Where are the Gen G fans over here?
Thank you.
La primera pregunta es que fue una partida
Cute. And what is that in his
los
hand?
cambios por el lado de PaperX. ¿Había alguna idea y en qué se enfocan especialmente en este segundo mapa para que el cambio de composición no le afecte a Gen G y puedan cerrar un 2-0? Munchkin, first of all, congratulations. The first thing I want to ask you is, I want to know what goes behind the scenes when we get to see that PaperX composition change on that second map. It seems like it was slipping away, but you were able to take it back right at the end. So what was the focus to make sure that map would go your way?
로터스에서 페이퍼렉스가 조합을 다시 한번 바꿔들고 왔는데 이제 젠지 선수들은 그거에 대해서 어떻게 풀어나가려고 대처를 했는지 궁금합니다. 아무래도 갑자기 이렇게 따라잡히는 모습이 나오기도 했거든요.
일단 저희가 사이퍼 상대를 많이 만나봤었기 때문에 사이퍼
अविष्कार कौन सा टूर्नामेंट था भाई?
이야기했었고요. 그리고
गलत है भाई, ये अलग चल रहा है.
따로 잡혔던 거는 저희가 좀 방심하고 저희끼리 커뮤니케이션이 잘 안 돌았던 것 같습니다.
Well, we're familiar with going up against compositions with Cypher, so first thing we talked about was how to play against the Cypher comp. And I think when PaperX were making the comebacks, I think we had some miscommunications and mistakes going on, but we were able to,
Music to hai.
Lo que nos cuenta de ese mapa de Lotus es que ya habían jugado en contra de posiciones de Cypher, así que el enfoque principal era cómo tenían que jugar en contra de ese Cypher, y cuando PaperX en esa segunda mitad estaba ganando rondas, el enfoque principal era en que la comunicación no estaba de la mejor forma y después la podían arreglar y cerrar el mapa. Ahora, mientras más vemos Gen G, mejor se ven. Sí se consideran uno de los equipos que bajo presión puede brillar más comparado a los otros tres que tenemos en los playoffs. The more that we get to see Gen G, the brighter and the better you're looking. This time around, closing it in a 2-0. Do you find yourself
भाई कुछ दिन हो गए हो गया विशेष को.
Be better under pressure compared to other teams that we have in playoffs?
계속해서 경기를 치를 때마다 강해지는 모습을 보여주고 있는데 젠지라는 팀이 먼치킨 선수가 생각할 때 좀 부담감이 더해졌을 때 더 잘하는 팀이고 또 훨씬 더 이렇게 좀 긴박한 상황에서 경기력이 더 살아나는 그런 팀이라고 생각하시나요?
사실 저희가 부담감을 아예 안 느끼는 건 아니지만 사실 그렇다고 해서 또 부담감을 많이 받는 건 아니거든요. 사실 부담감이 저희 경기력에
Why you dancing like a pigeon?
않고요. 그냥 저희가 연습하던 대로 계속 대회에서 성장하고 있기 때문에 그래서 더 잘하시는 거라고 생각합니다.
I like the
I
music.
would say there's a little bit of pressure on us, but not a lot, and it's not going to be a lie. There is a little bit of pressure, but that's not enough pressure to crack us when we're up on the stage or affect how we perform. And I just feel like we're that type of team that gets stronger and stronger, and that can grow as we play. And
4 दिन सोया ना अविश. हाँ देख ना कितने दिन से सोए हुए हो?
So I am very glad that we're able to pull this one off as well.
Dice que definitivamente hay presión, de que la presión está ahí, pero que no los llega, que no los rompe, que no les destruye en el momento en que tienen que jugar. Y también dice que sí se consideran como uno de esos equipos que bajo presión puede brillar más y cada vez los vemos más fuertes por eso. Ahora, para mi última pregunta, quiero saber si vemos un escenario en el que Gen G llega a esa gran final, ¿esperaría tal vez más adelante un rematch en contra de PaperX o espera tal vez que sea en contra de alguien más? Ya, asumiendo que siguen tomando esas victorias for the next couple matches here. Assuming that you guys make it to the grand final, everything goes according to plan, are you expecting to have a rematch with PaperX or are you expecting it to be someone else?
계획대로 결승전에 간다면 페이퍼렉스를 만날 것 같으신가요? 아니면은 다른 팀을 만날 것 같은가요?
일단 제가 원하는 건 페이퍼렉스가 아메리카 팀들 다 잡고 다시 결승 오는 것까지 다 원하고 있지만 그래도 센티넬도 한번 온 김에 만나보고 싶기 때문에 센티넬도 열심히 해서 올랐으면 좋겠네요.
Well, if it goes to my plan, personally, I want PaperX to kind of eliminate all the teams from Americas, and then we meet again in the finals. But I want to play against Sentinels because they're a really good team, so I hope they do well right now. But yeah, I would like to face Sentinels.
Dice que si todo va de acuerdo a su plan, la idea es que PaperX le gane a todos los equipos de Américas para que se encuentren nuevamente en esa gran final, pero que aún así dice que le gustaría mucho jugar con Sentinels. Espera que les vaya bien en lo que viene siendo esta partida, que ya se viene. Y hablando de eso, nosotros vamos a pausa. We're gonna take a break real quick and we get ready for that Americas match.
Oh, cuties is going for
We've seen this matchup before, and last time Gen G became the king of Pacific. specifics, but this is a different stage and a stage that PaperX have conquered over and over again.
Not two damage, but no kills.
Oh, this has come back into a winnable scenario. Just need to hit the ball.
Yo, not even close, guys. Not even close.
Behind, but it looks like it's gone.
An opportunity here at least to shut down the first and the second, but yet as well, Rockets on point.
One enemy remaining.
Position. It's sublime. Brilliant from Carlos.
This would be exceptional time. Good luck to you and good night.
What a performance for the side of Genji.
Done and the follow-up, and he's out of the knife round and wins. He brought a knife to a knife fight.
Players on the other side. Showstopper. He should be dead. Literally a very quiet.
Cuties!
Reaction shot. I want this shit. Spawn, nice means they know where they are. Take out is perfect.
Forsaken there to help with this fight. Instead, something has to do it on his own, and again, he finds texture. That's a big part of this take. There's no chance. There's no chance whatsoever. He had to stick it underneath his nose, and short of a big misplay, it was never swinging the other way. A consistent showing from the side of Genji.
Hi Soham, I think it's clouds.
It's on to the upper final.
अगर तुम out in the open हो तो clouds ही हो गए यार. अरे तुम लोगों ने देखा कैसे टेक्सचर पानी पी रहा था. चलो गाइस एक और गिवे करेंगे. कितने गिवे हुए क्या बोला मैं क्या कितने गिवे हुए हैं. एक हुआ है ना. एक गिवे हुआ है जो खेतुल जीता है. ठीक है अब मैं फोटो लेने रेडी हूँ कि किसने मतलब जीता है नेक्स्ट वाला. क्योंकि नेक्स्ट वाला क्वेश्चन आंसर में होगा गिव अवे. मैं पूछूंगी क्वेश्चन, तुम करोगे आंसर. ठीक है मैं पूछूंगी क्वेश्चन, तुम करोगे आंसर. ओके जिसने सबसे फर्स्ट करेक्ट आंसर दिया वो बनेगा विनर. ठीक है तो स्पैम करने की जरूरत नहीं है. एक बार आंसर लिखना क्योंकि मैं खींचूंगी फोटो. तो सब अपना कीबोर्ड खोल के रेडी रहो टाइप करने क्योंकि फास्टेस्ट फिंगर फर्स्ट है. ठीक है क्वेश्चन सोचने दो. हाँ चलो इसका आंसर तुम लोग को मालूम है. ठीक है ओके मैं रेडी हूँ फोटो लेके. ओके कैमरा लेके रेडी हूँ मैं. आंसर लिखना तुम लोग गाइस. 3 2 1 द क्वेश्चन इज मेरा वैलोरेंट में सबसे फेवरेट वैंडल स्किन कौन सा है. हेतुल शर्म आ रही है. वापस से फर्स्ट थे तुम. काउंट नहीं होता क्योंकि तुम 2 नहीं जीत सकते हो पोस्टर. वो वाला वाह 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 वाह. नहीं 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 मेरा सबसे फेवरेट है. फोनाटी तेरे को अभी अभी बहुत बुरा लगने वाला है. मेरा सबसे फेवरेट है प्राइम वैंडल एंड विनर. इसमें को तो पता भी नहीं था. गेस्ट भाई शर्म कर यार. अरे ये कितने सारे राहुल है चैट में. कौन सा वाला राहुल था जी बना. तुम जीते हो एक पोस्टर, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस। राहुल ने मेरे तरफ से दिया है सबसे करेक्ट आंसर, प्राइम वैंडल। दूसरे वाले राहुल से पहले इसका स्क्रीनशॉट ले लो। राहुल, तुम्हारा नाम ऑरेंज में चमक रहा होगा तुम्हारे लिए। सो टेक ए स्क्रीनशॉट ऑफ इट एंड सेंड इट टू माय डिस्कॉर्ड। राहुल शर्मा को कोई डिस्कॉर्ड में हेल्प करे, डिस्कॉर्ड मीडिया शेयर में स्क्रीनशॉट डालो राहुल, तुम्हारा ऑरेंज में नाम चमकते हुए, एंड आई विल रीच आउट टू यू। ठीक है, राहुल जीता, बट एट व्हाट कॉस्ट? राहुल मैंने नहीं जीता है, राहुल शर्मा जीता है। क्रेडिट कैसा लग रहा है? अब मैंने पहले बोला है, नहीं नहीं, तुम्हारा राजा, तुम्हारा फर्स्ट नहीं है, तुम्हारा तो राहुल शर्मा के बाद और 2 जन है और फिर हो तुम। आई एम द राजा, बट नॉट फर्स्ट। तुम लोग को तुम्हारे पीओवी से अलग दिखता है गाइस, मेरे को जो दिख रहा है मैं उस हिसाब से बोल रही हूँ। खेतुल से भी पहले बार, नहीं नहीं राजा, मेरे इसमें तुम फर्स्ट नहीं हो। खेतुल भेज दो डिस्कॉर्ड का बैनर, आप बना के जो भी भेजोगे मैं यूज कर दूंगी। नहीं, तुम्हारा खेतुल से भी पहले नहीं है गाइज। नो, यू गाइज आर सीइंग इट डिफरेंट, आई एम सीइंग इट डिफरेंट। राहुल शर्मा मत, दूसरे राहुल को दे दो, दूसरे राहुल को दे दूं। अच्छा, फर्स्ट मॉड टू गेस था क्या? ये क्या हो रहा है? Why am I missing this?
And I believe, Mimi, the matchup that you're very, very excited about.
Yeah, this one's going to be fantastic. It went all 5.
अभी जो पहला मॉड वाला राहुल है, हाँ, सबसे पहला मॉड जिसने करेक्ट आंसर लिखा था, वो करेक्ट टाइटल भी अपडेट करेगा क्या?
It is a concern for me that Loud have already kind of shown some bad tape here. Obviously with the ban even being shown here now, Breeze, there's no questions left over their map.
वो करेक्ट टाइटल भी करेगा क्या? मेरे तो सबसे पहले था पफ, तूने गेस भी नहीं किया है, झूठे लोग। चलो ये एंड करेंगे पोल, नया पोल डालेंगे। टाइटल अपडेट कर दो यार प्लीज, और स्ट्रीम भी लाइक कर दो। अभी और गिवअवे बाकी है, हम ये जो पहला मैप होगा ना उसके बाद दूसरा करेंगे हम लोग, ठीक है?
Pulled out a curveball and changed something up, so there is actually a real opportunity with the break coming into the playoffs. Loud, I don't want to say in terms of prep, but have the upper hand in that.
हेलो लियो गेमिंग, नहीं ऐसे करने से भी नहीं जीतोगे। एक और गिवअवे होगा, एक और गिवअवे है आज, बट अब लोग मैप्स के बीच में कर रहे हैं, ऐसे रैंडमली 2 एक साथ नहीं कर रही मैं, ब्रेक्स में कर रही हूँ। तो एक हो गया था पहले मैप के बाद, एक अभी ये दूसरे मैप के बाद। अभी ये जो मैच चालू होगा ना, इसका जो फर्स्ट मैप खत्म होगा उसके बाद एक और गिवअवे करेंगे। कर रहा हूँ, वेटिंग्स रखे, हाँ पेशेंस है मेरे में। एक और गिवअवे करेंगे हम।
It means a lot. It's been really hard.
पर मुझे पार्टिसिपेट ना कर रहे हैं, घमंड है, उनको आंसर ही नहीं मालूम।
Showed everything we had pretty much in kickoff, and it's
क्यों पफ क्या क्या आज ऐसा कुछ पूछो जो मुझे पता हो। यश, तुम मेरी इतनी स्ट्रीम देख रहे हो, तुमको पता नहीं मेरे को प्राइम वैंडल कितनी पसंद है। क्या पोस्टर है कि तुम लोगों ने पोस्टर नहीं देखा है गाइस?
a huge relief and a confidence boost for the games ahead.
I mean, this is the thing. They've already achieved everything so far without that a little bit of a break. So how much stronger do you think Sentinels are about to be?
I think they're going to be really strong. We've already seen, even with the low prep time, how good this team is at counter-stratting. Against both Heretics and KC, I think the squad came in with really good game plans to fight forward, to punish their opponent's tendencies. I think they're really good when they have even more time. And we saw that in Americas. When they went into playoffs, they further leveled up. This is a squad that when they really take that effort to study their opponents and come prepared to a match.
Yeah, and I think the individual performances here, Sassy a little bit of a concern, but I think if there are going to be any change to the composition, the way that particularly Zek and Tens are both performing individually, there's room there to put them on anything potentially and outside.
जीतेगा पोस्टर अरे नहीं वृंदा, वो सब का मेरे को टेंशन नहीं है, तुम जीतो.
Tekken here because we say Tens and Tekken.
Okay.
We've been kind of debating, you know, rookies here and there, but
ये तुमको राइट से आएगा, कोई टेंशन नहीं है. मेरे को नहीं भरने पैसे शिपिंग के. Enjoy. करो participate. Oh damn, I need this. अब आया ना लाइव पे. ऊट पहाड़ के नीचे आ चुका है. पफ पार्सल में आ चुका है. अब इसे इवनिंग स्नैक्स में खाएंगे.
But the difference between them and maybe a team like PaperX as a player like Forsaken per se is it's always together and it's always being really well integrated into John QT's system. When they go for these
मजा आता है पोस्टर जीतने, है ना केतुल? मेरे को भी बहुत मजा आता है गिवे में. एक बार ना मैं किसी के ट्विटर गिवे से कॉन्सर्ट की टिकट्स जीती थी, मजा आ गया था.
the rest of the team adapts around that really well.
Yeah, and I think as well, just to double down on that, the support system
मजा
is
आया था.
really the difference. To have everybody here delivering.
राइट वाले भी एक
being the ones to lead the charge.
टिकट गिवे करे ना, मजा आ जाएगा. ट्विटर गिवे. ट्विटर गिवे किए क्या इन लोग ने टिकट्स के? मेरे को पता नहीं.
Because they had a slow start, but Hypok, as you know, even when they've had a slow start in the past, they always go really deep and they manage to take it all the way sometimes.
हेलो फोनाइटेड, ऊपर तेरे लिए सचिन ने पूरा लिख के दिया था. वैसे जस्ट से अगर तेरे को सिर्फ कॉपी पेस्ट करना था तो पूरा लिख के दिया था सचिन ने ऊपर. जस्ट से
the loss to Gen G, but outside that you still look back and you think, well, what series has Les been playing in particular Les having another MVP worthy performance, and you look back at the series, you think, how's he doing that?
Yeah, and I honestly think that this team has leveled up yet again to a form where they can be a contender for a title. I think they worked out some of the issues they showed in the kickoff event, where they're playing these like Phoenix comps, it's not really working out. Here, I think they really narrowed down their map. They showed maybe some weaknesses on Breeze, but on the maps that they're committed to, their Sunset, for example, they've looked excellent. The strategy is really coordinated. Players have also leveled up. Quick in their last game looked so much better than the rest of the season thus far. This is allowed that always wakes up the deeper they get into tournaments. It seems like they find the ability to hit the peak at
कोई नहीं, आप अभी 4 करोड़ कमाए हो ना केतुल, जल्दी इधर हर महीने 20,000 भेजा करो, फिर एक दिन आप लैंड भी जाओगे. अच्छी बात है. 6 साल से मॉडू टाइटल से ही नहीं कर देता मैं कॉपी पेस्ट.
Pretty incredible. I keep saying that nobody plays this much Phoenix and comes out looking like, you know, a great duelist or a great individual player, but somehow he's doing it.
Yeah, you guys mentioned less already.
It's not for sale, Avish. It's just for giveaways. I love your hair, girl. I'm gonna copy that.
Not just quite yet.
What about this?
What about this?
I want to look at this because this guy's stats have been ridiculous this tournament, but they are every.
Right से chair मांगो है ना? Hey, how about you guys send me a secret chair?
He's the #1 guy you have to look towards. He's always playing Viper, but he's competing with the star duelists in every role. The guy's ridiculous, and if Loud is going to win a trophy here in Madrid, it'll be because he's keeping that up.
Yeah, that was less. We got less as well because less is more. So let's send it down to Mika Babs.
Hey Les, I like that little groove you had going on a little bit back there. So you've been on the team for forever. You know how it's like when the team gets that synergy in order to win championships. I'm curious how this level of synergy has been from like the beginnings of this roster all the way up here to Masters Madrid. What's that journey felt like? We have Arthur here to help with some translation.
Oi Les, então, primeiramente eu gostei que você estava ali mandando uma vibe bem legal. A gente quer saber, você está desde o início.
Did he say he's vibing?
Com a galera, com o time, e agora com esse novo roster, vocês estão com a sinergia. A sinergia tá boa? Como é que tá a sinergia de vocês agora até o campeonato?
A gente está começando a evoluir, né? Querendo ou não, tá no início do ano. A gente está com um jogador novo.
Não, online nem é, Avish.
A gente está planejando a longo prazo, mas estamos evoluindo aos poucos no campeonato.
Overall, step by step, we're evolving not only in the championship.
है ना वृंदा, दोनों अच्छे टीम्स है यार. मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा लाउड तो क्या इंस्टेंट खेल रही है.
Like new staff as well, so I would say we're just on the way evolving because overall it's the beginning of the year as well.
Well, eager to see that next step. Keep that vibe going and best of luck.
Thank you.
उसने वाइब भी ट्रांसलेट करके दिया है.
These are two of the best teams Americas have to offer, but being here is about being the best in the world. And as it stands at this stage, it does feel like both of them have a great chance.
It's the new versus the old guard.
अभी जीतो यार, अभी तो 4 दिन है, आज से लेके 24 तक रोज 2-3 गिवे करने वाले हम लोग.
These teams have a lot of similarities in their strengths, and I think we're going to
पहला split,
maps like Sunset,
Icebox.
maps like Icebox that was just picked that both these teams love to play. This honestly, what we're getting already is a bit of a rematch of that finals.
Yeah, definitely. Well, actually, yeah, with Sunset to round things out. Concern.
Bind देखने मिलता है यार, bind सेट मजा आ जाता है यार, bind सेट क्यों नहीं खेलते लोग?
Results obviously regionally looking back at this, but last one being a 13-3. Sentinels absolutely slap loud about.
Yeah, Split is far and away the best map for Sentinels that we have seen thus far. They look lights out on that. In particular, their defense, their protocols, the way they set up for the retake, everything has been on point. And yes, so much of his is...
I hate both teams, only supporting TENS. TENS supremacy.
It feels like his calling is perfect on the defensive side of that map, on how this team sets up. This first map's going to be a challenge for Loud.
Yeah, just how close do you think this will be, though? Because the first match we saw today, very, very one-sided, also what we expected. But Hypok, do you feel like it favors one team or another coming into this?
I'll be honest, I do give the edge to Sentinels here. I don't think we're going to have a very clear-cut series, though. I think Loud may be looking to reinvent themselves once again and have that bounce-back factor. I don't think this is going to be an easy run.
Yeah, the question for me is what has Loud changed? Because they haven't had to really show their split since that grand final. So there has been a bit of time to kind of look back, see what went wrong there. But even the best teams haven't been able to beat SEN there. I look more towards the rest of this pool. I think Icebox and Sunset, both teams are incredibly close on how they play. In particular, Icebox leads towards Louds. I really expect us to get a third map, to get Sunset, and that's so exciting because these teams are both excellent at the map, but with very different reads. One playing the Breach and the Phoenix, the other playing the Gecko composition. Both have these great retakes. Both have really cool ideas for how they take space on the map. Really hoping we get there.
Yeah, and I also, you mentioned a little bit of doubt perhaps in Sassy here, but Hypok, he's going up against Sadag. You know, they've been...
Keywords देखेंगे तो आपके map. हाँ, ऐसे questions पूछूंगी.
The agent select, how much pressure do you think is going to be on his shoulders?
या तो keywords वाला करूँगी. कुछ भी चलेगा. GK question हो जाए. वाह 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 वाह. Easy question ही पूछूंगी मैं. अभी Valor related पूछूंगी. मेरे related भी and Valor related नहीं. Only Valor related. ये map के बाद. सावन. I didn't get any super chat from you, Sawan. Sorry, तुमको refund आएगा अगर तुम्हारे से पैसे कटे हैं तो. Score predictions. I think from me personally, I think it's gonna be 13-7. Math questions इनको देखो. ये देखो इसको. Math questions चाहिए. Hi Samar. सर्वा मेरी किस्मत बहुत खराब है गेम्स के मामले में. ऐसा नहीं यार, अविश कभी भी जीत सकते हो तुम.
Every single Sentinels game. So here they are. Over to you guys.
Extremely true. We have so much influence and power actually over Riot Games here at the caster desk. But excited to get started. Well, our second match of the playoffs, and it's bound to be a barn burner. We've already had it, you know, a sneak peek of it at least in the regional finals. These two teams clashed, and they're kind of taking over that mantle now. You know, me and you, Josh, we were talking about it just before we got into the game. But you know, you think of that Optic Core versus Loud matchup. Yeah. That was, you know, El Clasico, and now maybe the passing of the torch over to this.
13-7. बस उतना ही मेरा prediction.
Time so far in 2024, and it's always pushed both of these teams.
Hi Petsos, thank you.
It's possible that we'll see it even later on in the playoffs too.
Two pairs there में United.
Discover which of these teams are going to be able to battle it out against each other and make it deep in a playoff kind of situation.
खेतुल बता तू पहले आंसर बता फिर मैं पूछूंगी.
Want to be in the lower bracket if they end up down there at some point. Obviously Paper X no pushovers either. But yeah, this is a really cool regional matchup that you have between these two teams. You know, last year we only had one regional title in Americas to fight over. That was Loud that ended up taking it away. This year with Kickoff, Stage 1, Stage 2, we're going to have 3 potential opportunities for regional fights like this. And then also all of the opportunities at Masters events or at Champions. Where Loud and SEN, they're not just fighting here for the rivalry, but they both believe, and I think a lot of the fans do too, that they've got a serious chance of being able to win the thing.
I think every team does that's at this event as well. I mean, winning here in the playoffs, of course, you know, not in the danger zone just yet. There's not elimination on the line per se, but it does just, you know, stretch ever so deeper into that tournament, into Madrid. Gives you a really decent chance as well of lifting that trophy, lifting that title, which, you know, every team here is looking to do.
Now that we've got a little bit of time too, just to dig into the map veto, it's going to be electric. You look at the opening map, the analyst desk has talked about it, and then Icebox, yeah, Loud won that in the 3-2 victory that Sentinels ended up putting up. But Icebox was close, man.
Really close.
And Sunset too. There's no guarantees that that goes the way of Sen again if we do end up going to 3. Sen need a good start here, but I think for Loud too, they cannot afford to just get battered as they did previously. Hypok was talking about that scoreline. It was devastating for Sen.
Early presence showed here by Loud into B main with the boombot, walking up behind the smoke.
B main control लेने जा रहे हैं, ठीक है, उन लोग push out होके mid की तरफ आ रहे हैं, सिर्फ ज़ल से छोड़ कर रहा है यहाँ पे, ठीक है, देख लिया उन लोग ने, जा रहे बेस तक देखने ज़ल से इसको, फ्लैश आएगा यहाँ पे, सेसी ऐसे पंछी लेके रेडी था, बड़ा वो वुल्फ कर रहा है, ठीक है, वापस भेज दिया इसको, रिटर्न पार्सल.
They've recleared B main, but not necessarily going to start taking that territory with bodies. Instead, looking forwards to the fight in mid. Kawanzin did not use a fault line at the start of the round, so he's still got that, but it's going to be a gunfight instead.
Yeah, just straight up. I mean, just dry into it, no kit being utilized. Again, want to face with the bodies.
And to be honest, I think that favors Loud. Yeah, they've lost the breach, but no smokes if they decide to go over and commit to B.
ये क्या लिख रहे हो खेतुल? English में explain करो.
Massive proactivity being caught here by SADAC, but, well, JohnQT left to do so much more there. Just the one before the trade comes through, but the B site now opened up entirely for them. Will be that plan. Sassy's out wide into the open. Could have been danger there, but the nade, I guess, staves it away. And a call is made to try and fight into the spawn. Zelsis. Snakebite now being held, but he's got
thug de, time,
right there, vulnerable. Will he be able to get the damage? Of course he will. Followed up in the end of the Snakebite post-mortem.
I love watching Sen set up these kind of little plays. You could see it constantly. The European teams in the Swiss stage, and they didn't want to offer them opportunities to go for retakes.
No, Chidori. My mom did not start teaching till after I started working.
The part about the Sen team that took the off-season so seriously. These players now have just a depth of micro plays that they can add in. This one, a snakebite off contact.
Already seeing examples of both of these teams just trying to be proactive. Yeah, like calling that mid push earlier, fighting through into spawn. So I think
before that she was a tuition teacher. Then she started teaching in school.
Might be seeing it. At least we certainly hope so.
Aditi Sen.
Korani open no man's land.
Right wale. Red color wale.
At least at the beginning of this game is Sen taking a very slow approach. That's a big kill. JohnQT going down on A means that this side of the map no longer has any offensive threat.
Oh, second reactions there. Fault line stunned up. Well, there it is. The classic damage coming through. Flash in the end as well, so Tenz is shortly behind him with a flash repeat. Kawazin can't get too much more done. One player left. 2 years. Can't see too much danger in the round.
No. And Sentinels were forced to accelerate there once John.
देखा इसलिए ये इसने जैसे मारा ना उधर ए पे वहाँ से गोश्त लेके आए देखो मैं भी इसलिए गोश्त लेके लग करती सेकंड राउंड क्योंकि मेरे को पता है मैं मरने वाली हूँ समझ रहे हो वाह 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 वाह
to try to punish the jump peaks and see if they can get damage or kills that way. To try to punish the info pushes into mid, that kind of thing. And Loud can't always run around the map pushing on defense with utility because it just makes it so obvious where they're
मेरा face वो measurements में है क्या?
Play on defense.
Might just get even harder as well when Sen end up swapping sides. They look like one of the better teams here at this event when it comes to their split. Largely due to their retakes. The fundies here for Sentinels though. Standard. The util being thrown out wide here for that ramp control early. Now setting their sights out into the A side. SADAC! Anchor in position. Tucked nice and tight and safe and really just buying time for the rest of his team. Where are the reinforcements? It was a volley into the smoke and well, damage has been done. Vulnerable up. Sets it up for an easy one for Celsius.
Bit of a blunder there for Loud, offering Sen another opportunity to get back into it. Not planted for Heaven. Oh, and the pick goes down to now. Sassy is pretty far away. I mean, look at the way that Loud are clearing this. They're expecting a reflank back up.
जीजू कहाँ है पता नहीं मैंने पहले एस कर दिया ब्रीच लेके I'm so proud of you. ये ही hype के लिए हम खेलते हैं game. That feeling, the thrill, the woo.
Taken out now, just two will stand, and it could be just a bit of random spray, a bit of random spam that saves the day for themselves. Traded, Pip going down, Tens 1v1. Doesn't really have to gun for it as a bulldog, but will it be all bark or all bite? Tends to be the latter when Tens is wielding it.
Great clutch there. Enormous round for Sen to be able to pick up. The momentum piling forwards for Sentinels as they win the bonus and knock Loud's economy down. And what a fumble after Sadak's able to get a 2K at the beginning. And it's a 5v3. The stun just comes through a little too late for Sadak to be able to follow up.
इसको लगा शायद कि वो आने ही नहीं वाला है.
Comes out is late too. And they've taken a huge player advantage situation set up by their IGL. Keep playing together. Tossed it away.
गोल्ड पहना था, ब्रेसलेट और नेकलेस. क्या था बीच में पेंडेंट?
Fundies on show for Sen. Winning that bonus round is amazing.
And I do think that that's such a key. You know, Loud thrive against teams that opt into
हाँ, तुम्हारी गलती होगी.
You saw what they did to EDG. Oh yeah. It was a massacre.
देखो फोटो और मेजर करो.
There's no gaps when they're playing against that. I mean, you can argue as well a team like Loud had a relatively easy path into playoffs.
अगला मैच क्या है? मतलब अभी चल रहा है. ये BO3 के बाद कल होगा मैचेस.
Put up a fight, really, did they?
मेरी मम्मी से मेरे को लौटा दो. ले लो अंकित, ले लो. मैं तो बोलती हूँ बड़े बच्चों वाली ले लो. मजा आ जाएगा तुमको तो.
When they're on.
Feeling the danger there, the dog spotting out too.
जिसको थेरी आती है खेतुल मेरे हिसाब से तो उसको ही करना चाहिए.
John's like, guys, there can't be anybody B because they're all looking at me in mid.
Lucky to not pay with it with his life. Nade waiting for Loud. Could be some danger if they find a few initial picks rattled off maybe with the sheriffs, but use the Trailblazer early. Nade follows through with a snake bite exchanging, the handshake dropping down. Sadak was alone there. There wasn't really much to do with in terms of the follow-up. They have to face it wide though with the aftershock being played for. So much damage done to these Loud players. Positioning's known and noted, and so three survive into it with Zekken picking up threes. One away now from the big critical ultimate on attack side. That showstopper is going to be putting in some work if he manages to earn it.
Yeah, and this is the problem once you start snowballing forwards. Loud are going to be one away from having a broken economy again.
टीम पे गुस्सा मत करो. मैंने कभी गुस्सा ही नहीं किया यार तुमको. मेरी आवाज ही ऐसी है. सॉरी यार.
Zekken's holding nade to try to deny someone who might try to stop the plant, but he's also ready to throw counter utility with that nade as soon as the retake starts happening. They know how Loud are going to play and they've already prepped the counter to stop them.
Truly one-sided affair. I want to see some bite back from Loud, really.
क्यों रेस तोड़ना है? बराबर है ना कॉस्मिक बराबर.
All the way into mid there. You see how there's two Viper Orbs layered on top of each other. And that's going to disincentivize what Loud have been going for. This is Sentinel's Viper Orb in mid there. You're going to take a lot of damage if you want to try and fight mid. If you're Loud. And that's broadly speaking what Loud have been doing on this defense side so far. Only 4 rounds in though.
Dog right on cue there at the minute mark. It's going to be broken for a bit of that mid-round information, but only shown by the one player, so Loud still left scratching their heads ever so slightly in terms of wondering where this might land, but they are starting to guess now correctly with the Seekers as they're pointing them directly into the right targets.
Sassy's going to pick up the ult orb and get Seekers himself.
Seconds left. Which direction is this going to go into? They've still got 2 players planted into mid here for
मैं वो वही सोच रही हूँ. ये जा रहे हैं कि नहीं जा रहे? मेरे को लग रहा है नहीं जा रहे.
Push and pull, ebb and flow of the map, not really working out.
मेरे को लग रहा है कि कॉमन पे अल्ट दिख रही है मेरे को, जिसको स्पाइक देके बी लेके जा सकते. नहीं, वहाँ से वो हेवन से आ रहा है कंट्रोल लेने. हेवन टू ए आएंगे, बट उधर वो स्काई. बहुत सारे लोग खड़े हैं यार. उसको सारे एंगल क्लियर करने पड़ेंगे क्योंकि सारे एंगल पे कोई ना कोई है. मारना पड़ेगा ये. भाई क्या लास्ट सेकंड प्लांट आया बे. मजा आ गया.
He's managed to pick up his orb and reposition it too, so he's got more control over towards heaven. So he's set to try to blind somebody playing elbow. Tenzer's already repositioned up top.
Laksha, please don't spam.
Oh, Kawazine with the stun finally now to try and at least attempt that reclear, but you're going to have to be giving this one up. They don't have positioning at all. Zelsis is backed away, playing a really passive position. 10 spots it, backs away, not favored for that fight. And they've won out the at least critical ones. Now no mollies for Zelsis.
Let's
tap onto it. Les is holding for it.
नहीं यार, इसको ऊपर ही रुकना चाहिए था Zelsis को. मार देता वो तभी.
Nicely done there by Loud. Coming back in, they had so many different things that they needed to navigate. You saw that there was no follow-up on the paranoia. That's because they're expecting some utility in response or aggression in response. Look how good Kawanzine is at being able to deal with Zekken flying over the top of him too. Unless, as usual, the backbone when it comes to fragging, winning duels against Tens and Zelsis to shut the round down. That's where you see the slower.
Spam मत करो guys यार, एक बार लिखो, दो बार लिखो. Spam मत क्या करो, वरना फिर नहीं मिलता है reply लोगों से. It's not just me, no one will do it.
Be able to make your own success with the executes at the end of the day.
कैमरा लगाओ, ठीक है, ऐसे खड़े रहो, ठीक है, ऐसे कैमरा देखो, ठीक है, अरे कैमरा दिखाओ.
Familiar setup. Doesn't look like there's the same Viper orb that's being thrown out.
No, not this time.
Zelsis.
The other thing that's amazing about that Viper orb though too is it keeps people in mid because you could lurk through it.
Yeah.
So I think we'll be seeing that one come out.
अक्षय 10 gifted दे रहा है.
With a present show though, now with a boombot.
Oh, the cuties.
Yeah. Handshake.
QCK
grouping up for A.
QCK and Kawanzine are really close to huge ultimates too. So Loud being able to put that previous round on the board is just so huge for them to stop the bleeding.
Series से QCK and Kawanzine. मैं तो quick and Kawanzine बोल रही थी.
Shows it, body checks the dog, breaks it down, and he's one away from it.
मुझे पता नहीं था तेरे में गलती.
Control, but now here it is. Showstopper, fault line to stop this one.
अरे नहीं.
Just evades capture. Still low enough though. 10's now with a TP into the back of the side. That was not punished, and it does that full retake protocol. But already ram control game for Loud. Look at them clearing that so damn proactively.
Meanwhile, Zelsis is so far away from the rest of the squad, just trying to find the timing for a late lurk. He might be too late.
But उसके भी पीछे देखो trees.
Round towards the back. Sassy is dropped like a fly. 10's
मार
stands his ground and wins his one out. Kawanzine falling out. Sadek though looked into this position to Molly to push him out of position. Zekken,
Zelsis is here.
Finally arriving to the party though. Util in his hand. Sadek adjusts it and watching for it. 10's now 1v2. The double face is there.
NT जैसे ये puff बोला है, SEN is just better. हार के दोनों round.
In crime, Mr. Sadek himself. So with that defuse online, that's going to be that second round on the board. And Loud starting to get a handle now in terms of how to tackle these A sites.
Yeah, finding the timing there to re-push ramp.
Shout out मिल जाएगा लेक्चर, लेकिन तुम spam करोगे तो फिर नहीं मिलेगा. Spam मत करो, तुम लिख दो पूरा स्क्रीन में, फिर सिर्फ तुम्हारा मैसेज आ रहा है, बाकी सब फिर बाकी सब लोग पागल है क्या जो उन लोग अच्छे से मैसेज लिख रहे हैं.
Between them going to site and setting up the next play, which Loud did, it can be very disruptive. And also,
Thanks, Ketul. As per the mirror, also I am very pretty.
Is that they just had players able to take one.
Well, sense of humor, beauty with brains and humor. My God, what a rarest of the rarest in the entire universe. One unique person, me.
Might sound reductive, but it's very important. Here's that same orb lineup, but this time it's just going to go straight into a pit. I don't think that's going to have the value that Zelsis was hoping for. Kind of risky to go and retrieve it too.
Yeah, but it's lost, isn't it?
No cap puff, अरे लेकिन अभी तो caps release हो रहे हैं. आप खरीद लो अगर आपके पास no cap है तो.
Of less, but he's tucked to safety, making sure the pit will stay up.
If SEN get a read that Loud are playing heavy over mid at the start of these rounds, which they generally are, there's normally 2, sometimes 3 players there, SEN might be able to make an adjustment and go for more burst executes. But all of this is so based on having a read of what your opponents are doing in this match. And they will be changing it up compared to the last time they faced off.
Pretty clear call. That looks like was the dog John QT. He's been pushed forwards now, tucked. And there it is, kill claimed. QCK, fault line. Definitely there. Actually, laboured enough, but still, the trade online. The call's being made to try and speed up the play now into B, but already that Util, look at it. I mean, the paranoia down, cuts up the side, and with that lurk into mid,
blind, Tens
has the spike here, looking eager potentially to take some fights here, but has to stick the plan now towards default. But his team do have its back. Coordination on display. Sadak creeping and crawling. He managed to weave his way into the site there while all that chaos was going on, but not enough to get too much more done.
And that was a tricky round for Sen to be able to convert.
Lakshay
goes down over towards A. Sen are forced. Their hand has to go B. And 2E's
पढ़ाई करो कौन सा एग्जाम है कल यार मेरे को तो मेरा एडिटर बोला भी उसको 8 दिन का गैप है एग्जाम के बीच में
destroys that attempt to flood retake. Dodge the flash.
PhD in Omen plays.
Sen, they are running away with this a little now. Getting to dangerous territory. Loud put 2 on the board with some slow, nice retakes, but now the economy's broken again.
Yeah, strange, isn't it? How that ends up working out, but quite salvage. Will keep any of the money running. Keep smoke. Going to be disrespected apparently. At least with the flash, they know that nobody's close, tucked to the corner. A lot of players now looking for a punish onto John QT. He's been noted that he plays here a lot, solo play. They're just going to posture and pick up the orb.
And if they can find a pick on John QT and push him away, it'll create timings where Loud can worry about the rest of the map. And I think they've got a very good read that John is playing solo A lot. That's an expectation that maybe Sentinels can mess with a little, but at the moment, Loud have found a decent timing here to make a little bit of danger in the round. And the more the time ticks, the more you start to get worried in situations like this.
Absolutely.
Especially when we saw one of the rounds go down.
No, लोग 4A की तरफ चले गए नहीं वापस आओ B करो B में सिर्फ वाइपर है
which is where Loud
no
are going for their gamble stack.
Yeah, exactly.
30 seconds left on the clock. Sen are quite
They're not rotating from there. अरे वो वेंट से CT तक पहुंच गया है.
Could be going towards B.
No.
Budging. Kawazine looks to be the contact for a paranoia play that's being held around the back now. The nade flying forwards, close quarter, still doesn't win it out with a stinger, and the backside players are brutalized, eviscerated. Sadak goes for the flash repeat.
Gelsiz बचा लिया, Gelsiz बचा.
What a swing and great dodging movement.
मेरे को लगा नहीं था इधर 4 थे स्टिंगर विंगर लेके थे मेरे को लगा तो मारेंगे.
Let's pick this up. V3.
He's been a monster.
He's got the rifle to do it still. There's going to be no gaps there, not with Sentinels. They know who they're up against.
And another round.
Cosmic ये 24th तक है watch parties. 24th को finals है grand वाले. Rocky भी पड़ता है नहीं. thumbnail वाला.
Everyone on Sen is playing really tight together. Making sure that they can trade, making sure the spacing's excellent. It is. Absolute sentiment. And they're running away with this. If you wanted to have an expectation coming into split, I think it's a little
There comes a time out.
We've seen these teams play before. One was an extremely close split. The Loud ended up winning, with Sadak just popping off at the end of the game to drag him over the line. And the other was a flattening. It was Sentinels just utterly tactically dominating the game. And this is looking to me to be more like the latter. Obviously, the scoreline would suggest that, but
मस्त यार 24th को watch party हो जाएगी 25 को होली भी आती है.
around the map, dealing with everything that Loud throw at them.
Do you guys celebrate Holi? If you don't, why not? मेरा favorite festival है.
Oh yeah. Rest and rejuvenation. I mean, listen, I've seen these players wandering around.
Hi Ankit. Hi Vishal Mati. Vishal Mali.
They had very dark bags under their eyes, but now they've finally been able to get some sleep.
And you saw there in that crowd.
United एक match बाकी है देख के जा.
Popping off, making sure he's communicating what he wants to be adjusted heading into this. Tack timeout taken for Loud.
Giris दिया तो किया United. I saw the message. I saw the photo group chat में डाला तूने देखा मैंने. Hi Zoro.
Really quite vital round coming up here, just because of what you mentioned, the economy situation is a deep fault line. That's just off the rip from Kawazine. Into market.
अच्छा मन हो रहा है. Sorry.
It looks like maybe it was just a
Oh Vinayak, यार मेरा favorite है यार होली यार. क्या हुआ section?
When this orb goes up, it's very difficult to know if someone on Sen is just quietly taking the timing through. And so these A players have to be cautious, concerned.
I've got your trail.
United देगा अक्षर से रोस्ट हुआ है तो ये वाला तो उसका है. ये वाला तो उसने सोच के रोस्ट किया है. इसमें comeback नहीं है United के पास.
Mail is going to be free or not mail, but ropes itself.
Yeah, that Seeker went a long way before it hit Kawazine over in A Heaven. So Sen have a pretty good idea that that path to A Heaven is fairly uncontested. And the dog here actually might give such bad information.
Broken.
It didn't see the second player of John QT. We'll see what Sen end up going for. certainly relying a lot on the mid-rounding here from John, rather than having set game plans going into the rounds.
Sanak seekers of his own now, spotting all the way through into mid. Everybody bursting through. Now the snake bite. Used on the Q as he hears that Trailblazer. Where's the follow through now from the rest of the team? B main lost control of this one. There's going to be questions asked now of a lot of these loud anchoring players. They want to give it up entirely. Don't want anything to do.
Yeah. That paranoia thrown from TenZ is lovely. Would have caught anybody over towards rafters, and yes, the time is low, but look how
क्या लास्ट में आके प्लान करते हुए इन लोग पूरा राउंड खेलना है बोले हमको इतना टाइम दिया है गेम खेलने हम पूरा टाइम खेलेंगे ओ भाई
Tactics, quality time now with the whole family as he's sat back into the spectator. CQCK forward. Leading it with the team, but it's already wrapped around, so they got to expect the Sassy's there. No, it's a half.
No, he didn't expect it.
Not enough. 2 years TP adjustment. He's on that high ground position, just propped up, but Les now needs to get more done, and he can't do it. It's going to come down to just a bit of spray and pray, but already time ticking, so 2 years, no chance in hell.
And it's another situation, Bren, where Loud cannot get any level of economic cushionry going. They're going to be knocked straight back down onto a low buy. And that adjustment, whatever it was that Sadak came into the round trying to inform the rest of his team, it did not work. They weren't ready for Sassy here in B Heaven, and they weren't ready for Sassy again once he repositioned into B main.
ये सेक्शन में रखी मिलके क्यों बनाई?
With the retake, the timing could not have been more perfect.
The way SEN are working this map, I mean, it's a masterclass.
Yeah.
Speed running it.
It really is. There was a lot of talk
है ना कुणाल वही बोली मैं
split that they might have the best split in the world, and you know, I was saying be cautious. We haven't seen them play up against all the other teams in the world, but man, is it looking clean. I think the believers in the Sentinels split are getting their beliefs confirmed every time we watch.
पांचों आ रहे इधर एक और छूट जाए ना मजा आ जाएगा.
Here from Loud using that Trailblazer, trying to be fast onto the approach. Chance here, Zekken tries to adjust the spray, expecting players to swing from that left side. TenZ evacuating, has a paranoia still left to play for, but the mollies are really clearing him out of position. What's the call now for Loud? Looks like a pivot.
Yeah, very mobile though. They've made it feel
They
like
don't want to give them ult points. They're going for
still a trip here for John.
Dying from spike.
Their spawn, where they buy guns. They don't have a clue. I mean, they've just caused them to all just be looking backwards as well. Les didn't have any sort of idea. He was just watching in case it was in mid. 2 years. One with a rifle, but no longer. Dropped to the floor, dropped to the deck. Les quite able to do it.
मुझे लगा इनका प्लान था मेन पे सारे बंदे स्टैक किए तो सिटी की तरफ जाके मरेंगे.
It was that cipher trip coming from John. He popped it over towards screens. I believe that's how Cowan's
हम किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे थे? हम दिल दे चुके हम सेन को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. बट लाउड बाप खेलती है यार. सादक अपना जादू दिखाओ. ऐसी कॉल दो कि सारे मतलब शॉक में चल जाए. टाइम आउट ले लें लोग.
And you knew that you wouldn't be favored here, but it is still going to be mentally difficult to bring your spirits back up.
Hopefully off that experience in spades. Oh my, showstopper. Let loose there. There is the trade online from Kawazine. He followed up with the stun at least, but his high ground angle of TenZ drops down, gives him the cues. Kawazine just taking a wide peek by himself, man. Taking a fight by himself. Yeah, there's back up there, but heads have fallen, heads have rolled, and now maybe exactly what Loud ordered.
Yeah, player advantage situation, looking lovely for them. One away from a showstopper too. SEN, they're going to be able to get a plant down here. They're pretty certain that A is completely clear. They saw so many people fighting over mid. But this one is going to be tough, and Loud cannot afford to throw it away.
Yeah, just watching for it. Look at that. Loud, great awareness, knowing that SEN are going to have to be playing a bit more proactively, making the moves into the post-plan situation. Sassy is the lone survivor.
It's all like my job.
And so SEN, for about the first time in this half, tried to do something fast at the start of the round. And that actually results in Loud getting the round win. Right, every other round, we've seen Sentinels with a tortoise-like pace to the beginning of these, making sure that they are cautious, diligent about everything. And as soon as they step forward to try to take the fight, Loud are so happy. These players behind Zekken just got wide swung and minced.
Hi Sagar, hi Naman.
Final round of this first half. The money's looking good. The ult's even better. The showstopper for QCK. Can play really much more aggressively now that he's got that one.
And the silver lining, if they can get to 4, if they can win a pistol, maybe it's doable. But they've got to be securing those wins.
Yeah, clean with the rounds that are available to them now. Viprorp does throw a lot of just chaos into the mix. I mean, look at the amount of loud players it's just gathered all the way into mid to watch it. They've got 3 players checked and ready.
Yeah. And Tense is still holding counter utility over towards B main. That timing was looking pretty good. Just.
Now that they've spotted the up though, the call's been made to contact in through B main. So Sen have just got themselves a freebie there. Can now utilize this. Holds forwards.
No!
Away. And now no Valley to be found there. Out wide once more. Still QCK's on a swivel.
No way!
Vulnerable to up. Pushes down into the open. The easy collection of the kill. Now there's 45 seconds left. Chances to slow this one down, but it looks like Sen have no intention of it. Forward positions once more. Kawazin drops down from the ropes here, spraying down. But Tuyis is disjointed on the rest of his team. Kawazin out wide. The reset.
Bro, no. Done scene.
Sky high. And then one player standing towards the back as a crossfire setup, but the aftershock is elite.
Bro is fucking insane.
An ace on the cards, less to stick. This one comes down to the spam, but John is stunned. A tap, he's going to be out wide, he's going to be forced wide, knows it.
John peeked and shit, bro.
But another stick now, less finally to trust. Maintained in his teammate, maintained in him, might be punished. A tap.
गलत टाइम पे उसने रीलोड पे उसने ट्रस्ट किया. No!
Kawazin was forced to reload in the middle of that. And John took
पहले से रीलोड किया होता ना उसने. मेन पीक करने से पहले जब वो लेफ्ट राइट जब वाइपर का और अब था तब उसको रीलोड करना चाहिए था मेरे हिसाब से. मेरा जो इंसेन एनालिसिस है. हाँ ये किल के बाद ये किया फिर उसको रीलोड वहाँ पे करना चाहिए था. तो उसको बीच में रीलोड करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती. उस पे 4 से ज्यादा गोली होती. मेरे हिसाब से क्या लगता है तुम लोगों को? तुम लोग के हिसाब से क्या बिकॉज़ वो स्टिक कर रहा था तभी रीलोड पे गया तो you know.
Hello, I'm John Curie and I'm the IGL for Sentinels. We definitely did a lot of mistakes and we looked rough. We've had 2 rough days, but we made sure to rally the team, everyone stay focused on the goal, and we won 2-0. I watched a lot of their VODs. I even came here and just spent all my time watching Split and Lotus. I've noticed their patterns and what they like to do, what's their tendencies. So it wasn't that hard to kind of guess what they were doing. I like to tell my teams that the devil is in the details. It's the small things that adds up and create that big thing that will make the difference.
All grouped up right towards the back TP on top.
That's amazing.
This man is terrifying.
What an angle to find.
All the way forwards, Judge in hand, Shin. It's away with it. Still, reinforcements arriving. Narrate can't withstand it though, the pressure. It's too much, it's immense. This man is a thing of nightmares.
The mobility, the confidence, both working in tandem. He's on for the ace.
Obviously, the team has been through very lows after the 2021 Reykjavik, so it hasn't been all rainbow and sunshine. But the fans still stuck with the team. Since I joined, I mean, I'm lucky to say we've only had high highs. We've won all of our off-season and VCT so far. So I mean, everything is going great right now, but we're still process-oriented and goal-oriented. Even if we lose, we still make sure that to keep it consistent and not really worry about the comments.
Consistency is key at the end of the day. It's clearly working out for Sentinels. I mean, he was talking about it, time in the off-season, they've been winning a lot, but with that comes a lot of hard work. They've shown some of the most maps of any teams coming into the kickoff, coming into the entirety of this year. But part of that is placed onto their split. Why the teams keep letting it through? Well, the reality is, it's a middle ground map for most teams.
Certainly true. Loud have come into this perma-banning Lotus, and Sen's Lotus looks good. That means you have to go towards this. So pistol round. Loud decided to take a ramp control at the start. Sen wanted to fight over mid, but there was nobody there. And Loud has still got some people really far away from the action.
Real fast refight. The stun. There's no connection there, so Les is able to just skip and hop away, but John QT is just as watchful eye onto it. There's a gap into the smoke. Maybe a bit unintentional there, maybe just a bit rushed from Tuyis.
Sen are also expecting there to be more players on site right now. Okay, well, where are the other 2 players for Loud?
They lost track a little bit of where Kalanzin and Tui's could be, and now they've lost a lot of map info too. There are still chances here for the Loud players to turn things around, but this silent jump spot, not going to be punished.
Comes down to a couple of obstacles, really.
And look at the rest of SEN, tripled up, re-clearing areas of the map, trying to regain some information, making sure that they don't offer any 1v1s.
Yeah, methodical.
30 seconds.
You know the win conditions of Loud right now. Playing against it, slowly creeping forwards, making sure to regain some of that map control. No kill found onto Kawazin. Less a chance, really, for him to bite back and fight back. Here it is. Return of the fire, 10s from the wraparound. 2 years running all the way through. He knows the time's against him, so pissed around. Does not go the way of Loud there. Sentinels, again, looking like just a map of pure domination.
Yeah, this could be extremely similar to the last time we saw these teams face on Split. As pure SEN domination. Sadak caught off guard by that one. John picking up the 2K. It's just enormous. That paranoia, by the way, too, lovely from TenZ. They didn't know, as far as I'm aware, that Les was in that position, and TenZ just sensed that could be dangerous.
Keep it up. Small windows, but
now Loud have got to, they've got to force. Right, you're down 3 to 10. You didn't win the pistol, you need some momentum.
All relying on this one. That full investment, no money left standing. Trip Snow to stop them in their tracks. They try and take control of this. The dog broken before it even triggered into it. They do find it. Reface, Elsis, that is incredibly brave. Well, second following through with the bullets as well as Stinger. That's just a wide bit of a gap there still. Sentinel's fully aware of all potential possibilities right now. Sadak has been pushed forwards into this deep angle and approach. That trip broken, there was a chance of a timing.
Sassy's going to re-explore. He's very favored in a fight against 2Es unless 2Es gets the jump on him.
No way, just the ghost doing work.
That's bonkers.
Yeah, it's got the one pick, but there's no real follow-up there with the players. I mean, they can't really react appropriately. Sends the util flying.
It's pulling Zelsis over. It is making the A site weaker here.
Second and John QT, though. Cam back online. It's going to be spotting the crossover.
30 seconds left.
There it is.
Camera taken out.
Going to be calling out now that they could have been compromised towards spawn, but now time running against them. Loud, get a move on. Cages propped up, pushed up. Behind it, John QT can't follow through after that trip. There's a smoke in his face. It does make it quite dangerous, quite difficult still. It's been a running gun in action. Only a few seconds remaining. Pull out the sidearm. Why not? And it gets the job done.
Really excellent teamwork and anchoring again there from SEN. Didn't have a cage for himself to be able to play inside of, but has a smoke there from a teammate. Somebody inside the smoke that he can spam off. Just really solid setup. Beautiful little team plays happening all over the place for SEN on this map. They've refined it so well. And Loud, that force smacked of desperation. Down 3 to 11 with only sheriffs to work with. This one is a GG go next.
That's brutal. Really brutal.
And the other 2 maps here are going to be, even if Loud were to win them, very hotly contested. It's not like Loud have a map themselves that they are guaranteed to dominate on.
No, they've got a Sisyphus level fight ahead of them, honestly. Uphill battle. Icebox, both of these teams quite favored on their attack side. Sunset, I would give the edge to Sentinels.
Yeah.
So even if you do win on that second map to extend the series, it looks dire still. Anything can happen. Team like Loud, being around the block, they might be down and out right now, but they have that experience to maybe rally themselves here. They need a few more, though. Openings not going to be given to them.
Nice space bump up.
Set up Sentinels just a little bit too strong, too well honed.
Yeah, everything looks... They've crossed every T, dotted every I. You heard John talk about it too when he said the devil's in the details.
Right?
What makes a team excellent is not just the macro, not just the shooting, but it's all the small things, the little interplays between players, the maximization of, you know, a certain piece of utility, knowing to always smoke this spot or knowing to always throw this nade in this particular way. And on Split here, SEN approaching some levels of perfection on this map in the current meta. They are ahead of the game here.
True flattening
And it's going to strike fear into the hearts of anybody else, because if you have a perma, you have to let this through.
Yeah, playing split against SEN. I mean,
Pass me back na ye हुई ना बात.
taking it. They've only lost it a few handful of times.
Yes, breach loud नहीं ले आई थी.
This team that they're playing against now, loud.
एक मैं वो जो मोटा नहीं हो रहा. अरे लोग मरते हैं इस यूटिलिटीज के लिए, स्किल्स के लिए.
Getting knocked by their losses. Reclearance called here with a flash and a paranoid. Well,
good counter
good
flash.
one, yeah, from Kawazine.
Yeah, very important counter flash there. SEN are trying to set up plays like this because they have looser weaponry to work with. The two Spectres, the Bulldog.
207 Sarajiti से, okay.
So we get to see a slightly more aggressive version of their setup.
Like करो यार stream, Loud gonna win, but Loud is 3-12 right now, Aditi. Do you think they will win next two maps? Icebox or Sunset आएगा next up. Bro, he's low as hell. He's low as hell. He's 8 HP. Less is 8 HP.
A bit of run and gun in the reaction. Called now from Loud. Into the site. Will they be able to get the plant down? Looks like they will do so. Too much pushback.
There isn't very much retake utility here for SEN. Normally their retakes are amazing, but there's really only a boombot to work with.
Waiting for the right timings. I mean, a smoke up. 1 second here for TenZ. Going to be using it probably to block off one of the angles. Just jiggling for now. There it is, actually dividing up the site. Paranoia flying with the fault line. Time. Time to tick. A crucial kill. Zealous is falling on top heaven. TP forwards. Backside control, at least partitioning in it and trying to take it wide. Still with that util online. The aftershock does push him away. A time from John QT, but forcing the fight out into the open. The snake bites, plenty of util here. So Loud, really well played into that one. Just understanding how to play that.
4-12. We live another round.
It's officially now a closer game than it was during the grand final.
Icebox must है ना?
13-3. But man, it doesn't feel much closer.
No. I mean, this round almost a, I'd say a givey, but
it was a bonus.
It was a bonus, you know. Yeah, SEN didn't have as much util available to them, but still, you know, Loud. 1 round at a time, it's all the way. You got to take it.
Yeah, and we've seen them pull off big comebacks before. And we've seen them lose leads before as well. But listen, we won't talk about that one.
We won't talk about it. We'll mention it a few times.
Look at the timing there. Just beautiful. Great read that Les was going to go for an aggro lurk.
Les dropped. I mean, this is your star player. This is a guy you're expecting to put up massive numbers, who's going to offset that mechanical advantage that a team like Sentinels might have with players like Second, like TenZ. The desk was talking about it. When he's shut down here, your chances begin to dwindle. Trip in their face.
Oh,
no protocols at all to really deal with that one. Should have known it was there, surely, if they were walking all the way up. TP forwards.
Bye.
It is just being toppled and crumbled. All the opportunities in this round here for Loud. QCK with a nade does get the one onto Zelsis.
I mean, this spike is down in such an open position, though. Yeah. It sends to close out.
Khatam. Sadak bhai khatam.
It's inevitable, yeah. The double face in the end. That is one of the most one-sided maps we've seen. Two of our top teams here in playoffs. But Sentinels are primed and ready. This is a team angry. They want to go deep, they want to go forwards. They know they've had obstacles, they know it's been tough for them. But that was just a dismantling of the opening map.
I don't know whether Sentinels have, been talking to EDG and told them they'd get revenge, but they just...
उड़ाया है ये टूर्नामेंट वैलोरेंट पोर्शल अभी करेंगे गिवे करेंगे अभी कोई ना रहा स्ट्रेच बार पीछे से बढ़ गया ओ लेट गया ठीक है सोफा से कूदा स्ट्रेच किया सब किया बैठा फिर टेढ़ा होके लेट गया खुला रखो ना बंद क्यों कर रहे हो So, next giveaway का सवाल है इसमें भी जो सबसे पहले सही जवाब दिया वो जीतेगा एक पोस्टर वैलोरेंट रायट के तरफ से ठीक है ये रहा पोस्टर This is the poster you will win. I'm going to ask a question. Okay? My question is वैलोरेंट में सबसे पहला जवाब जो दिया और मेरे पीओ में जो दिख रहा है वो ठीक है अब मैं फोटो नहीं ले रही क्योंकि वैसे कौन सा बहुत फास्ट चैट जा रही नहीं जा रही है चैट फास्ट तो फिर मैं फोटो नहीं ले रही ठीक है मैं ऐसे देख के बता रही ओके सबसे पहला जवाब दिया वो। हाँ तुम लोग कीबोर्ड खोल के रेडी रहो, वैलोरेंट वाला क्वेश्चन है, ठीक है। वैलोरेंट में कौन सा इंडियन एजेंट है? आए बड़े। हाँ इट इज ट्रू, इट इज हार्बर। कौन थे ना 22 एजेंट्स 24 एजेंट्स? मतलब पहले गेस कर रहे हो कि मैं कितने एजेंट है पूछने वाली हूँ? हाँ तुम लोग अगर तुम पहले गेस करोगे तुम प्रो बन जाओगे। हाँ तुम अगर सिर्फ तुम ही प्रो हो, तुम अगर सिर्फ तुम ही प्रो हो। मेरा पीओवी तो मस्त दिख रहे हैं। हाँ भाई एक्चुअली फोटो ले ही लेती हूँ, बाद में पता चला कोई पूछा कि मैं स्कैम कर रही हूँ या क्या कर रही हूँ। फोटो ले ही लेती हूँ क्योंकि जो जीता है वो मेरा मेंबर और मॉड है, राहुल मेनन यूनाइटेड वन एंड ओनली। इसलिए फोटो ले रही हूँ कि बाद में कोई मुझे बोले नहीं कि भाई ये बंदी ने स्कैम किया है। ठीक है देखो गाइस यूनाइटेड जीता है, ठीक है। सबसे पहले टाइप किया है, उसका फ़ोन काम भी नहीं कर रहा है तो भी उसने सबसे पहले टाइप किया है। कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस यूनाइटेड, तू जीत गया है। तो तेरे को पोस्टर की क्या जरूरत है? अरे तेरे को पोस्टर देखना, घर पे आके देख ले। तेरा वाला मैं रख लेती हूँ, क्या बोलते हो चैट? क्या बोलते हो चैट? सही बात है कि नहीं? यूनाइटेड को क्या जरूरत है पोस्टर की, बताओ। फ्रिज पे लगाएगा पोस्टर। वैलेंट ओपन नहीं हो रहा, डेली आके पोस्टर ही देख लेने दो। बुरा लगता है गैस यूनाइटेड के लिए, उसका ना वैल्यू चल रहा ना फोन चल रहा। अब पोस्टर जीता है वो भी मैं रख रही हूँ। सही बात है ना चैट, यूनाइटेड क्या करेगा पोस्टर का? अरे हाँ फातिमा आगे तेरे को तेरे राइट अकाउंट के साथ पोस्टर देगी।
It's impossible to perfectly control how your off days go. You know, you can't prevent things like jet lag or a hectic schedule. But the one thing we can do is control how we sound once we get in the game. So as a team, we really emphasize the atmosphere. Is it too high? Is it too low? Recognizing it as a team without me needing to pause, and you know, the whole team having the skills to call it out and know what to do to shift into the right space, and the guys have done an incredible job with that.
That's awesome. And have you guys been able to take a day off? Have you touched grass?
Yes, that is another big part of it, preventing burnout. So we had a really nice day where we, I think it's called Parque de Retiro or something. It was beautiful. We got outside, walked the city. It was much needed.
Glad to hear it. That's why probably Sentinels look so good. So let's see if they can carry it over to the second map.
So the answer is touch grass.
Choice of extracurricular activities there from Coach Captain. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Mimi and High Park. They look so good.
It's the park, man.
My son's actually looking insane.
They ride around on a little rowboat. There's peacocks.
They had a boating day for sure. For sure.
How could they not 13-4 last?
How come we don't perform like this, Mike, after we go boating?
Yeah, I can't answer that one, unfortunately. But I mean, to take nothing away, now if there was any discussion ahead of this, I know Josh said on the cast as well, there is no question. Sentinel's split is seemingly flawless. Like, they do not miss a beat. And every single decision you see along the way in some of these rounds, it's not even coming down to mid-rounding. The decisions of the individuals...
अरे नमन, बहुत सारे लोगों के एंड से वो ही खुद फर्स्ट है, लेकिन जो जिसका मैसेज सबसे फर्स्ट है वो मेरे को दिखता है ना. क्या हुआ सत्यम?
But look at how they're playing their post plans as well. They're setting up forward here. Celsius has a molly off his teammates' contact, and then they're ping-ponging off each other to take that fight together. This is another round where once they get into the post plan, they're going for these executes with the double dive between Tens and Zekken, which always looks incredible. And again, look, Zekken has a nade primed, ready to go towards heaven. They have so many layers to these post
मैं ज़रीफ को खा रही हूँ रुद्रा.
to every stage of this map.
चावल के साथ.
So yeah, it's caught by breath.
Watch party है जहाँ मैं हाथ से खाना खा पाती हूँ, बड़ा मजा आता है.
An inability to really throw them off their game, right? There was no pressure towards the back line, the weaker extremities ahead of some of these executes coming in. Unfortunately, Loud just didn't really get a look in. And with the way Sen have been playing and how well drilled things are, if you let this Sentinels execute on you, you're losing time and time again.
Yeah, and I want to shout out to the fragging IGL on the other side too for Sentinels. John QT, take a look at this. A Hyper X reflex. I felt like every round when he was still alive, Mimi, something magical was going to happen.
I mean, this was after Cow and Zine got a 4K, almost gets the ace in this round, and then John just plays the clutch to perfection. He's not always the flashiest player, but when you put him in a position he needs to step up, he seemingly always does, Mike.
Yeah, he does, and looked absolutely ice cold afterwards as well. Giving him a wave to close out the half. It's heartbreaking to see Loud lose rounds like this, but like I said, with the individuals on Sentinels, not even Zekken and Tens, in scenarios like this, stepping up, this is the plan B. How scary is that for every other team?
Control करेगा puff, कल के giveaway में out.
For them, but the job is not done. The job is
कोई नहीं यार, 4 दिन है giveaway guys, अभी 3 दिन और बचा है, 21, 22, 23, 24, आराम से. Yes, Sakshi, we are.
Welcome back, Mika Fabs here, now with... Welcome back, Mika Fabs here, now with STK of Loud. And now that was a very tough first map. What was the team struggling with the most, and how do you guys plan to remedy that going into Icebox?
I think that we entered in the game with a game plan. This game plan didn't work. Unfortunately, they adapted themselves, so they have a lot of merit on that. So on Icebox, we have we are more comfortable on the map. Like we have more plays on this map. So I think that's about this. Like reset about the first map that anything went good and go for with our full power right now.
Well, Loud is a team that you can't ever count. So let's see if they're able to bounce back on Icebox.
Exactly, Mika. Well put. But the thing is, Mimi, what are Loud's game plans for Icebox? What do they do?
So they play this Harbor Viper comp that they've been playing for a while, but they execute on it really well. Last time they played, the thing that impressed me the most was their protocols in plant denial and retakes. They're very good at kind of timing how they're using their mollies to delay their opponent's plant, then going for these flood retakes that with the Harbor Viper are
Discord join karo yaar.
This is a map where I think you get to see the experience, the fundamentals of Loud on full display. They've played this comp for a while. They have a lot of variations of how they want to set up with it, especially on this defensive side. This is the comfort zone for the Brazilians.
Comfort? I don't know. Call me a doubter, whatever. Okay. I think, obviously, this being the anomaly of the grand finals for me is a very, very close fought affair, a 13-11 scoreline regionally. But I don't feel like we're getting the same Loud here, other than obviously the EGC.
मैं क्या बोल रही थी guys?
I don't think really Loud are in a position.
United मेरे को तो अपना नाम,
obviously previously less
नंबर और एड्रेस खुद से भेज रहा है.
For Loud on Icebox, but
कि तू भी Discord पे screenshot भेजने वाला है.
I just don't get it.
See, that's the thing, though. I agree with what you said. This is still, I think, a map they are very comfortable on, but Sentinels is also so good at it. They run a very different comp. They're playing this KO, Gecko, and I actually think that can play into this Harbor Viper quite well. You can be fighting through the walls, fighting through the smokes, combining those two pieces of utility, and Zekken just looks unreal whenever he gets to play the Jet on this map.
Well, this is the thing. Last time they faced each other, Mike, Sentinels did come out on top. You think history is repeating itself?
4 बार खेले 3 बार जीते इन लोग एक बार खेले हार गए.
I think with that start it's just so hard. Loud are one of the ones time and time again we say they're never out of a series, they're never out of a map. I'm just not seeing it again today. It's another concerning look at, you know, inability. I mean, even there with the interview there, talking about the adaptations that Sen made.
मेरे पास नंबर नहीं है United का.
An awful lot. Loud had no approach to really disrupt Sentinels gameplay that they've demonstrated time and time again on Split.
Sentinels, they do look so good, but you guys at home voted and you think that this is going to go the distance, and I have faith in the MasterCard fan poll. But the question is, Bren and Saisho, do you guys have faith in Loud?
I mean, I'm praying. I'm on my knees here praying. So I'm not going to lie. I want a close game. I want something that's not going to be so lopsided between these two teams. We can certainly hope so. You know, the last time these two teams tackled each other on Icebox, it was Loud who got the better of them. Both of these teams have very, very good fundamentally attack sides with their comps. They are very well drilled in that regard, but I want to see some fight back now from Loud.
I actually think that Sen's composition is extraordinarily good against Louds too. It's just that Sen haven't worked on this map as much as some of the others in their pool. And if they've used this time accurately, then maybe they can come out with another incredible map win. That's not going to help. Sassy going down there at the start of the round. You know, he's a really important piece of the puzzle in terms of getting the plants down.
It's a massive one with less of that early face, that early peak.
And Loud expect this to be a re-hit. And they won't really know otherwise until the alarm bot takes contact. And at that point, it's kind of too
यूज नहीं करने आता. अरे यूज का क्या है? मेरा डिस्कॉर्ड ज्वाइन करो. जो वॉइस चैनल है वहाँ आप बैठ के अपने रोल्स के हिसाब से वॉइस चैनल देख पाएंगे.
Just rips away to it and Frenzy in his hands.
वॉइस चैनल ज्वाइन करके वॉइस कॉल जैसे यू कैन टॉक. या तो फिर टेक्स्ट पे यू कैन टॉक.
Dodged. Another play being set up as well. Tens with a pop flash into the peak. It allows Zekken to recross back, playing together now, but they've got 4 players to deal with. Make it 3. Can't let this one slip now, Loud.
Oh.
Shot dart. It's good for the damage.
Lага tens को वो.
Oh,
what?
You can't be getting away with this, son. Surely not need. Doesn't even matter.
I did not expect this.
Push forward. That's a 2v4.
That's ridiculous.
I did not expect this.
The push into Sadak there to give Sadak 2 kills was about the only way that Sen could have messed up what was happening. Not that it's their fault. They didn't know where exactly he was positioned.
Hi.
But for Tens to recover that, he's forced to take that duel there as he crosses back.
Hi, Myriad.
Yeah, he's forced to take fights because of their utility, because of how they're positioned.
Who are they peeking? Who are they peeking?
Give it to him, man.
Who are they peeking?
God.
I mean, the players on Loud are so talented.
Score क्या था first में? वो कौन सा था?
Split था. Loud हार गई 4-13.
His form has been spectacular.
और PaperX 2-0 का second map का score क्या था?
2-0.
The actual shots that Tens has been hitting, the moments, the
याद
kills from him have been unbelievable sometimes. When he's not forced to be the entry player, to have all of that extra mental bandwidth being taxed.
Lotus के लिए.
It's just been superb.
Score नहीं याद.
Player's going to be dropping plan online here for Sassy.
Now look at this high tide. It's not going to have an influence in this round, but I do like how Loud are using it. They throw it out from 2Es when he's playing over towards Snowman, and it's going to let them play between the Viper Wall and the high tide to break the wingman, to deny the plant, to fight more aggressively. I think that could be crucial once we get onto some of the rifle rounds, but there is no danger here. Sen have just taken a very clean B exec.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, Tens, he should be trying to hunt. Yeah,
He is
you see
going
him
to.
swap the weapon.
Yeah. Offloading it in exchange there. Does want to go hunting.
Ayo.
2 years. Top of the bridge brings him down. Still one step closer. That's what matters.
It's a fairly important denial, though. If Tens had access to that ult at the start of the round, things would get quite difficult for Loud. The attack side on Icebox can be very potent. And the thing is, Loud's composition doesn't actually have great ways of disrupting you when you go for that. It doesn't have the ability to, you know, flash re-peek from yellow or on pipes on A, that kind of thing, which teams like Gen G have done so much work integrating those micro plays on the defense.
A little bit of proactive fighting over.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the reasons why we saw the attack side be so good.
एक भी flash नहीं, अपने में 2 flashes हैं.
Sen hadn't really built out those defensive plays, and Loud's comp it kind of relies on playing retake, which is easier to deny.
So the purpose of that Dizzy is just to spot if a player is aggressive up through B, but the Cascade blocks it anyway. Don't know if that's even been noted. I mean, bonus round here for Sen, all grouped up.
Not really an opportunity here for Tens to be able to get the ult online, I don't think. Instead, looking more like a standard A exec. Now, Tens is getting in position for this flash Dizzy combo that Gen G were using. It's so good.
Yeah. Choose to break it. You're going to be staying right into the sun.
Gen G वाला खेल रहे लोग.
Flash goes off. Plan.
अभी देखो.
Now here for Sassy. Util a little bit delayed. So, yep, it's down. Close to the quarters. Down underneath rafters. Kawazine wins his one out versus second. Still, gets to the position for it. And tends
Powerless.
to use his ult now for this. Making sure that they can't use any of that post-line util. Keen and eager to take the fights. He's ripped Kawazine's clean off.
This is
a real dangerous situation and scenario. Flash, peek. The rest of his team sets them up, but no real casualties. Now QCK finally. Abilities back online. Dash, backing away. Gets the one. Needs to clear the corner here. But he's just really struggling. Wading out wide here. Having a defuse from Sadak. Pushed back. Out away. And a wide tip tap and a face there from the Loud players. Remaining just in time.
Very nice patience there from Loud. Didn't get caught by the flash re-clear, but I can see that SEN are starting to add more stuff into their playbook. I mean, that flash Dizzy combo is so good. The pathing that the Dizzy takes and the way that the flash pops catches so much of the area. And Loud had to wait a long time to get their high tide and the cove back online, and then played with each other really well to stop some of this momentum from SEN.
Calm the mollies. We really need to calm the mollies.
Okay.
Calm kya?
Zekken looking for a readjustment early. And these players are smart. They understand what the issues are. Kaplan's talked about it so much.
Potential off the charts here, but clear understanding of what is really going wrong for them. Knife not broken. Tags onto 2.
Yeah, that's going to create a serious threat, though. See how 2E's is using his high tide to make it difficult for SEN to clear out that area? Unless he's pushing up on the other wing of the map.
He's got walkabouts. Overstep himself, waiting for the high tide to now fade. He's going to be using again. Flash Dizzy. Dash forwards from Zekken. Make sure to clear all that space. If somebody was holding that aggressively, it would have been mince meat. But now, once they've gained control of B main, what's going to be the call? Maybe to go back into Zelsis?
Yeah. I mean, they either needed to hit B quickly there or go back over towards A, because if they wait enough time for 2E's high tide to come back, which it now is, it's much more difficult to get the plan down and get Sassy his ult. Drone is going to confirm. I think that a lot of these players have left the area. Does it catch?
Oh,
just
it does.
Onto Zekken.
Zekken looking like the fox in the pen, but with him notified now, he's really just caught.
He is, but he's going to be distracting and pulling people away for quite a while.
He's got 3 on him. Here we go. Going through there. Dizzy firing a blind shot off, but it actually didn't trigger onto Les. Nano Swarm.
That's so much damage.
My god, yeah. Ten's lucky to be alive, facing
Sadak
taken out cleanly. Now Ten's going to be playing a 4 position here because he is so low. Might be able to get a 1 and done.
And Sassy, with that ult plant, Wingman got the Thrash online.
Need somebody to break that dart for him though, and there wasn't anybody really waiting available. But still, like you said, the Thrash is now online. Sassy lets it loose, the movement, clean, jiggling with it. Entertainment, not quite online here. Now a bit of pace injected back into the thing. See it Loud, using that util. All available for them, but it's a crossfire setup of Sentinels, and they punish that swing and wide face out. Great with the movement and patience with the aim. Cooling down the weaponry enough to take out QCK. Over and the top of the rope, Zelsis, he's hungry for this kill. He's hungry for it. Building up towards it, but okay, Les just a better player on the day.
But a sad situation for him to be in. He was the player pushed the furthest forward on A, last to fall. Everybody crumbling around him. I just want to go back a little bit to their communication from the previous round. SEN were coming, or Zekken specifically was saying, calm the mollies. And the reason that's so important in this composition is because players need to be able to hide. Players need to be able to hide and not have to face and break cove and fight while the mollies are online.
2-0
They need to force Loud to bring the fight to them if the spike is safe. And so getting that timing correct is really important against what Loud have.
You want to sleep or what?
नहीं मैं खेलूँगी ना उसके बाद खेलूँगी मेरे साथ हो. Oh, what a shot!
Thanks for the kind offer.
Dusted, taken the hell out. Knife clears yellow, but really cross and take control of B main here. Just
Gym गया ना बहुत दिन बाद. What tired लग रहा है?
Towards the section, vacuuming
So
up.
good.
To defend this gun as well.
Think so.
Loud are looking for information. SEN have been mixing up whether they rotate, whether they re-hit, and you can see Loud here just trying to figure out, is it correct to stack onto B? QCK looking to explore through mid. They think it's a re-hit. They're keeping players on this site.
Might be some serious danger here. I mean, 2 years just holding on to the...
पहले opening and closing map देखने आया.
Flash through into the back. Exactly the position that was coming from. So Kawasi didn't really stand a chance on the armor. Dashing away. Second survives. Flank attempt from QCK. Oh my goodness.
Has anyone heard that? Tens is watching, but
watching.
They're going to get distracted.
No, they didn't hear it.
Now the pressure really being applied. It's less here, and QCK for the cleanup. John QT is there with a trade, but 1 versus 3 now. Diffuse online for 2 years.
Oh no.
Not going to be pushed away from this one. There's no more utility left available for them. So a thrifty round for Loud. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, that is just in time. What we saw on Split was the economy just getting ruined for Loud over and over. They could never build up a bank to work with. They're going to call a timeout after winning this round as well, which is a bit bizarre. Maybe the timeout...
Probably queued a little bit earlier.
Yeah, probably queued before they won the round. Yeah. But QCK opened this up with a beautiful Sheriff shot and then closed the entire thing too. The Cloudburst to make sure that nobody caught him getting past the alarm bot. And often that kind of thing is going to get heard. But in this situation, gets away with it.
Like John Cuda was mentioning, it's the tiny things, the tiny differences, the minutiae. Gotta watch for.
Yeah. And also QCK being able to give them the confidence to stay on B by taking that mid-round timing and taking the risk to re-explore through mid. And it is a risk, you know, he's only one man in that kind of situation. So now what allowed looking to readjust? Can they take any lessons from winning that round? I think one of them would be, you know, trying to fight before Sen have...
क्या लग रहा है थर्ड मैप जाएगा?
QCK was able to manage that.
कौन सा तो मैप
good in the games of Icebox that they've played.
Sunset.
People doubting his jet ability.
जाना चाहिए.
And the other big takeaway I think from that is trying to...
चलो फिर जीत जाओ लाउड अपने को थर्ड मैप देखना है. टेंस ये मैप चिल कर जरा सा. जॉन क्यूटी ब्रेक लो.
लाउड अच्छा है. लाउड फर्स्ट मैप जैसे स्कोर सुन के लग रहा है वो लोग कुछ कर ही नहीं पाए.
हाँ नहीं कर पाए.
फर्स्ट मैप पे.
QT.
Wasn't really too suited for it. I mean, you've only got the Sova as your initiator.
Yeah, you really have to do it by pushing into areas.
So नाम John है, QT नहीं.
Don't really have the ability to flash re-clear spots on defense, so it can be very tough.
John.
You kind of have to double up, triple up, walk
better.
areas. And that's got its own danger. So both teams on opposite sides of the map here to start this next round. 4 players grouped up on defense on A, just pushing QCK into an aggressive angle.
I mean, this is excellent for him.
Yeah, but I mean, Sen are nowhere near.
Still, he's going to be telling his team to over-rotate. Get your asses into mid, get your asses into gear, because it's leaning.
Plant हो गया तो round tough है Viper ulti.
Loud have actually finessed this lovely. I mean, they've managed to get into a position where Sen weren't comfortable going for the early round timing, and now Loud have stacked it for the mid-round timing. And on top of that,
ये मत करते हो लोग देखो ना. Freeze हो जाते पूरा.
He's in a really good spot. Drone. Oh, maybe just catching.
Missed it.
देखा.
देखा?
देखो हाँ. Jet को देखा
they've got all the info they need though. Yeah, they have. With QCK pushed up deep like this, and look at it, you can just tell from the stack. Already protocols in play. Molly forward, Zekin just tanks it. Half his HP just removed, they weren't expecting it. Still, Loud with all the kills. Versus 3, Sassy almost being taken out. Has to back his way to safety here. Fast flank of QCK. Might be causing some issues a little bit later into things. It's going to be no presence, at least with the removal of that turret attack from Sadak. He's hoping that forces them out wide. Don't know if they took a glimpse of that one. Still 10 HP.
Yeah, I know.
Just 2 Zelsis.
मेरे हिसाब से NS.
Huh? There's no real chances here. There's no
बोला ना
real
मेरे हिसाब से
chances.
नहीं होगा ये round.
Should get the second, but no.
I was right.
Stick there from Sadak.
Accounting में degree है मेरे पास अच्छा हिसाब लगा है मैंने.
Personally, especially coming out of the Loud Gen G game, that was my big takeaway. I think Loud's protocols for dealing with B hits like this are actually real nice. Yeah, they missed Zekin, but they keep good snowman control. They fight from kitchen. They have good crossfires on people. Look at how Sadak, playing around orange, is able to pick up Zekin. I think Sen should be quite cautious if they're sending B hits over and over and over.
Pause.
The side of the map does look more of a weakness for Loud.
Pause.
For retake more often. The flash dizzy combo on A is just more powerful in my opinion. And Sen are going to have opportunities then to fight aggressive in the post plant to stop Loud coming back in for the retake. I think you're definitely seeing that there are many more opportunities for Loud to get wins here on Icebox than we saw on Split. Right? Split from Sen is perfection, but not every map is up to that kind of caliber. And Loud are finding those ways of stopping Sen going going for these hits.
जेल्सिस को थोड़ा लर्क करना पड़ेगा बार-बार फ्लैंक कर रहा है वो उसको खड़े रह के मारना पड़ेगा फ्लैंक बैक
like it. They won the pistol both times.
2 बार आया वो.
They just dominated the game. So
दोनों बार राउंड निकाला.
This might be their first one.
Drop down to it. A couple of decisions to be made here because they do have money for potential investment of 1 rifle or so. Looks like John QT is the one who's bought that one up. Might get sold, but it looks like they should have money to spare if it goes poorly. And whatever's been called, we're probably not going to be seeing signs of it just yet. Not in this round with the weaker guns, but you know, SEN might start playing towards some of the orbs, try and earn up some big ults. Celsius will probably earn his after he goes down to a player.
And look at Loud setting up the same kind of thing. 4 players A at the beginning to post up some. Oh,
QCK messed that up, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say to post somebody up really deep so they have good information. And yet, that 4-player stack now just has to kind of chill and reset. But SEN are not going for anything too aggressive at the beginning of the round. They're worried. As soon as
Aren't they with the party?
it makes it feel like
okay.
ready to fight B. Even though we can see it was only 2 of these at home.
So one Dizzy clearing away. Sassy on away now from the ult. Knife broken. Loud. Should have the protocols for this, but still Zekken with knives is a very dangerous target. Tagged up by the drone. Has to respect it now. Has to back away. Celsius dropped on the other section of the map, the other side of things. Still with that plant down.
They're pitting.
Alt हो गई.
Pitting, committing into this one. This is interesting. I mean, even though the money is a little bit wired still, now the lockdown being invested. I mean, that is absolutely crazy stuff still. Maybe feeling like it's necessary now. John QT getting into this spot and this position. On top of it, can't break it down. So detained and dealt with. Big committed with the ultimates here on either side, but it's Loud to win it out. 4 players surviving.
Yeah, I think both ults that were used there probably should have been saved for another round, but the problem is the kills came through so quick, so close to the ults being invested. I think John didn't quite realize that he was in such a player disadvantaged situation when he decided to pit. And likewise with Sadak just deciding to send that one, make sure that they get the streak online. So now we go into a rifle round. Celsius ultimate, super powerful. If they can get up onto pipes.
And there should be the round what the timeout was scored for at least. Adjustments there with a deep knife. Now very heavy emphasis and presence being shown by SEN. Sassy. Thrash movement. Looking elite. Looking to clear out the side as well for the rest of his team. Look at that. Skipping and hopping over around the side. Kawazin, he's been caught. Do they want to dive and dash onto this one? Now Sadak is his bodyguard. Sentinels
Sadak has a wallbang angle here.
Yeah, it's a wallbang angle with a pit drop down on top of it. Lockdown though should push him out of position. Potentially it to clear, but Les might just go down with a shield. He might
ultimate रहेगा.
QCK. He's trapped all the way behind him, and yeah, he will get detained just so that this pit stays up. But he's found onto the top right of his position. Dropping down.
थोड़ा सा पीछे जाता तो भी चलता ना.
नहीं अल्ट के बाहर चला जाता.
नहीं.
Offloaded. Really just going to be utilized to try and push at these players from Loud into these forward positions. And they have managed to even it up ever so slightly, but still a player disadvantage. Molly, waiting for it to fade with Mosh down now. Dizzy on top of it with the Cove. Now stacking up all together. Post-plant utility should be good enough here for Sentinels. How players realize it. They're the ones who have to make the moves forwards. Kawazin! Kawazin!
What?
That is just...
ये तो जीता round था.
That looked like a checkmate situation. SEN were running out of post-plant utility, sure, but they still had a crossfire from 3 different areas that they could have set up.
There's no way.
And yet through the high tide, through Tui's util, Kawazin, the hero for Loud in map 1, though the efforts didn't get him anywhere. This time putting rounds on the board. Yeah, Kaplan's going to be annoyed about that, but I don't really think that SEN misplayed it too much. Kawazin just hit some really nice counter spam through the high tide and then got a sick shot on a jump peak.
Sometimes it be like that. Yeah. Loud.
कौन सी accounting नहीं bachelor's in accounting and finance.
Yeah. Look at how mobile they are with QCK's positioning. He gets another one. That's excellent.
Yeah, okay.
They played him over towards A. Last round he walked down tube. This time he's over towards B.
Yeah.
So difficult to.
Optics deal
counter नहीं है.
Oh, hello.
सोवा भी नहीं है. Plus hardware भी नहीं है ना. तो ऑपर को हटाना बहुत टफ है.
Tench dropped to his knees. There's no chance in hell he's being picked
मतलब
up.
hard है.
Now
अभी सोवाट रोड से टैग करके पता चलेगा ना तुमको जेको को फ्लैश डॉजेबल है अच्छी तरह
isolated in this 1 versus 2 position. Familiar scenes for him to reload, surely going to be hit.
Oh no.
Yes, is very quick onto the angle with the punish.
What a round from QCK. Very similar to the Thrifty that got them started on this map. Takes an early angle, gets the shot, and then he's there to punish. This is now 5 in a row for Loud to really get the gears going.
I was talking about the attack side for both of these teams being good, but I mean, so far it's clearly Loud are the ones who have stepped up. Won't go quietly into the night. That is a disgusting shot. QCK with his op.
Zekin's Achilles heel.
Yeah. Barely tagging onto him.
So Loud, they have found something that's worked, which is QCK's op, and now they've given it to Cowanzine.
Just to mix it up. If QCK gets spotted now, still, he's rattled off the shots. Ended up using the dash. Why has that kill come from? I mean, unless this is literally the same as what he did in the pistol round. I mean, he went for this aggressive push on that initial round, man. He's taking matters into his own hands. Does not care.
Oh, bye.
3 fall.
What a beautiful bait and switch
मैं आया
setup from
सेंट्रल खाना
Cowanzine
चालू
as well. Such an unusual one with the Sova opping.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a lot.
तुमको तीसरा मैप देखना है ना, इसलिए हारने में बोली उसको सादक को के बड़ी It's time. बड़ी.
The game plan's working. Does Les need to force those fights and take the 1v1s? No, but he's less. He's less. He does just have these moments where he decides to take over a game, and he's been pushing up on A looking for that duel, but Zelsis has not been.
ये अच्छा शॉट था ना.
If they're B defaulting and they leave Zelsis with
इसका शूटिंग बहुत अच्छा है, पता है, स्प्रे नहीं मारता, तो बर्स्ट मारता है.
John just took a jiggle there.
मेरे जैसे.
You like the idea of stepping up.
तुम खड़े-खड़े स्प्रे मारती.
12 and 3 less.
This guy, I mean, he
Spray नहीं करती, मैं tap ही करती हूँ.
underestimated by a variety of people coming into it. I mean, he doesn't play the most flashy
Random
roles,
spray.
Can't deny his individual
Vandal
talent,
tap.
skill.
मेरे को थोड़ा मिड जाना पड़ेगा. मिड का यूटिल तोड़ना पड़ेगा.
Set up for that default A hit. Get tens up over on 2 pipes where he's got that flash angle.
Turret broken in mid.
Oh, the flash. Actually not in the right spot.
Really deep flash now. I mean, Les decided to take the re-peek. Dizzy shot fired straight into the wall there. Zekin wins it out though. Molly's dealt with. Accounted for. Now you're going to see it. The Reckoning pressing forwards with the advantage that they've got. Loud, not giving up any space. They want to take it right back away from them. Already you can see it, that deep position. Weaker guns and weaponry still. Maybe Sen could make something of it. Again, the triangle of death set up. This time, Thrash taking that first contact. Zelsis winning that fight. Snap to the side. And retaking now with this operator just becomes a dire situation. And Zelsis is running a mockery over them. Taking liberties when he's on low HP. So why not? He can do it. Not planted for Sassy. Tapping. Sadak. Over and around, spotted, 1, Sassy dropped, Sadak now, but time surely working against in the jump spot, the jiggle, John QT, trying to gamble and dice with Dev himself here all the way through, that is immaculately played.
John with another clutch, so similar to his situation on Split where we saw him play against Cowanzine and Les.
Split में भी शागनिक.
Beautifully done there.
वो फर्स्ट है ना. उसने ब्रीच लिया था, ब्रीच लेके 4K करके आया वो रीटेक पे. उसका एज था लास्ट में, जॉन क्यूटी बचा था मेन पे. ऐसा टाइमिंग लेके खेला ना जॉन ने, क्लच कर दिया. 1v2 या 1v3 कुछ तो. रेस थी कॉजिन की. कॉन्जिन.
Double op, QCK and Cowanzine.
Kidding me. You are kidding me. Top of the rafters. QCK is obviously on the other side of the map, just trying to lock down at B angle, but the lockdown now indicates everything. Or at least it should.
Another problem with this composition, you have no way of dealing with the lockdown. You don't have molly lineups.
Backing out, no detainment. Fast with the high tide. Cuts this one up. Mosh pit into the back now. This time Sen fighting too. And nailed!
Cowanzine. Cutie!
Where's he pulled that one from?
John!
The pit has been earned. 88 health to his name. He just needs to survive. Spray down, and he's already hunting them down. Less. With him toppling, Ace on the cars. The crowd wants it. The people are chanting. QCK spotted out.
नहीं मत मारो अरे ज़ल्ज़ल
Quite still.
क्या राउंड नहीं
Around gains.
अरे आता तो नो राउंड निकालने टाइम था.
That's a salvage situation when his half was looking so damn poor.
As an audience, I also want something, you know.
The player to salvage it is
I want an ace.
What a beautiful spray transfer there, and then getting the third on the rope too. All coming off the
मैं बोली ना वो कॉजिन सामने से मार रहा है लेकिन ये हर बार वो जब मार रहा है ना ये जॉन एकदम जाके दे रहा है रिटर्न में.
I believe we've got a special guest down on the floor as well. Let's send it down for an interview.
Hey guys, I am here right now with Coriana. Coriana, what's up? How are you liking Masters Madrid?
Masters Madrid is awesome. I mean, I'm really cheering for Loud. I arrived 2 days ago and I'm enjoying the city.
Of course, right? And how do you feel about this rematch? What are you expecting from Loud?
Sentinels is a very strong team. They beat us on VCT Americas, so I'm hoping for a really close match. We weren't able to show our game on the first map, but we are trying our best on the second one.
Of course, excited for that comeback. Now, what's this I hear that you bought every single VCT bundle? Is that correct?
Yes, is that true?
Oh my gosh. Okay, now I have to ask you, what's your top 3? And you can't say Loud.
Okay, I really like Talon, G2, and also
सब VCT skin खरीदे पर capsule
Cloud9 one.
Oh, okay. That's a healthy representation.
पैसा है तो बड़ी.
But not least, can you give a quick shout out to the fans? Maybe get them to buy some Loud bundles. How about that?
Yeah, sure. First of all, buy Loud bundle, and thank you guys for cheering for Loud. It's a close match. We are top 4. Last Masters we weren't really great, but I hope this one we can get the title.
All right, you heard it from Coriana. Let's get back into the game and let's get loud.
Bundles, man. I mean, I will say about Loud, they do have one of the only proper green bundles, if you like the color green. So they got that going for them.
If you're a fan of green, any eco-friendly people out there?
Yeah. I mean, money, other substances that we won't mention. If you're a fan of any of that, listen, maybe the Loud bundle. But listen, 7 to 5.
Hi, Dad.
Pistol round coming up.
Yeah, a very. Honestly,
हेलो बूट कैम्प क्या मेमोरेबल गेमर वो वीसी में मेरे साथ अभी आवाज आ रही है उसकी नेक्स्ट टाइम उससे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में मैं कैंप फुटेज भी लूंगी सुना शागनिक
Loud are one of the teams that buy sheriffs the most in these pistol situations. Often there's
Hello.
2 players on the team with them.
Just trying to take those long range fights.
Hello. शागनिक
मेरी आवाज आ रही है
but with that jiggle always a chance, isn't it?
शागनिक तो नहीं है कौन बात कर रहा है
up to kitchen.
The replay here.
मैं हूँ
अच्छा
They had a cascade in their face early on and now they've realized that
आवाज चेंज की
हाँ वॉइस चेंज लगा अपने
बदल दो वापस प्लीज
Kind of blocked by the wall though. Yeah, I mean there's not going to be any swings coming out for here. Sassy needs to get one, but yeah, like I said, no trade in sight. Second dash.
शागनिक मेरे को ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के दिन पे फेस कैम भी दोगे ना अपना
He was expecting more pace towards that.
क्यों?
टीम के लिए
Called that pause in the round.
नहीं दिया तो देख लेना
Yeah, I mean,
हैंड गेम चलेगा
Shut up.
You shut up.
तुम मेरे को नहीं बोल सकते मैं बोल सकती हूँ लेकिन पूछो क्यों मेरी स्ट्रीम में
Drop down, Celsius. Picking up space back towards the side of yellow. Util though, and Tens is the one holding it. So flash repeat timing. Needs it now. Needs help right.
मैं तुम्हारी स्ट्रीम पे भी बोल सकती हूँ शट अप पूछो क्यों क्योंकि जो तुम्हारा है वो तो मेरा है
He's taking them all out. 7 seconds remaining. Molly has to stick it through here for Sadak with that plan. This is the only way he goes down to it.
वो पूरा मोली में मुड़ गया
टाइम नहीं था ना बेचारे को
Viper versus Viper.
They should know that less is this week. Sentinels classic.
One bullet.
Time to put it to the test. Lot to clear though for John QT. Thankfully, he's got a bit of time on his side. Contacting, spots it.
Oh my.
It's now going to be dropping or propped up. How does John choose to play it? Here's those shots. Spots it out on the right click.
Of course, it was one bullet.
Done and dusted. Wipe your hands of that one. Pistol
He
round
was
here.
1 bullet. He was also 2 bullet only. Body shot.
Yeah, but he didn't shoot 2 bullets, no.
And Celsius has pulled it back with
at his body.
supportive utility coming through from Tens.
He died.
Really
Yeah, he got 1 bullet.
Loud had multiple opportunities in the round where they could have gone forwards as a team and cleared out a solo player on B. Because they took so long dealing with Zekken, and I mean this util also perfection. Putting pressure on the clock. But yeah, because they took so long dealing with Zekken, that allowed Celsius to tuck into yellow. Nice! And like I said, Bren, this is 4 out of 4
हाँ देखा उसका tattoo.
for Sentinels. And this is going to get them back into this map.
सादा का tattoo है ना.
It's an enormous advantage. Especially because it offers you opportunities to keep that momentum going with a bonus.
Clear ideas. Very clear ideas. I mean, here, Zekken, Outlaw, sees the jump spot. Just baited out for a shot wide. And QCK just didn't really realize that he was already pushed up on that left-hand side.
कौन है half shield? Tens or John Cutie. ठीक है.
He was expecting Loud to be playing more slowly.
SADAC not willing to give away his life to the molly once more for the plan, so that util out.
2 of these players will die to a one-shot from the elbow.
They're not watching for it. Over the top there, that's the ghost gameplay occurring right now. Out wide, Tens seeking to reclaim a bit of that.
One body shot. दोनों एक body shot.
Slowed it down enough for the spike to be dropped down, but it is a 2
versus 3.
This is the danger zone right now. The Verge are getting thriftied. As you said, a single shot will do it. You've essentially handed over the operator to QCK.
Yeah.
Saving.
Tens भैया किधर जा रहे?
It looks like a save, to be honest, but they're still going to try and fight over it. Wow. There are still opportunities here.
No, he's ready. He's घूम इतना दूर से घूम के आया.
This is such a bizarre round.
And John QT's backs to the wall, all about the timing. No way! As Lesson finds it. And the gamble, the wrap around here of Tens has to pay off. It has to pay off massively, but it's not going to be planted out wide. Les, does he even acknowledge it? The reload is heard here. Close. Quarters again. Cuts it up into the angle. 1 versus 1, but it really should never have been here in the first place. Knife tags it. That was a rock position.
Nice. Tens भैया OP.
That is a crucial one for Tens to win. What a play. I mean, both Les and Tens getting value out of the play that they went for. But for Tens to go for that flank all the way through the mid, wrap it back around quietly the whole time, and not have clock pressure because of John being able to deny the plant, and the spike went walkabouts into Snowman. Could not have gone better, the timing in that round for Tens.
Crazy round. One suppressed. And despite SEN winning, that follow-up round, it was really expensive. Yes, they carried a 1 rifle through, but they're opting to just take a full eco.
Yeah. And so, a really bizarre start to this half.
Yeah.
SEN win the pistol. You expect them to get up the momentum that they have done on every other half that we've watched so far. And instead, they're taking an eco after winning the round.
That needs to be dealt with here. What a snap to the side. QCK deleted off
एक
the
ही
face
फैंट
of the
अब तो
map.
देखा क्या?
It is responded in kind here. SADAC, but cheeky there with the peaks over the top here. Just trying to play on top of 410. Drops down Banana Swarms, making sure that nobody can play forwards. He does have the spike. Let's get this plan down.
Ciao,
A little bit of
मुझे.
damage done, but not too bad. Yeah. Love that cove too. You can plant in a number of positions where it's very helpful. And Lauda looking to try to play a little further forwards than we saw from the post plants of Sentinels. You know, fighting on top of 410 with 2 E's ready to swing. They've got 2 layers to this, really.
Oh, deactivated. Knife cooldown. A lot of util offloaded from SEN just to try and clear that back of the side. But again, time is of the essence, and with the Nanoswarm deaded already, it's running out wildly. It's not a luxury they have whatsoever. No one's even forcing a tap onto the spike here. There's a gap into the wall. Tens out wide and open.
अरे SADAC के साथ छोटा सा सर दिख रहा है इसको.
Shooting a fish in a barrel. You can see SEN had no idea there that SADAC could see the spike. I mean, it turns
वही
right
तो.
into the fuse.
कैसे छोटा आ रहा था सर ऊपर दोनों का.
Headshots. And the fact that Loud were given those kills towards the end, and this has been a bit of a stretched out beginning to the half, they're building up to some big ultimates.
Yes, they are.
The Harbor ult is excellent for being able to take more aggressive control of a site. You know, if you're SEN here cooking up a game plan, I think you want to be
going for like flash reclears to disrupt this before the big exit.
मोरन गलती से क्योंकि जीत भी गया तो इसके पोस्टर कैंसिल किया जाएगा पुनाइट तेरे नीचे मोरन ही था अगर तू नहीं किया होता ना फर्स्ट मैसेज तो मोरन को जाता
But at the moment, Tui's heading B for that classic cascade at the start of the round.
The early turret broken. Now Loud regrouping over towards A.
And this is where I'd love to see Zekken posted up on pipes and trying to get some kind of flash aggression going. Because I think if you give space to Loud, this execute is going to be difficult to hold on against.
Drone going to be heard. One tag down to Sassy, backs him away. Top belts seen and spotted. Dash to get himself out of there. Reckoning now will clear the way through for the rest of Loud to follow all the way through. Stuns. Not really being respected. I mean, Zekken is just trying to really get the most out of it there, and he is finally punished. So, no command fast.
You are flowerless.
So they can expect this. QCK is already behind the man. Already behind them playing.
और ये क्या दिया है घूम के
And 3 players fall just like that, dropped to the ground, to your knees, if you are tens in this case, and Celsius for Celsius. 1v4. Last one left. Decision being made for him, really. Has to be the save, just has to do some exit damage, but even economical damage doesn't do that much.
No, it doesn't. I mean, Loud are building up a nice economy. They've got a great game plan, and SEN are not playing disruptively enough. Loud are just getting to play their own tempo, their pace. They could never really get a grapple on that on split. They were always trying to force fights in mid, and SEN were never letting them. That time, the patience and the slow play really rewarded SEN.
Excuse me, Athar.
I feel like they need to be getting a little more up in Loud's face, trying to utilize the strengths of this composition, which are the flashes to go for those mid-round reclear timings. But when Loud are given space, you see how difficult it was. Though Zekken tried for him to get a timing around the Harbor ult there. And then when Loud are set up in these aggressive post-plant spots, their players, they can shoot, man. Yeah. They can shoot. The buy in this round, very similar to round 15. You know, everyone on pistols apart from one player with a rifle.
So with the money chunk down, in theory, you're expecting Loud again to just keep stringing these rounds together. Danger starts building. Hello. Through the wall just in case, but Dash to respect it. But the trouble is here, I mean, Loud, you got to think, going to be probably able to get themselves a plan.
Only Zekken's seen both times, even though there's a stack here.
There's a flash repeat as well with a Dizzy, but the wall in their face as well, it just gives that covering fire for SADAC. Using through, not too sure how that kill was found. SADAC, really sassy with this reposition.
Gecko कर लो अदिति.
Again, there's just too many numbers to overcome. The advantage is Loud here. I mean, they've just picked them apart. It's methodical in nature. As I was saying earlier, I mean, it earns them up to a couple of key ultimates. Lockdown now for SADAC.
देखा शाकनिक बोला था ना मैंने सादक को बोल दिया था.
It can be such flowchart Valorant on this map. Yeah. Because if the defenders can't get in a good position to disrupt what you're doing, we saw it from Fnatic when they dominated this map, you know, in times gone by. But the attack side, you have the opportunity to go and take a little bit of space.
हाँ ठीक है पुनाइट कुछ सवाल लिख के भेज क्योंकि अभी 3 दिन और रह गए मेरे को लिस्ट ऑफ क्वेश्चंस चाहिए
fighting a little more for some space. I think this
पोस्टर के हुए के लिए
same concept applies. Sentinels are going to take a timeout here. And Zekken's already picked up the operator. Still got, you know, time to get rid of it if it doesn't fit the game plan that they want.
क्या खा रहा है?
छोले कुलचे.
पेट पे.
हाँ. Decent, but it's also.
ऐसे खेलते हुए छोले कुलचे कैसे खा रहे हैं? हाथ से नहीं खा सकते ना खेलते हुए.
पैर से खा रहा हूँ. पैर तो फ्री है.
हाँ.
It's certainly possible.
इतना flexible है, John.
You know, there's 2 key areas if you're thinking from Sentinel's perspective here that SADAC would want to be using the ult. One is over towards B main, and the other is over towards pipes. And so having some setups that could deal with those might end up being really crucial.
Just trying to think.
Best of luck, Stephen.
Yeah. And of course, you know, SADAC, he's a good enough IGL that coming out of a timeout like this, he might decide not to use an ult play whatsoever from the strat.
Hi, Himanshu.
He might just send it with, like, I don't know, 3 players pushing mid or something. You know, really to just try to mess with what SEN are expecting.
Right here.
So we're going to see Recon deep with the Cascade to try to push away anybody that might be playing aggressive over towards B, and that is where Zekken's
ये reveal मेरे को नहीं पता था.
For Zekken to get value with the operator, I mean, he smokes in his face. QCK He's already pushed up onto the left-hand approach.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, you can't watch everything.
नहीं अभी भूल गए मैं लिख में को इंस्टा पे डीएम कर.
Over towards A. Might give Zekken the idea that, you know, only the lurker is here. So he could be a bit more bold with it. I believe Sadak was just caught by the knife. No, I don't think he was actually. So he's going to be able to get this lockdown off.
Spike's dropped down in mid. Trying to fake presence here, except with 3 players right behind him, it's going to feel very real. Still Zekken, will he be dislodged from this forward position? He's the one who's going to be trying to gather this information. Does
allowed
the gamble?
Allowed overcooking this a little? Using the lockdown for the fake when they have the full A site?
It's if Zekken really, it's on him because the Loud players are now going to be walking and wading right into that crosshair. Dart forward, misses the shot. Now he has to really just use those smokes to evacuate and escape the ire of Loud. They're already fast onto the approach, but they're back away. Yeah, they're going back to A.
Sadak's like, guys, there's no one
सुन लिया
here.
self
Look at this
सब.
guy, look at the position. You practically expect him to be a defender with this spot.
30 seconds
Forwards
left.
though with the smokes. Elsis
Quick one, bro.
drops him. And this is real chaos and pandemonium being strewn into the round. You don't expect this. Patience played all the way through. Thrash out wide, and they're just shooting bullets. It's easy targets all about. Boundless right now for Les. The rest of his crew.
10 seconds left.
With the free plants.
Spike
And
planted.
there's nothing you could do, not with the retake to the operator.
Yeah, not unless Zekken's able to get a freebie in a situation like that. It just looks very difficult from Sentinel's perspective for them to get any kind of foothold in a round like this one.
11-7.
I certainly don't think the round was game planned like that, right? It looked like it was intended to be an A fake that you end up hitting B. But the audible call, does Sadak just realized that he had all the space in the world?
I can't believe it. I mean, how did he get himself up there?
Yeah, I mean, he just wandered in.
केतुल कोई नहीं जीतेगा ऐसे पूछोगी तो.
Onto rafters. He's got a great spot. But also, Sen unaware that a lurker could have taken that positioning, right? Tens walks through, Sassy's using Thrash. They don't think about, are they ending A here because there's a lurker giving them that info?
Just let them try to catch me.
And Loud, they are pulling away, looking better here on Icebox. Which is really good to see because Split was unbelievably one-sided. But of course, you've got to look and frame this in context. This is probably the second worst map.
Nice burp, Shagnik.
Wasn't me.
Many of them do that.
Yeah.
No.
Through the cracks here.
So,
was you.
You know,
it was not me.
Somewhat competitive. Not bad.
It's not bad at all. For Loud, got their sights set though on his next few rounds. Make sure they can lock this map up. Easy peasy. Now for Sentinels, they've had to really be forced into a purchase around the 2 guns that they have saved. So it's just Guardians online, or at least for Zelsis. Presence now towards it. One more urn towards the Reckoning.
This is where Zekken was positioned in the previous round. He's got the operator.
Va, Muron, va.
Clear. Just with the dizzy, there's really nothing else behind it. No flash re-clear. Just the one bit of util, and it was broken almost immediately with the slow down approach, John.
Yeah, at least they're trying to find the timings to go for that kind of thing, but just throwing the single dizzy, it doesn't have the same impact. It's worse than a single flash from the KO, honestly. And Loud are just keeping all of this presence over towards B, and Zekken is still worried about a lurker on A.
There's that prior conditioning here with 40 seconds left. Plant's gonna have to go down at some point. Drone.
Throwing the nade lineup so that they can still fight with the nade.
Hello, pop flash play, Tens. He's still alive here, got his one, but 2 years also returned with the fire now. Feeling the heat, feeling the emphasis that he needs to make a play here. That's why he's going wide, dodge. Side there, away from the shutdown. Mosh pit, dissuading it, pushing back this one, but he doesn't expect a player above him. And around the back. Oh! What an adjustment! Flicks to the side, luckily 2 years still there. Now the Reckoning. Drop down with only 12 seconds.
Plant.
No plant online. A stun here, up and away. Updraft all round. And Sentinels.
Wow.
They grasp it in the midst of all of that.
बहुत टाइम तक होल्ड किया है.
The defense utility though was so much better this round than what we've been seeing so far. So Tens throws a nade lineup as he hears the drone coming through, which allows him to have denial of the plant pressure at the same time as flashing through the wall, which is sick. Those kind of timings, beautiful. It's also then, there's a mosh onto the plant position too. Let's go! Let's go, boys! So much utility pressure in that.
Let's go, Shagnik!
A lot better from what we've been seeing.
Nice.
And it's stumped Loud.
Yeah. Sentinel's not wanting to go down quietly here. Dart dealt with.
A little bit of miscommunication there. Zekken wasn't sure that it was going to get broken, that Tens could see it.
Knife, re-tagged.
This is the first time we've seen someone trying to play an aggressive position on pipes.
Should give the indicator. I mean, Tens has no way to get out of this one. There's too many spots to really account for. Well, for what? It's messy. It's real damn messy. Looks like Zekken is still here and collects.
कोई बात नहीं Zekken bye.
Maybe a chance for Sentinels really setting themselves up in an advanced position.
First
times, yet Sadak says,
सड़क से उठा के स्टार
still something to say about it. Let's bring it into a 3v3 now with that util finally.
सादिक बिले साला हर बार नहीं मरूंगा मैं प्लांट पे.
It's about bleeding it out. Another tap online this time. In the wingman, Dizzy over the top. Zekken back into the.
Oh, what?
It's not quite seeing that one over the top below him. Does not anticipate it, but guess what? His teammates did. Swinging at precisely the right moments. So they're not out of it just yet. Not a long shot.
No, these last two rounds have been lovely from Sen. If they keep playing like this, there are certainly chances for them here. We'll see this from Zekken's perspective again. They hit two great shots there. But also, the defensive utility is lovely. They're throwing great util to stop the plant going down, and then they're finding a timing to then flash and pop back out to re-fight Loud. When Loud don't really have utility available. Sadak anticipated it, fell back, but they didn't win the duels. This is aggressive.
Yeah, time to show some disrespect, and he does get the value from it.
Sadak playing that spot way more aggressively than Zelsis was too, offering himself up as a pick. Kawanzin gets ult online. Can they cook some kind of play based off the Hunter's Fury? I think it's going to be difficult, especially when Tens is holding knife for anything like that.
And for Loud, I mean, you can feel they're trying to bait out these aggressive reclears.
Yep.
Just why, you know, the pump fake, waiting, throwing out a high tide, seeing if they're flashing the fight through. But
जाओगे?
Yeah, you've got to make the timings as difficult as possible to find them. 1 second.
So exposed. I mean, you've seen it. You've seen it. He is exposed, though. You are right. Many chances for him to be.
क्या कर रहे हो?
A multitude of angles. It's all about the reactions. Now, yes, he slashed dash, but it's not active. Here he goes. Dart.
क्या मुझे लगा होल्ड कर रहे हो?
Steps there away from it. Over the reswing now across. He saws him over the road, but he couldn't adjust the aim in time. Zelsis spamming and spraying and a bit of praying. Let's get the job done there with the removal onto 2 years. Kawazin, though, will not be pushed back and away. And QCK is his time to come alive. Over the top of rafters. Risks necessary in this spot, especially when you're a player down.
The pit invested in a 3v4 here.
That's dirty.
It does cover the spike.
Yeah, look at that. Stretches all the way over towards it, and he still has 2 snake bites as well. That will put the time pressure now onto Sentinels. This could be the 12th round for Loud. It's about how they navigate it. It's about how they sail through. A tap forwards now. What is the next wave of things? QCK traded. Already there. That's going to be the wingman, putting that pressure onto a Hunter's Fury. Skipping a hop over the top. And well, it's just been stuck in the middle of all of it.
उसने अल्ट नहीं किया.
Dude, Wingman does not take additional damage from the pit being there, and they just assumed that it did. They didn't deal with Wingman the entire time.
उसने अल्ट नहीं किया विंगमैन पे.
The player, the combination of pit and the vulnerable is just devastating. You can do nothing about that. But the Wingman
देखो अल्ट आया.
doesn't care about it.
नहीं अल्ट इस पे नहीं आया.
He is no man. He does not care.
देखो लास्ट में पहुंचा.
Sliggy losing his mind.
Oh my goodness.
Keep guns, keep guns. Off back rafter if you can get it. Actually, no, it's not.
Calm and collected though. We're straight back into things here. But Sen wrestling off the rounds now. Really making it almost even here. One step away from the 11.
आइसक्रीम भी ओपी गेको इसलिए मैंने बोला दी थी गेको लो.
इसलिए हम लोग खेलते थे. चालू किसने किया सबसे पहले इंडिया में?
हाँ मैंने.
Getting off a good retake there. Perhaps with a little bit of luck involved too, but they got themselves a player advantage. Zekken's been spotted.
मैं चालू किया ना बॉक्स गेको.
Try and speed it up, or do you want to go in a different direction? It looks like they want to just try and tackle it into A. Now, Zekken didn't use his dash again. Important to note that one, because now, as that util goes flying, still he's looking for the shot, can't adjust it. Time, still just sees the shoulder, but has to finally back away. He's going to get punished for that one with the count. Spam, a tap from Sadak. Get himself into the cove, locked down.
Love that. Early timing on the lockdown stops Loud from setting up to break it. And it's also not positioned over towards screens. Yes, it doesn't go as deep, but Zelsis is going to make sure that there aren't people playing these aggressive post-plant positions.
Throws them out and away.
ये टूट गया ना. सादिक ने जो नैनो स्वॉर्म डाला था.
Zekken just wants to take up the straight up fight attack. Baiting it out now. Nade, a bit short and shy off the mark there. Still damage is being done to a multitude of players. Only 3 left standing for Loud, but again, anyone could win it. You just have to rely on a bit of that RNG. Zet, Tens, pushing with the operator. SADAC still stands. Have on it, they don't have it. Still, John has got to stick it now. And a tap with a rifle, or praise. Praying from 2 years. Sentinels, barely there with 2 seconds just over.
They look in control of these retake situations.
So close, is it going to be a 2-0 or what?
In those spree of 4 rounds between 15 and 18 that Loud got online. The lockdown.
Second time out है ये Loud का दोनों use हो गए.
Teams have come up with protocols to be able to deal with the lockdown that's over towards screens. They have a player up aggressive, or they have some kind of, nade combo. SADAC has lineups for it too. But throwing that out in a different position over towards Heaven, and yeah, it's not optimized, but it's not going to get broken. You know they're not in aggressive positions, so you can start the retake proper. We've seen round 19-20, Sentinels won by dragging the clock down and putting a lot of pressure on the plant itself and put Loud in a tough spot. Now they've also demonstrated in round 21 and 22 that
सारे timeouts use हो गए ये map के.
really good as well, especially when it's held with ultimates. This is now anybody's game. It felt like it was Loud's completely until this streak.
क्या लग रहा है अभी OT? Shagnik, OT? Next map या फिर SEN 2-0?
We were singing the praises of Louder there. International experience.
Sorry, मैं इतना क्वेश्चन का आंसर नहीं दे.
Adjusted on the big
अरे एक choose करो. क्या लग रहा है तुमको?
They were looking just initially, but you're right. I mean, Sentinels, they've also been slowly building up a repertoire. Their CV's looking long.
Sunset देखना है.
Please let me focus.
अच्छा.
Bringing it to a team like Loud, 11-11.
और focus करके.
And all of this without Zek really finding too much value from the operator in the last couple of rounds, right? He's trying to take the timings and he's finding good openings, but he's not landing the shots. Here it looks like he wants to try and take this timing instantly underneath the tube, aiming for less.
Drops down, only sees the turret.
It's the turret actually.
Drone utilized by Loud though. It's going to be pushing up and taking this space with a lockdown. Feels like a B hit. Should be a B hit. Second. Where are you going? With 4 seconds left, is this being held for? Yes. Look at that awareness. Jump spot, jiggle peek. Holy! Jump dash, but he cannot escape it. SADAC was hot on the heels. Set to punish it.
Bago.
Thrash being used just off the initial.
I'll be used.
Doesn't really spot anything at all. In fact, no detainments because QCK again lurking up through, spots it out with a nanoswarm.
Wow, ये क्या nanoswarms थे ना? मैं भी लगाऊंगी डब्बे में nanoswarm.
Les gets dropped. So now it's going to be a 4v4.
Dabba swarm.
Backside gained.
Hi, will do.
Plan for SADAC. Not going to be pushed away this time. Moshpit just a little bit too delayed and late. It's going to be setting themselves up potentially in a favored counter here with the retake of Sentinels. Jump spot, just seeing, but he does back away. So now with the alarm bot, bit of spam, bit of spray. Spot flash play. Tens, man. Damage done though. Had the knife out. Wasn't expecting that follow up, especially with 2 years there. But what can he really do in this spot? V3. Have to find one of the fights, and Celsius isn't keen on giving him it. Now Sassy sticking.
It's not our plan.
Options dwindling. It's a high-low face. And that is up to 12 now for Sentinels. This is an absolutely incredible resurgence from this team on this map in particular. They're looking to seal this one up in 2.
I think Loud played
a side pe tap karke ye bhag rahe kya
the
karke
retake was too much for them. 3 rounds in a row now. The flash to be able to catch QCK is lovely, and then SEN players playing high-low positions.
Basic rakhenge to jeet jayenge lag raha hai.
Yeah, it's great.
Andak, don't do that, bro. I told you Shagni wants to see sunset map. Then why are you doing this? Take OT now.
And set up a date with Gen G.
Aggressive.
Hello, basically.
Here it is.
Nice. Go OT now. Go.
Just tried to flick to the side. It was actually Tens who was the one who went down there to a bit of random spam. Updraft and away. Back in. Got to respect now at a reckoning.
It's incredible that SEN are winning these rounds while the early fights are going so terribly for them.
SADAC with the plan. Not going to be pushed back. You got to think now. Loud. Again, surely set up for success, but I said that last time. It was SEN who ended up taking it, but this time there's a player, there's a
Sadak, I told you now.
2 shoulder round to the back. 2 years showing presence. A little jiggle and offset.
But I told him.
Not going to expect Kawazin, and he's still here, alive and kicking. weaving in and out, dodging, juking, playing with his team, spraying them all the way.
Nice. बोलिए ना मैं सुन रहा है मेरा.
Finally, Loud able to get that round that's been eluding them for so long, and we're treated to an overtime.
क्या बोला?
Huge performance from Loud, not allowing their resolve to crumble. A reminder, we've obviously never had that 2-0 between these teams this year. We've had more back and forth occurrences. That little resurgence from SEN has taken us to a spot where it does look like a possibility, unless Loud can dig deep.
Yeah, revisiting it. Of course, it was Loud, you know, they won that one 2-0 in there.
हम रिव्यू करेंगे कल बैठ के ये मैचेस में कब उसने क्या, ठीक है? मुझे टाइम स्टैम्प लेके बताना शैकने को, ओके? रिव्यू करेंगे ना साथ में.
Pushed once more. Dart. Broken. QCK forwards position as the sides are switched around. We know he's been getting aggressive. The question is, SEN gonna pushed away from this now. Dizzy didn't even really connect. I mean, he was so close to the corner, but he doesn't land the shot, so backs away. Showing presence there with the operator. He wants a second goal at things. Dizzy, not expecting it. The rest allowed backing.
क्या किया ये?
It's all over the bloody place.
Fazin could have gotten more, यार.
Stand here from Sentinels.
Could have gotten.
Gonna be a difficult situation for John and Celsius to recover.
Could have gotten both ना वो जिस हिसाब से. But तो ऐसे स्प्रे करने लगा.
Would be that one. They've got to be concerned about the wall. Les can drop it at any point to try to set up a double face.
जाओगे brother आप.
आप मुंबई आ रहे हो.
क्या? 3 HP. I thought the turret would get it, but he killed us instead. What? Sadak safe. Sadak.
He now has Pit. He does have the Pit, but does he choose to offload it? Of course he does. It's OT. And now drops it down. Evacuating the one.
Oh, Tuiz. कौन बोला?
Tuiz भाई आप जा रहे हो अगले मतलब you know?
आप मुंबई आ रहे हो.
Slipping away. But Loud, after getting that recovery in round 24, now put themselves up to map point. QCK going for the force buy. The glass cannon operator ended up getting some of that value. You can see John looks gutted. He wasn't able to pull that one off. So we're going into it. SEN kept to 12. Zekan is going for the same thing, the glass cannon op. They have not found success with this particularly. But they've been winning anyway. A lot of those defensive rounds towards the end.
I know Loud, they set their sights over towards B. That's no way. The spam.
Very close.
Nearly tagging him up, draft over the top. That's QCK.
Ooh, is it gonna be sunset?
The rest of his team, this is it. Set up for success. Set up for map 3. And you got to top of the road.
Yeah.
Accurate there, running and gunning, but tens dealt with. Dropped. And a retake with the op.
Sunset both. Sunset both है.
So 14 to 12.
Why are you shouting?
We are going all the way.
Why are you shouting?
It deserves a map 3 this series.
My mic, I will be as loud as I want. I will be loud if I want to.
Difficult for Loud to deal with, but they found the adjustment in the final moment.
Am I too loud for you?
And the rest of the crew. I think QCK played a blinder.
You're loud for everyone.
Is this too loud, guys?
Absolutely. I mean,
set up for a good one.
It is set up for a good one. Sunset will be the decider, and what a map to end on for both of these teams. It's bound to be magical, so do not go anywhere.
Don't hurt his sentinels. मैं क्या बोल रही हूँ शाग्निक सुनो ना. शाग्निक सुनो ना.
सुन रहा हूँ.
2 मिनट मेरी चैट से बात करो ना, मैं हाथ धो के आती हूँ.
काम करो, चैट एक दूसरे के साथ बात कर लो. एक दूसरे को बोलो कैसे हो। पूछो कैसे हो एक दूसरे से, कभी पूछा है? हेलो हेलो। यस गाइस, यस गाइस। अज्यूम करो जैसे मैं बात, हम लोग मेरे से बात कर रहे हो। हंसो 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 हंसो, जोक्स मारा, जोक्स जोक्सिंग जोकिंग। हा हा हा। थैंक यू थैंक यू। पागल हो गए सब मेरा जोक सुन के। ठीक है, अक्षर 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 तो ओवर एक्टिंग हो रहा है। पैसा काट इसका। जब भी ओवर एक्टिंग हो रहा है अंकिता को समझ जाएगा। थैंक्स नाइट बॉट।
क्या?
हेलो, आ गई?
क्या जोक मारा शाग्निक? हेलो? हाँ?
क्या क्या?
क्या बोले चैट को?
कुछ नहीं, सब हंस रहे थे एकदम।
क्यों?
बस। जोक
कुछ?
बोलू?
हाँ।
अंकिता थे।
ये जोक मारी तो इसलिए मेरी चैट इतने हंस रही है।
नहीं नहीं, मस्त जोक मारा।
जोक
तुमने बात
मारा?
करने बोला, बात कर रहा था मैं।
हाँ करो करो बात करो।
नहीं, हो गया मेरा।
नहीं नहीं मैं बात नहीं कर रही, करो करो बात करो।
अरे मेरा 12 बज गए, आज का कोटा कंप्लीट।
चुप रहो, 12 बजे अभी तो चालू हुआ है नया कोटा ना, 12 बजे नया दिन होता
तो
है।
नया कोटा अभी थोड़ी खत्म कर
कर
दूंगा।
दो खत्म, पूरे दिन मेरे से बात नहीं करोगे वैसे भी, कल चलो। ये इसके जैसे ये चेन और ब्रेसलेट पहनो ना गोल्ड का शाग्निक।
हाँ, मुन्ना भाई बन जाता हूँ।
इसने इतना पतला वाला पहना है, मुन्ना भाई थोड़ी लग रहा है वो। एक्सक्लूसिव था जोक, मेरे को नहीं सुनने मिलेगा बाद में। कोई नहीं, शागनिक बाद में मेरे लिए भी एक्सक्लूसिव जोक्स मारना, फिर तुम और मैं हंसेंगे, ठीक है?
नहीं, तुम्हारे नहीं है कोई जोक,
क्यों?
सिर्फ चैट है।
मेरे को जोक्स नहीं सुनाओगे?
नहीं।
क्यों? क्यों?
ऐसे ही।
तो मेरे को फिर बाद में कोई दूसरा नया जोक सुना,
ठीक।
ठीक है? ये मैं भी जोक सुनूंगी। अगर आज सैन जीती तो मैं पूरी रात पढ़ूंगा, लाउड जीती तो मैं पूरी रात पढ़ूंगा। वाह वेदांत, मतलब आज आप पूरी रात पढ़ोगे? वाह। पफ, मैं इतनी मेहनत करने वाली हूँ। नए आए हो, केमिस्ट्री में पास हो गया, वाह। अब मैं 12th में आ गया, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन सिद्धांत ऑन ज्वाइनिंग 12th स्टैंडर्ड।
Excuse me,
Hmm?
can you please mute your mic while you're talking to others?
No, I want you to listen to me.
I don't want to listen.
I don't want
I
you
want
to
a good
go
night's sleep.
through, I don't want you to suffer from a lack of Ankkita's voice.
Then I won't suffer, trust me.
No, you are suffering.
Who's?
You were very sad today. Whole day you were crying. DM told me.
Who?
DM.
He is crying.
I can't make jokes. I'm on stream.
Battles. This map's going to be important. Only one of these American squads get that guaranteed spot in the top 3.
Yeah, Loud. They've done so much already to push it to here. Let's see Brennan Saito if they can get their revenge.
Revenge would be fantastic for this Loud squad. I mean, they could be hunting for it off the back of the regional finals, but
Shagnik Sunset है तीसरा map.
task ahead of them, still heading to Sunset.
Thank you.
Especially with Sentinels making it as difficult as possible for them to get it over that final hurdle. To go to OT for Icebox, chances we could have seen it just end in a 2-0 for Sentinels themselves.
Absolutely possible, but I got to tell you, Brent, out of all 3 maps that we had in the pool today, the one I'm most excited for is this here, Sunset. Because even though Sen won last time they matched up, I think Loud are a dangerous team to go up against, especially in decider maps like this. So here we go into the pistol. 3 players from Loud grouped up towards mid. And this map might end up playing out a little like Split, where Sen want to be cautious on the attacking side and bait out Loud into making the play.
It's really in a util, got to be ready though. Dart doesn't reveal Zekken.
How does that not reveal Zekken?
There must be a bit of geometry maybe?
Yeah. Just a little safe pocket in the corner. But that really looks like a preset plan, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
To insert Zekken here behind this segment of the Viper wall for him to be able to maneuver later on.
Thanks to the presence of it, with the door shut down.
चालू हो गया?
हाँ.
It's actually 2
You're not watching?
pushed up over towards A that I've got my eyes on at the moment.
You should be watching on my stream.
Like I said, on Split, the Loud compositions require a lot of jiggling without
because
the
of your
Sentinel.
brain lag.
Here's the flash being sent flying, lucky to not die. SEN running and wading away, backwards running and gunning with the frenzy. Only had 4 bullets left and he still managed to land that shot, so player disadvantage. Here for Sentinels, get themselves the site, will be the plant on top of it, but what is the call after the fact?
Loud have so much utility on right.
Says बच्चा भी वापस ले, trust me.
Going down. They don't have as much to work with here.
Barely missing. Flash pushing them away there. Paranoia was bad, yet still they face it with the guns
before.
all the way behind them. Dizzy up onto it. It's going to be alerting the attention of these Sentinels players back and around, but they have so much to deal with now. The push and the pull of these Loud players is just too elite.
Well handled there.
Wow.
The pistol for Loud.
My favorite map is not Sunset. I actually really like Ascent for some reason.
One of the big things they were amazing at was watching for the lurks through mid. And Sentinels on this pistol tried to do something very similar. They insert Zekken deep up mid, create a distraction elsewhere, and try to get value with Zekken creeping through. SEN is always wary of that kind of stuff. And here, Sen forced to try to fight a bit more aggressive in the post plant. Just couldn't quite find it. Just got squeezed. Having said that, though, with the kills that Sen got online, they're looking to try to force into the next.
I feel like the money's good enough.
And they got quite a few kills. I mean, 3 kills plus the plant. It's not a bad buy.
What direction do you take it into? Looks like mid, the initial goal, slow and steady.
This is a real gamble, though. If it doesn't pay off for Sen, they're going to give Loud so much momentum in terms of the economy, the ultimates. You know, QCK might well have the ult online at the end of this. He's gone and picked up the ult orb on A.
Breaking the door with the pistols. Trying to avoid notifying Loud that they have forced up into this. Dizzy wide, with the flash. It's all connected together. QCK has to respect that one, just backing.
B split, B split.
Drone doesn't clear
it. Didn't clear Zekken again. This spot is such a blind spot in the way that Loud are playing mid. That's wild.
There's major chances for Zekken to just, again, creep his way in there.
But like I'm saying, Bren, EDG tried this kind of setup where, you know, they cause the distraction and get a lurk. And Sadak or Kawanzi just shut it down every time.
Kawanzin बोल रहा है वो, Kawanzin.
Drifting away here, Boombot. Use the flash, all in conjunction. Now to Dizzy, all the way through market. Nothing to really stand their ground, but Lex is still going to try and do it otherwise. ADS firing them down as well. The bullet tag's just slowing them ever so slightly. Enough for Sadak to get that one, but a plan. Now down here for Sen, no pushback from it, so they can start to play this post plan, but do they really want to do this? Just with the stingers. It's like an awkward one to try and play into, especially when Kawazin has almost all of his util. A few more seconds left, and he will have the fault line, but there it is. Sends out the aftershock, out wide, forces Celtics, no kill. Paranoia used in response to this one, and a second flash sets them back up with a deep smoke.
नहीं पहुंचा है, बैठ जा, trust me. तू मत जा, Kawanzin. तेरे पे अच्छी गन है, तू पीछे रह.
How नहीं है वो?
Kawanzin. Kawanzin.
What causing? Causing what?
Kawanzin.
Sticking it through, and no damage, not enough. Not with the stingers. That's barely scraping through.
And Sadak's on the defuse. He got headshot by a stinger, and he just tanked it.
Yeah, did not care.
He just shrugged it off. And look at this. You see the stars sprinkling up around his head.
Kawanzin.
Full confidence in the rest of the team. It is so difficult to cover the diffuser in that situation when there's a flank.
पीछे हो.
And Tens throws that smoke. You just can't
Next round के 06, 05, 04 नहीं?
Navigated that round and all the danger it posed are going to be set up quite nicely.
पीछे हो.
Doesn't really matter about the too much. 2 players spotted from the cam. Fast is the call here for Sentinels. Looking for a couple of kills, but out wide a little bit too much. Celsius and QCK. The target you really want to be prioritizing.
Come on,
these kills
Sentinel.
He gets his ult online, which he already does. I mean,
yeah, he already had it.
अच्छा सादिक को रुकने बोलना था क्या? मुझे लगा तुम कुछ लाउड ही जीते.
So the gamble that Sen went for, it's difficult to assess
Sentinel finals में जाए.
because we're only seeing it
Yeah?
having failed, but really there was a lot of danger there. And
You are on Sentinel side. ठीक है सादिक, देखो पिछला मैप मैंने तुमको बोला था कि थर्ड मैप तक लेके आना है, लेकिन थर्ड मैप जीतना है ऐसे नहीं बोला था, क्योंकि शायद में कुछ Sentinels जीते. So even though you're like an amazing team and a lovely gameplay this series, you know, but this map you need to give it up.
To develop some even footing for themselves. Dizzy just to see whether anybody's trying to contest into mid.
Interestingly enough, I mean, 2 years has opted for.
अदिति को फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा, जो टीम पे ब्रीच है उसको अदिति सपोर्ट करेगी. Very clear. Yeah. She has brand new started playing Valorant and she's learning new agents and she just took breach ace today and she's on जो breach खेल रहा है वो टीम के साइड. Okay. उधर ही ऊपर आया है.
Does he anticipate Tens being up top though, inside the one way?
Maybe a punish in sight here. 2 players left. Will the smoke fade in time? Still waiting for it. It is bizarre as a flash. Repeat now.
Oh, short.
Tens भाई कैसे कर लेते हो ये सब?
Paranoia. Tap from Tens with the move.
गोली खत्म हो रही बाबा.
Still, QCK dropped back to 30 health. Now,
कौन इसकी अल्ट है फिनिक्स की?
play into this one with the ult. Might even choose to do so. Makes a real difference here, but Sassy does have his ult back online. Picked up from Prior, and here it is, the second round of things. Thrash. Spawn, broken to pieces. Cleared a close left corner, but still Who does want to just try and take a fight there. John QT tucked as well. A lot to clear in this spot. And just walking right over him, QCK. There's that tray with the pop flash now. Through, but still with a util in his hands. Caught lacking and slacking.
देखा बोला ना मैंने बोल दिया मैंने साले को ठीक है
They decided not to invest, thought they weren't favored enough, and have kept that. So the bonus round doing a little bit of damage, not too much. A lot of it coming down to that play from TenZ.
Oh yeah.
His omen on this map is so creative and flashy. It's wild. Well, I thought there was a good chance he was going to just pick up everybody there.
Yeah, looked like it. Maybe a few more bullets he could have done it, but yeah. He's just that guy when it comes to this map on the omen.
So pretty classic defensive setup here for Loud with QCK and Kawanzine holding over towards A. They do have 3 or 4 different defensive setups that they like to cycle through. And SEN trying to figure out which one they're going for is important. Loud also love going to the switch and closing the door in mid. It's something that they prioritize all the time, whether it's less or 2E's doing it. And you can hear it now. It's just gone down. That gives SEN some information.
Fault line.
Yeah, force out the fault line early. Somewhat early in the round.
Yeah. Trouble is with the door being closed down in her face, it does force SEN to just go back.
I've lost Aditya. Hi, RC.
Throw it in like they could be defaulting into a different direction.
This pause in the round
of a crossfire.
This pause in the round is really going to incentivize risks from QCK and Kawanzine.
You can hear it. TenZ lacking the info. His jump spotting is punished for it.
TenZ has cleared out the whole of elbow.
He knows exactly where you are.
Or theft as well.
Exactly.
Confirmation. Now the smoke's going to be dropped down. Play it down. Will be the plant. Sentinels get themselves into it here. Player advantage.
Go side, Baba.
No, keep my open and close your room door.
Just yet though. Grouped up together. Nade. Oh, it's a bit of a blunder. Can't swing into that one. It was anticipated for him. Paranoia in front of it. Sadak, he had to be the playmaker there, and he was not. Drop down now. Flash of their own. TenZ repositions on top of Jenny. Vulnerable. Snake bite. Goodness me.
Everyone on Loud saving.
Yeah.
They just don't even want to get back into this. A blunder from Zelsis, sure. But TenZ then anticipated that they would try to follow up on that, sent the paranoia through, and was able to isolate the duel onto Sadak. SEN have got enough players who understand the rhythm of the game and can make plays like that to try to turn situations in their favor.
Shivam, enjoy your dinner.
Advantage that Loud had to work with. It's getting chipped away at here.
I mean, this is essentially Eagle Up. I mean, 2 of the players can't be mine.
Yeah. And look, just seeing that on the replay again, it's such a large punish onto QCK. And it's all due to that freeze that John QT calls into the round. They force out the fault line, and then they freeze everybody, group up A main, and look to try to punish the info peak. It's so similar to how they were approaching their split attack side with the real slow, patient game. At some point, Loud need info on defense.
That's when the punishes come through. Different combination with a util being used. This time Dizzy up in the air, flash through into elbow.
And it's all fake presence. As Sentinels quickly, after going for their default utility, group up on B. They shouldn't be too worried about B main with the door being closed.
I'll be looking for an orb on Zelsis. Or online, we'll be able to go for the B pop. Or not. Just avoiding it.
It's not as important against a Cypherless comp.
Yeah. It's true. Now the nades and flashes do go flying though with a satchel play. Sets up second deep into the angle. Decay damage kicking in, almost getting brought down himself. He's on 60 health. He's going to be a thorn in their side though when this retake starts to come online for Loud.
Yeah, he's very isolated.
Very isolated. Smoke to play in. Wants to try and get in and rule that angle over the top. Now reflank from mid, but already.
The timing actually here from John looks fairly good.
Yeah, he has to
get
a move on, but it's up to the rest of his team, I think, to dissuade and push them back. Yeah,
Oh!
He does catch it. QCK just alive no longer.
वो नहीं देख रहा है पीछे देख रहा है नहीं देख रहा है
left really scrambling, looking for options, and they've decided to take the fight. Force him to win. Twins that. Get out of here. Still no tap on Twitter. Pressure's mounting, incredibly so. 2 years facing with all the kills. You're joking, but the time.
फट गया
वो कैसे
What a focus round.
What is that? What an
वो
absolutely
क्या कर रहे हैं?
ludicrous round. Loud did such a good job of putting pressure forwards into B main. That's where most of the post plant on B is going to come from.
देखो
Is
ना
this battle about who can dominate B main control. And Loud really did a great job of that. Being able to, I mean, they should have been able to catch 10s earlier. Let's go. But the flank timing coming in from John and 10s and John buying so much time. Ending that round in such a weird fashion. Yeah.
मेरे को बोल रहे हो?
हाँ.
कौन सी वाली चेयर?
ये secret lab.
Secret labs? कौन सा कलर में?
Options क्या है?
वेबसाइट पे देखो ना कितने सारे ऑप्शंस है.
ऐसा भी बोल रही है फिर बोलेगी.
Holding the angle, but actually Fuel going to be fading. What is that? Just pre-aiming, anticipating it for seconds. So.
लेकिन बोला मेरे दोस्त को कैसे मारा?
कैसे?
Necessary kill for him. He's not having a great start to this map, but
जैकलिन का 2 किल हो गया पिछले राउंड तक 0 थे. ये बात है. आ रहा अल्ट भी आ रहा है. देखो इसको प्लांट भी दे दिया. अभी उसकी पार्टी करने का मूड है.
Back into them, showstopper to use. There's a bit of a reaction into this one, and second, his whole goal is to really slow this one down. TP dodging out of the way. On top of the box, they're going to expect this one to drone. We'll see it, tags him up. So eventually, Tens will be spotted into this one and done spot. And QCK through the wall, favored for it. That's the wallbang angle on top of it now. It's an interesting fight to be taken. John QT turns it into a 2 versus 2. 2 tagged up by the knife, but just a tap. Onto the head, spots it now, Celsius. So much more in this position, Sadak feeling frantic.
Oh!
Does he have it? I don't know.
No, he doesn't, he doesn't, he doesn't, he doesn't, he doesn't, he doesn't, he doesn't.
Oh my goodness!
साड़क को पता था, देखा वो हाथ उठा के.
हाँ, मैं वही बोली कि ऐसे कर रहा है, लेकिन इसको पता है कि हुआ है कि नहीं. सादक को पता है, भाई सादक मेरे से स्मार्ट है.
Sadak's able to win that one in the 1v1.
सादक नहीं है, सड़क है, सड़क.
दिखाओ दिखाओ सादक को क्या क्या था. दिखाओ दिखाओ. Sit down, I have time. पहले स्टार्ट में he was like हो रहा है, and then he's like हो रहा है.
I mean, the economy's taking a bit of a tumble.
Oh.
Weird, dodgy buys across the board.
Kangzin and QCK dominate A main to start this round out. That allows them to build up towards the Phoenix ult. Second and 10s are looking to try to explore mid again. They haven't done this in a while.
Hello, ult to try and fake the presence over towards A, maybe even pin to some of these players. And yeah, they're just barreling all the way through into mid. There's an A. Watched it. Celtics still here. John QT though, they're just trying to dominate this one. This one singular position. They do control A main. It's throwing a bit of chaos into the mix. In through the back of the side, just spots the elbow, and 10s looking this way, that way, didn't know where the players were going to be coming from. Sassy, last one left. Could have been granted one extra, gets the one, backs out, 50 seconds in the round.
It always gets me listening to the Brazilian fans chanting against Sassy. It just seems so wrong.
Reload करना पहले सासी कुछ भी करे.
Didn't opt to reload, didn't want to give away any sound cues.
If he finds a timing to separate individuals, maybe
reload कर सासी.
Doesn't have to be anywhere near the plant.
Please.
Everyone on Loud is so grouped. They're going to make mistakes. They don't think he's there on the angle in time. He's caught himself into the 1 versus 2. Oh, slow line here for Sadak, but he doesn't really find a time to use it, but the dart reveals all. Sassy has to pull off an absolute miracle. 5 HP drop down, backing away. Now, wide!
Oh!
Sassy!
Wow!
Beastly performance against the former team. Silence in the Brazilian crowd.
That clutch is like a dagger to the heart of Loud. Unbelievable.
1v4 Sassy.
I've seen Sassy get these before when he was playing in Americas. It's all down to him playing the Gecko. The fact he can be so far away from where the plant goes down, his positioning is just immaculate in that situation. Loud enough thinking about it.
Sassy is a player. We needed to see a big step up. More than 6 when it comes to those first kills. Wasn't having a good game. Pre-fire with a knife, less lucky. Relatively unscathed, all things considered there. Just backing away from the rifle. Being rained down. Massive round though. Still left reeling myself. Flash.
वो ले रहा है, ये ले रहे हैं,
Senpai to respond.
And Lauda going
वो ले रहे हैं, ये ले रहे हैं, वो
They
utility
send back off here, thinking that it's a B stack because of all of that utility in their face. They may end up running into danger. John's watching it, and they do still have a trip there. But in terms of anticipating 4 players,
Oh yo, tens.
Half cleared. Now crossfire. Set up forward, an oral theft. Everybody scattered to the winds. Loud realise it. Okay, we've been found out. Got to back away now and just try and flood back into this. Do some economic damage. Util flying forwards here. I'll have to push away the plan though, so still. Spike down and out. Oh, hello, Juicy K.
Huh?
No turn on the fire. He's still alive here. I think there's too much danger.
it shouldn't be dangerous, but when the Loud players hit shots,
Just never know. Tap. QCK, hello. It's rattling their heads now. Already 2 taken, stricken off the list. Thrash has to be used. He popped the ult. He popped the ult, man.
He got caught by it, though.
He's trying to time it, yeah. Detained up into the corner here. Potentially winnable, though. Now, man, it's looking more likely. Finally fades away, and he's back into it, but here it is. The follow-up. With all the rifles on live.
Oh!
He doesn't have the time.
Oh, my God.
Shots, yaar.
It's unbelievable how close these
What?
rounds are getting, though. You know, but one team's got an enormous advantage. They've got rifles, they're in a post-plant position, and yet it still feels like any team can take it.
No, Nikhil, I'm not.
We've had some rounds go down to defuses. With a
I am gonna
fraction of a
celebrate
second
Holi though. I'm worried about how I continue my streak on
3
Holi.
played by Sassy.
I'm gonna celebrate during the day. I'm not sure if I'll be awake in the evening.
But not in a way that has immediate effect. But it's going to keep a lid on Sen's economy getting out of control and going to allow Loud some opportunities to maybe play some anti-ecos later on. But 5 out of 6 of the most recent rounds have all gone the way of Sentinels after Loud got off to that hot start. And to be honest with you, I'm not mad at all at the way that Loud are playing, because think back to Sassy's 1v3. Okay, in order to get into a 1v3 situation, Loud had to play that really well, and they did. They collected on the mid play. They got themselves into a player advantage. They just lost out because there's beasts on the other side of the stage.
There's no player on either of these rosters that doesn't deserve to be here. Everybody capable of stepping the hell up.
Speaking about that, when you look at the scoreboard, QCK is the player in position to do the most of that. It's less actually who we haven't seen as much from. Usually, we're expecting less to just be hyper consistent, finding his moments to have value, even though he's playing the Viper. With this composition, he does end up being pretty stuck over towards B. And Sen have been playing so grouped up, he hasn't really found those opportunities. Different defensive setup, though, again, being run here from Loud, as Kawanzin and QCK move their way over the B.
Just calling up the back of it. Now 2 years. This time, standing strong, just trying to brave the onslaught as well. Russia players now ready to push him back and away.
Zels is getting the ult online, can counter Sadak. You can see Sadak getting set up to go for the ult. Oh, they just rip it anyway.
Okay. Send it out wide. Smoke's not even propped up yet. Zekken in position, breaking. This for the dart. Now a plant. Some extra layer of this one. Sentinels, do they have anything cooked up to try and fight this one further?
Normally, a lot of utility early for plant denial.
Hunter's Fury. Molly's going to be used towards the back of the side. Hunter's Fury. There's the connection. Zekken falls. Couple of beams of that one, but still not being dislodged from these positions. Tent up top. Familiar angle. Has the ult now for the classic reposition. Ult into the back of the side. Could be anyone's game on a knife's edge. Every single instance. Tent sticking the... Well, not quite already with the ult into the back, but he has been cleaned up. 2 years there. It's a 1v2. Taps it. Gets Sassy, doesn't give him anything, still bides his time, waits it out, and now it has been fully drawn down to the final moments. All the kills going Loud's way, but not the round.
Same again. Same thing again. The retakes, they are effective, but just not enough to be able to get over the line for Loud. It's Ten's position, I think, here that is the magic. Look at him, the way that he's able to wiggle out and avoid being traded because he's got the pillar to dance around. It looks lovely. The way that Sen are setting up these post plants is dealing with a lot of what Loud are going for. And when you saw Loud demolish EDG here, one of the things they were doing on their AoE takes was throwing in a lot of plant denial, making it uncomfortable for EDG to get into good post-plant spots. Well, they can't do that when Zelsis is ulting them.
Shadows traveling. Possible. Util cut away. And all these close rounds just going down straight to the wire. Again, economy. It's not good.
No. And how many times have we said that? It's just been a running theme. Normally, because SEN get out to such a hot start in every half, this time they actually had to grind their way back into ecoing Loud. And off the back of a 1v3 from Sassy too.
Ridiculous recovery. Oh, there's danger there though with these Loud players. They're opting for a stack over towards B. 2 years again. Same spot he's been playing in time and time again.
Good
Really
call, John.
disrespecting them though. Just holding the angle for some util. Needs to. Is this a paranoia?
Yeah, I mean, what is the timing of this?
I don't know. I mean,
Oh, पांचों blind हो गए ना?
maybe just hearing the footstep, but none of the flash is connecting. Gives up the space, just seeking to delay as long as possible. Sentinels though, looking likely they're going to have an open sight. 2 years is really trying to make this feel like there's lots of players here. Nades forward, so they just spam the box in the common angles. They do deal with him, and finally the flood defense is here in time, but can Loud do anything about it? Beautiful dart. Everybody lit up here, even with the stingers, there's danger. Danger.
Oh!
Stunts, but still with the rifles.
Holy. It's tens again, man. You can't get away from him. Playing that post-plant position over towards A-Link, swings around, gets 3, and saves the rest of his team.
I mean, they needed it.
They were all barreled up in sight. It looked
Bunker it
over.
down, man. Bunker it down. That's a terrible post-plant to be playing against.
Yeah.
Or playing in position, at least.
Well, you see how much more difficult it looks for Sentinels when Loud are close by, able to flood defend and throw that utility to put pressure on them before they can get into post-plant positions. And Tens bails them out, top of the scoreboard, doing things fantastically, playing from similar spots.
Deep cross-map knife. Be landing over towards market.
And that's going to give them a good idea about what the defensive setup looks like, because often QCK is going to be on A.
So a good indicator now. Just waiting for the right time to strike. Thrash. Regenerated the util. They cut up the side actually through the back here. There's a detainment into mid, but won't be any follow-up. At least onto that one. QCK should be alive as well. He's got some backup from the rest of it. Plan now down, and it looks like this might be another funny round.
Loud are playing really heavily for backside B control, which is going to allow them to get players in, flooded.
Hit it as well. Just to play for it. QCK does
ये
have
कर
his
ले
own ult now.
United.
Run it back.
वापस से आ गया. Come on, let's go.
Just in time, but just let it loose. Be seeing if he can hunt
Oh,
down a few of these
let's
kills. And yep,
go.
Zelsis caught. Util out in his hands. Wasn't really quite aware of that one. Dizzy tagging away. Zekken spammed. Dart. Here we go. Only 3 players left now. Loud. Fast on the approach.
तीनों मेन पे है. आए फ्लैश किए, थूक दिए इस पे, मॉली कर दिया उधर. कुछ बचा ही नहीं है टेंस के पास जाने. जगह ही नहीं. नाइस. थोड़ा टफ, अच्छा क्लोज मैच चलता है, मजा आता है देखने में. समझ रहे हो?
Plenty of chances.
It's an awesome half. So many of the rounds could have gone either way and were decided on the tiniest of margins. But I think Loud really figured something out there in that final round. The pit to be able to flood into back B site and the way that they dealt with the aggressive players forwards was lovely. It was anybody's game though. And I think Loud need really another pistol to be able to get back into this.
Yeah. It's hard to say, but so tightly contested. The exception of being our first map, but it has just been back and forth we go between these two teams. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Half time, half time. My phone just randomly opened YTCam and showed my.
Sou o Kalanzinho, sou iniciador da Loud. Senti muito bem. A EDG é time que
तूने पिछले राउंड देखा था ना, but can you diffuse? तो वो कैम खोल के तेरे को दिखा रहे थे. See yourself.
É player, é star player e acho que ele não performou tão bem, então acho que
Did you get the answer?
O motivo disso foi
They can diffuse.
hoje que estava muito boa. Então acho que depois que a gente corrigiu os erros contra a Genji, a gente estava bastante confiante já. Acho que a partida contra a FPX deu uma confiança muito boa pra gente, então acho que a gente esperaria que ia ganhar sim deles, mas ninguém esperaria esse stomp, né? Cara, a gente não esperava isso, mas acho que nós tivemos um plano de jogo muito bem executado pela nossa parte.
30 seconds. They have no map control. They are just looking to take it to the elbow. The flash, perfect. He hasn't killed anyone yet, but QCK, he just slaughtered every member remaining of EDG.
Eu acho que a Sentinels é um dos melhores, ou se não, o melhor time aqui do campeonato de Madrid. Cara, acho que o diferencial deles é que eles jogam muito bem como equipe. Quer dizer, tem o star player que é o Ziken, mas eles jogam muito bem como um time e acredito que todo mundo pode performar muito bem lá e ganhar um clutch ou talvez levar a partida sozinho. Rapaziada, muito obrigado pela torcida, quero agradecer muito principalmente a minha família, meus amigos que me mandam mensagem no WhatsApp, me ligam. Tô muito feliz que a gente conseguiu fazer isso e classificar pro playoff. Só quero pedir vocês fãs que continuem confiando na gente, a gente vai dar o nosso melhor e vamos tentar conquistar esse título pra casa. É isso, tamo junto.
तो पता है एक टीम था वो लोग का ब्राजीलियन टीम है क्लाउड ही था पता नहीं कौन सा टीम था वो लोग का स्पॉन्सर पता है कौन था बर्गर किंग
है इनका ही है अभी भी है इनके जर्सी के राइट वाले इस पे देखो आम पे दिखा आम दिखा दूसरा वाला आम पे गलत आम दिखाने बोल दिया मैंने उसको
has been not so much SEN getting the advantage at the beginning of the round, but just having really strong ways of being able to close things out. TenZ has been amazing in those spots. And so we go into a pistol, which is insanely important, especially for Loud, I think, to be able to get online. Complete contacting up. Zelsis picks a mid-round timing. Knife destroyed. Could be anybody there.
TenZ back and out. Still open towards his back. Okay.
So close to getting punished there.
Very close. I mean, Les was quick onto the angle, onto that avenue of opportunity.
Yeah.
Flood out now, facing with the body. Paranoia backing up.
Oh.
That's unreal. It's blind as the fadeaway. Damage has been done definitely to Zelsis here. Single shot will do it. Touch close. There it is, straight to the chest. Brings him down. John can't do much. So Loud with that pistol round, you got to think. Back in charge.
Yeah, looking good for it. To have not won a pistol round the entire series and then get both of them in the decider map could end up being crucial. No way of knowing yet. But SEN are certainly not going to force into this one again. On the defense side, not as many kills. That's a ridiculous kill though. That is a ridiculous one. But the fact that QCK was the tip of the spear is going to start building his way up to the Phoenix ult.
Welcome.
And Loud started that with such a contacting approach.
To give anything away. Main benefit of it being that Loud, they have tons of util left saved for the big site hit, especially over towards A. Difficult one to try and get through. To clear through elbow, lots of corners.
I think Loud have got the read now that this was not a heavy A setup. They are just charging their way forwards.
Yeah.
As soon as they don't meet people early, they realize that they've essentially got a free plant off.
It's a good post-plant position as well, just for the spike to be dropped down, laid down, snake bite.
It looks like SEN are going to send utility here, rather than trying to save it.
SEN are sending you.
They can take an early fight, and you're right. I mean, could get costly. Normally you want to be saving these pieces of util, but clearly Sentinels thinking, feeling like it could be winnable, but not with the gun disadvantage.
No, I mean, keep an eye on the SEN retakes on A once we have rifles online, but that was very easily cleaned up. I think that's going to put people in positions where they need to go for light armor. It could end up being important against the Bulldog and the Stinger. You know, the fact that they ended up investing there in the utility to go for the retake. But I think SEN are going to be confident in those kind of rounds once guns are online. Their comp can just util dump spots on A. It's very difficult to hold on to post plants. That was most of the metagame actually that we saw in the last time that these teams faced on Sunset, was how they approached the A retakes.
The bonus round now to be cooked up for Loud. They've got plenty of danger in it. I mean, that ran it back earned. QCK, this guy is frying. I mean, he's 20 and 10 currently. In the top of the score. At the top here, though. Oh, tap and a face. That contact play style finally punished.
I mean, what a spray from Zelsis. Yeah. They're trying to punish the orb pick up there, and they both get sprayed down. Targeted the Paranoia onto a spot that TenZ is often liking to play, but it's second up there this time. In market. The trip not broken though, they know it's fake market pressure. Yeah, this is a weird one. No way. Did they spot a hint of 2Es? Was there that question mark on the minimap? Yeah, pinged out, I think.
Yep, it is. Leaning this way. Celsius. He is a low player. He decides to fight anyway, not set up onto that angle with any form of util. Sassy now, he's in a one and done. Dart has to be broken and he's revealed his position now. This is problematic. Still
util now. 10
Volt!
behind them.
No!
Paranoia. There is that swing, and that's a spike.
हाँ देख मैं आई एक second में.
Most of his team nowhere near here. Les is the last one standing.
This flank from Sen has worked beautifully, but the Loud players barely reacted. I don't think they knew where that paranoia was coming from. Has left Les in a 1v3 in a much worse position than Sassy was when he was able to get the plant down.
Yeah, I mean, 15 seconds left in the round. It's an impossible scenario.
10 seconds left.
And Les will just be trying to win this one while the rest of the team in silence scratches their head, wondering where it all went wrong here. That pick onto Zelsis puts Sassy in such a difficult position, and the flank from B bailed him out.
This might be Sentinels just getting a bit of a read, I think, in terms of how Loud want to play and set up into this one, of how many risks they were taking on this round against the bonus round, right? You think about it, pushing through into B main, hard flanking through the back,
30 seconds left.
giving them all that information.
But I think going for flank plays like that just plays really nicely into Loud's composition, which lacks the Cypher. Anytime you can get aggressive like that, yeah, go for it. Why not? Loud are not going to have that information, and they're going to find it difficult.
Tens not to be dislodged from this spot. There's a Phoenix flash in his face, though. Won't be punished and dropped down. Paranoia now. TP, phone line, everything. The kitchen sink being tossed and turned and chucked at them. Out through market. Flash over the way. Ring around a Rosie. Zekken can't escape.
So now we get to see Loud in a post plan. We saw a lot of it from Sen. Here it comes.
Paranoia, yeah. Thrash as well. It's all being laid out on top of one another. Fast. Cover play. Shock into the corner was utilized a little bit earlier, but everybody tucked into
Loud
main.
ने smoke कर दिया देखा इधर.
Do have the orb for this one. Potentially some mollies as well. We're going to see how the util just reigns supreme into it. Dizzy over the top. Anything to try and latch onto this spike and get the defusal started.
Is there time for the thrash?
I don't even know. I mean, listen, it's going to be 1 second left. He wants to use it, but again, somebody needs to get onto this one. Already detained. Into the side, into the corner. Where is the time pressure? Hello! Finally, Wingman down, and the rifle's there. Has to be bodyguard duty. Spraying them all down. Wingman! He's been stopped in his tracks. Half tapped. Sassy. No more to room. No more to work with.
And this game, more than any that I've seen recently, has featured just everyone dead on both
Everything को
sides
playing in
kind of
VCT मैंने तो बहुत सोचा है कि दूसरा नहीं सोच रहा लेकिन ऐसा.
so much. I mean, both teams playing this kind of more passive setup over towards B with the post plan, but throwing a couple of people in aggressively to draw out early utility. And so teams are getting stalled in these spots. If Wingman had not gone down there, we could have had a very similar situation to Icebox, where little bro's just sat inside the pit, just tinkering away, cutting the red wire.
Yeah, it's a good heads up from Loud, though. They get the 3-kill spraying down now. I think most teams might just end up stopping the spray. Thinking that they got everybody. All the targets are going to be on it, but now, Diligent.
Of course, Vinayak.
I wonder, does this knife incentivize Sentinels to go for the B push again? Is there going to be some kind of trigger that gets Sen going aggressive on the map? You see that John is moving around his Cypher setups. This time he's got a cam in mid, so they don't have to play that particularly. You can just rely on the camera. A trip for market because Sen were playing B main kind of aggressively to start the round.
Smells like a B retake.
It does. And obviously you don't want to be hard anchoring the site against Kawanzin's Rolling Thunder.
No.
But also Loud would love to save it if they get the info that it's a B retake setup.
Hello, where's that orb going? Straight up into the sky.
Not where it's supposed to.
Oh, Rolling Thunder now, though. You feel the presence. Now they're going to be using it. Tens. P's. And away. Back to the corner, actually.
Not away.
Even deeper angle. He wants to try and take the fight to them. Flash. Forced to set it up. That's Zelsis. The dynamic duo just weaving in and out. And the flood defense. Reign supreme.
क्या भाग है?
I think this map is set up so nicely for B flood defending. And the way that Tens just eats the bridge and still is able to survive and get a kill. Yeah, they just assumed, okay, nobody would be silly enough, nobody would be whimsical enough to take a teleport into the corner while stunned up. You're dealing with Tens.
He goes through it.
He's taken the brain of Angel and Redgar and combined it with the skill and impeccable timing of... Dude, I don't even know.
I mean, himself.
Yeah, yeah. Who's got it like he does?
Yeah. He's stylish, man. He's stylish. But on a knife's edge. One of the only rounds, really, that just goes entirely the way of Sen. You see them now just having that lead. Knocking the money back down here for Loud.
Yeah, this is devastating. Once SEN start building up a little bit of momentum like this, you could see them pulling away.
Right here. See you on the other side.
Loud would love a thrifty here.
Seen him do it. Sharp with the Sheriffs. He dealt with a flash to follow up as soon as that knife gets the confirmation. No one peeking off of it though. All the noise in the world being made really out towards Elbow. Now Zekken should be able to get himself out of there with a satchel. In fact, Molly didn't clear him.
Oh!
Okay, that's nasty.
Sheriff is
Taking a
बहुत
pause
strong
into the round here off that initial kill. Just seeing if they can pull any of the SEN players around the map.
It would be a little difficult to retrieve this rifle. Might not be something that is possible to do. The smoke though.
It's just Sassy who's holding the corner. And like you said, there's a smoke now.
Yeah, now it is possible to go and get that.
SEN are calling for a reclear potentially of their own. Wingman. Rue gets the acknowledgement.
Yeah, somebody's in elbow and also pushed up close. That gives you a good idea. It's going to be a re-hit. Tens takes the fight.
Tens, there's a fault line follow through there. Zelsis close to the corner. Got to get the punish. Through those shots now. They're worried about the TP close to the corner here. Zelsis heard that sound cue, but it's all just feigns and fakes on top of each other. There's only 25 seconds left. What do you go for here? I mean, a pause into the play. Going for a re-hit.
20 seconds.
Going for a re-hit.
Celsius is in a committed position.
Really committed. It's the first face coming through. It's just the players of the Sheriffs, and they're all going to be falling now. Fully crumbling. Less. The one with the rifle makes a decent job, a decent go of it, but now 2 more rounds for the lead here. Sentinels.
Loud look a little lost in that spot though, man. That was a bit of a disappointing round. I wouldn't be surprised to see them take the timeout, and I think they have actually. But they call a pause in the round there, right? On their attack side, but there isn't really a threat that they could be going for the hard rotate, because John's still got up all of his Cypher utility. He's got a cam deep in B main, he's got a trip for market, and the players over in A-Link know that there's nobody lurking mid. So what exactly are SEN going to be afraid of? Especially when the wingman catches contact, right? This is...
Call, we go. Don't be scared. Let's go. Good.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, SEN building up that confidence, making sure that everybody's on the same page.
Vibes Merchant laying it down.
Yeah. So this
क्या लग रहा है शाग्निक? Loud आने वाली comeback?
Because this next rifle round is going to be extraordinarily important.
नहीं, तीनों round SEN लेके जाएगी अभी.
If Loud lose it,
क्योंकि तुमको सोना है.
ults, which I'm sure they're going to go for, they'll be dropped back down to an eco, and
Huh?
SEN are basically at that
More
point,
pink skins, yes.
just on a
Yes, more pink skins +1.
straight up.
Hi Nishant.
Playoffs.
So this is a must-win for Loud.
अरे मेरा कैम बंद हो गया.
Luckily,
हाँ, चालू हो गया खुद ही.
it's being earned. So that run it back, I mean, it feels like QCK is never without it. It's been earning it.
Disco कैम बे.
He's been getting the plants, the orbs funneled into him.
But has he been able to find value with it?
Yeah, that's the thing.
वो Loud के लिए green हुआ था कैम.
They do approach to use it, but every now and then you might see it still. Sassy holding the dizzy.
Okay, this time they wait out the knife for the start of the round from Celsius. Right, so Loud have to start a little further back, but they don't give away that there's 2 players over towards A. The stun for them to try to take a little bit of space. And look at John's setup again. Cam for the mid lurk, trip for market. Loud have not been breaking these.
And again, acknowledgement there from Dizzy. Stray shots missed him. Fired off the warning shots, and I know there's somebody, at least one player lurking out towards A.
But they're not scared of mid, and they're not scared of market, because John's utility is still there.
Right inside the smoke, I mean, they're setting up for a pop flash play here. Yeah, they can hear it. The door being broken down, they're going to try and fight Tooth and Nail for control of it. The nade down.
भाई 2 लगेगा dude.
That is ridiculous.
नेट करके चला गया 2 मर गए.
Bodyguard his own spot there. Driving.
And it goes down to a 3v3 in a really weird fashion. SEN have committed pretty heavily to the B side of the map. And so Loud have actually managed to find an opening here to go for a post plan.
30 seconds left.
In a way at the top section of mid. Second might already be just close with the rocket.
यार करते करते कौन सा कैमरा बंद होता है बे? भी ब्लू था क्योंकि 10 जोमन खेल रहा ना ब्लू
And some players in potential positions to play a nice post plan too.
याद करते हुए टक गया कैम यार ची भाई
Utility from SEN, which is the main part of it. But obviously there's still danger with the paranoia.
गोरिल्ला लग रही थी ठीक है भाई
Loud get info that there's nobody on the flank.
Yeah, exactly, with that dart. They're around now, and that's a Hunter's Fury to add even more time pressure. Ult stuck. Tens is forward. Wins this fight. That is ridiculous. Still with a paranoia now. Showstopper seeking to commit this one. Where these players might be, but the first tap at least forces out the ult. Rocket flying. Again, clears the one, but on top of this corner, on top of the box, 2 years, has to reveal his hand, spraying it through, guarding, blocking all the bullets, second, sticking, and he's won the round for his team.
Cancel liga 10th by balls of steel.
Barely enough, look at that, 0.37.
It's wild how close these rounds are getting.
Oh my god.
But also, how on earth are SEN even in position to do that? Tens sticks the ultimate, gets caught by a player. Ankkitagb is shooting for like a third of a second before Tens even realizes where he's positioned. Still flicks straight to his head and opens things up. Even when Loud have openings,
Good job, Zach.
SEN are still finding their way through. And I said that was going to be the important round.
Exactly. Here's the money. Dire Straits. Taking a loan out from the bank if they'll even give you one here. Aftershock position used early. That's just a trio. I mean, clear out John QT, who's had that cam at the top section of mid. And Loud have been given control of market, control of mid now.
Mid market.
Yeah, this is a very different flavor to the round. The problem is the weaponry is just so advantage towards Sentinels. Loud have finally got a better macro idea.
Still might be some danger.
Might be too late.
2 players spotted, 1 tagged up here. Shock darts now, and the squeeze is online. QCK is wrapping around. Molly there. Oh, hello. Trip. Tens lit up entirely. Let's loose that paranoia, but that one way, less than ideal. That was John's.
Great crunch in B main though from Loud.
Yeah.
SEN couldn't figure out
which
direction to go in, I guess. And Tuiz is here ready to pick up Celsius. All good.
Okay. All good.
And what a recovery. The Mastercard Thrifty coming through could not have been a better timing for it. By all rights, that should have been Sentinels favored to go up to series point.
Yeah.
And instead, they're going to take
Instead.
here to discuss what went wrong. And to me, it's very clear. They finally lost market control. Loud actually went and took that space on the map that otherwise John's just been watching with a trip.
Main control, the pivot from SEN. Yeah, you are right. Losing control of that one. So Sentinel's going to be using this timeout now to discuss precisely what went wrong. Potentially putting more of an emphasis onto mid. But again, SADAC, world-class caller this guy is. No slouch as well with the aiming department, at least for this map. He's going to be potentially even expecting that.
Are you went to
you
went to get your food, you close the door?
This timeout is also going to serve them. Because they've been struggling to deal with what SEN have been throwing at them. And I think it is possible that that eco round has given them a serious clue of how to adapt in the game. SADAC is normally so good at coming up with those adjustments late on in a map, late in a half, late in a series. He's not one of the guys to run out of ideas. So let's see what he's brought to the table coming out the back of this timeout. Looks like SEN want to try to take the game to them, perhaps. We can see them pinging out the mini-map over towards A. And Zekken set up for an earlier fight, something he hasn't done a ton of.
We're waiting for the acknowledgement of the knife to go for a bit of a flash play to Dizzy, all combined. Dart broken.
One suppressed.
One player tagged there.
And it was SADAC, who does sometimes play alone on the opposite side of the map. Just to make it feel like there's presence where there isn't any. Sassy gets ult online.
It's a big one. Pre-firing, hoping on the shot there onto the market trip, but no dice, still remains up.
So John continues to provide great info to his team.
Hello. Oh, Zekken going for the repick there with the thrash. He's punished.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Zekken's been neutralized, to be honest. As much as Kawanzin was bigging him up at the halftime, you know, in the segment talking about Loud's, Sentinel's strengths, they have managed to neutralize the star player of SEN. But they need more. They dodge the knife again. This is going to give Loud the perfect timing to go into Sassy. Can he pull out some magic?
Jumping around. Drone hears it. Has to respect it now. It's running away just to...
doesn't
break the drone either, so it clears out the site entirely. No command. Let loose, let rip. Zelsis spreads it wide now. Cross onto the site. Not going to be letting them use that util plant. Stuck here by Kawazin. Tens onto that high ground approach. Has found value with less being removed. That's one of the star players going pound for pound, just removing this one, and a call is made to try and fight this one. Sassy taking it straight to them. Man in tow, and he just caught the backside, clips Sadak out towards the back of the head. Flash through, run and gun with a Spectre. Ult denied, 2 years, he's miles away. The knife gives them every single bit of information they could want. Skipping a hop, dodging round. Surely! No way! Send up to 12.
कैसे?
Oh my! Another round where every player on SEN hits the deck and they win it anyway. I was looking at the
उसका स्प्रे उस पे नहीं था क्या? वो डिफ्यूजर पे ही था ना?
Boba going round the world and he was way out of time.
I believe that spray didn't catch.
Yeah, it definitely looked like bullets were headed in tense direction.
हाँ, Shim, thank you for the 20. उस पे ही जा रहे थे, अब मेरा कैम बंद हो गया.
Damn if Tens isn't both.
And this is it, potentially. Precipice of defeat for Loud. QCK. Sliver of an angle, just holding it ADS, but he does not get what he was seeking. Now running away, Les. These are matters into his own hands. Yeah. Look at this deep lurk.
These are the rounds where Les just decides, all right, my team's struggling to come up with an idea. I am going to make the play to win.
Deep goal, Zelsis wasn't ready for it. Peeking it wide like that, just slowly. Les did manage to vacuum up that space now. There's going to be that re-pick. Sassy just trying to tuck himself into the corner here.
Damn it, I
the rest of his team, Hunter's Fury, trying to collect these kills as well. They're trying to face from spawn. Run it back there. Actually brought him down with the ult, and Sassy in this entire time somehow has stayed alive. Tucked to the corner, got a smoke at his back to try and help him out, and everybody's going to be facing him here. Flash in his face, spraying through. It's all praying. But this time Loud. It's on top here, 5 alive. JunQT might not be long for this world either.
इसका भी नाक तुम्हारे जैसा है.
The economy of SEN. It feels like SEN are in control, and yet you look, because they've died so many times while winning these rounds, they don't have an economic cushion to rely on.
Yeah.
वहाँ भी knows ना.
This weapon online, it does end up being really important.
It's common the entire time. See it in the scam.
Yeah, it's like a mini timeout for him, right?
Yeah.
To discuss what's going on. And really, the big difference that round is that Les just found an opening up through elbow. I'm not sure exactly how he's managed to find that read, that SEN had nobody playing there. Perhaps, even if people were playing there, he was happy to take the fights, just believing in himself. Does John save this?
He needs the rifle.
No, he does not.
He's making a mockery of him. Jumping through, knowing he's low enough.
We are going to be headed into
oh my god,
the final few rounds here of the match, with Loud favored to bring it to the final round, and maybe even some OT afterwards.
अरे कोई नहीं रहा ये चालू यार.
It's crazy the adaptations that these teams are willing to make, and even if it isn't a team-based thing, these players are willing to make. Look at this gamble, SEN gambling over towards A, because that's where Les found the success previously. Sadak's already swapped it up. They're headed in the opposite direction. Trying to keep it safe, keep everybody together, make sure they can trade out low ecos.
Stampede there, hearing him across the floorboards. Util in the world as well, pointing into that direction, and a fast follow through from SEN. They're going to be chasing the noise cues. Hoping to try and flood in time, but there's nothing to push back this plan. So Kawazin gets into it now. Really online if he chooses to expend it, but probably not even necessary.
I mean, a win here for SEN is forcing out those ults, I think.
Yeah.
I'll say that. They could close it out here.
See? No one to break, no one to deal with it, but there's a flash using, running and gunning.
They could close it out here.
Okay, drive by, go wide. One player falls, attack now, forces out the snake bites. Have to be utilized here. Kawazin still has
बस
the
ये राउंड अगर ब्रीचर यूज करवा दिया वो लोग तो अच्छा है बहुत.
Doesn't just TP, but he does straight into them, into their faces, tapping and spraying all the way through rifles. Save the day. John would Potentially like to get away with this one, but it's going to the final round of regular time anyway. Might as well go down with the ship.
I believe for a moment there, when SEN had their weapons, and were just running into backside, overwhelming people.
Next round के लिए बचता नहीं ज़्यादा उन लोग को.
Awareness from SADC as well. TenZ is difficult to see in that spot. And this time the rifles are able to find their mark, and the spam is good. They use the pit. A timeout taken.
Delete क्यों? वो फोटो डाल के बनाएगा ना. रॉकी क्लिप. रॉकी को बोलो क्लिप बनाए. कैम नहीं है तो फोटो डाले. क्यूटी सा. पॉप-अप टेक्स्ट के साथ.
किस चीज का?
क्लिप्स का. मेरा कैम बंद हो गया ना, चालू नहीं हो रहा है.
Kawanzin has a huge ultimate online, and Sentinels are wary of that. I'm not sure what kind of adjustment Kaplan wants to make towards the end of this. I would imagine that they want to use that little elbow passage that Les was able to
new cam time
in round 22.
कुछ new cam नहीं, यही cam होने वाला है.
A lot of the game plan has still been working here for SEN on defense side. John's been able to find so much value from this Cypher setup. You know, if you hit an Unbreakable, there aren't actually that many tools with Loud's composition to be able to get through it. There's obviously the trips or the shocks or an after shock, something like that. But Loud have not been meticulous in making sure all of that is eroded away. Tui's has bought the op again. On the attack side this time.
Yeah, just trying to slow it down, and why not? You have the money, you have the cash. Maybe even just anticipating some kind of adjustment from Sentinels here, but it's everything. Tossed into the mix. One round to decide it. Does the series end? Does it get totaled? Or will there be that continuation of play? Loud have a chance.
New cam captain type पर yeah.
Very early dominance with their utility over towards B main. Paranoia used off the rip from.
Sandy मुझे कैमरा गिफ्ट करो ना स्ट्रीमिंग के.
देता हूँ ना, मेरे पास है.
कौन सा?
Logitech का.
नया कैमरा.
Maybe even hoping that Zekan or Sassy would play for the
webcam देता हूँ.
नहीं कैमरा.
हाँ देता हूँ
कैमरा. Trap them going for the A ult orb. Zekan and Sassy are not taking a risk like that to throw away their chance of winning the match and going to meet Gen G in the uppers. So no dice on that early trap.
Deep drone not broken. You can feel it palpable in the air. I mean, thick with tension. TenZ. Tiniest of angles, tiniest of chances, but he gets it. Ulted up, stunned up, will be brought down in the end, so the trade is online here, and a call is made for SEN to scatter. Backing away, playing for the retake here. SADC is going to go for the plan, but he's ended up just throwing it to the side. He's going to give it to QCK to get that run it back.
Optimizing, but also giving SEN an opportunity to throw in some util early on. They're not going to go for the flood defend, though.
Yeah, suppression fading. When is the time to strike? Here it is. QCK lets it rip, breaking the util.
अरे अटक गया. सास अटक गया.
With it, still watching, holding for the flash. Anti-positions played, spam into the box, but it does buy them critical time.
जाओ ना, डिफ्यूज भी करना है. चलो चलो चलो.
Nails him to the back wall of Link. The upper second shot goes flying wide. Smoke and disengaging. Back and away. Celsius seeking to clear this one out, but again the time running against them. The rifles have to sing true. They have to ring true. But it
OT, 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 OT.
And Loud. They're desperate for it, man.
मतलब अक्षय तूने सुना नहीं मैंने जो रॉकी को आइडिया दिया? तो क्या आ गया ये? ओ जा रहे. ओ
able to get into overtime have just been marvelous. And this, with TenZ being able to get the first kill onto Les to start with. But that punish at the back of the Rolling Thunder was so important. Remember what TenZ was able to do to them over towards B as he teleported into a corner, didn't get away with any shenanigans like that this time. No ops being bought in OT. So no craziness just yet as Loud swapped to the defense side.
That's right.
Remember, SEN were trying to set up these mid lurks quite a lot and threaten it.
Defense.
Too much threat behind it though. Now that dart's going to be fading away. SEN happy to wait it out for the initial 10 seconds. Smokes are propped up.
Yeah, and going for their defensive setup where Tui's is the player holding aggressive over towards A, so they frequently leave Tui's alone in these spots. This time though, he's got backup from Kawanzin. Dizzy off the cam contact. Tui's trying to find a timing to re-paranoia and take position on the A line. Doesn't catch anybody. It's the same kind of thing again here, Brent.
Ooh.
Trying to set up this mid-lurk off aiming. Distraction. Yeah. But I swear, Loud are always super aware of stuff like this.
Deep Smoke did pull Kawazin away. He might be able to rack in. Help 2 years out. Pull up pieces of Util. Now time is going to become an issue and a problem. Flash through over the top. 2 years just bumbling into the walls there. Lucky that he didn't pay for it with his life, but he backs away, and now the call is being made. Rotations abound here for Loud.
And now they're going to be in position to try to send Util to stop this.
Satchel. The pathing over to the top. Plant. Actually going down here, but any sort of Util. After shock, breaks it. 12 seconds. Time really against them. Snakebite drop down Loud. This is them with a chance to really gain some ground here. Swinging wide to punish. Kawazin, he understood it as a win con and just decided to take the risk anyway. 2 years, fake the TP back, and now they want to fight this one into the back of the site. Double face, no Util Sentinels barreling through, finding their own timings.
Oh my!
In a 1v2.
Second making the wrap around to A-Link.
Sadak sticking this one half onto it, half onto the defuse. He's bought himself a little bit of time, a window potentially, but he just needs a kill, and he's not being given it. He's not being given it. No one will give him an easy one.
Oh.
Face together. It's Sentinels on 13.
Like you.
They have pulled that one back from the brink. Loud's identification that was an A hit, and the fact that they got players ready to throw utility to stop and put pressure on the plant. That almost won them the round. You saw Kawazin just barreling over the top of the mosh, trying to end the round instantly by denying the plant. But not everybody on the same page, and it gave Sen an opportunity. They're up on match series point.
The tiniest of differences can snowball out of control with these rounds, and you're right. Match point. Map point, series point, whatever you want to call it here, it's Sentinels in that driving seat.
This time, John Cutie hasn't put a setup for mid control as well, or mid information. So he's got the cam in market, but he is going to need to rely on other people watching the top of mid. So that's going to weaken potentially the A side of the map. So they're kind of cheating here, going for a very aggressive strong B hold, but a weak A, playing retake A. We haven't really seen Sen in this match pull off the retake A superbly, but it does exist.
Tense at this angle, man. I mean, a high-low position. You can't account for the 2 spots that he could be peeked from. The flash in his face was not turned in time.
Doesn't make a footstep, though, so they don't know exactly where he's positioned to punish him.
Moves his way out. Cam broken there from the shutdown, I believe.
They're going into the heavy B setup.
Into it, indeed. Potentially into the jaws of defeat.
Whoa.
He's found his slice. Sadak removed, and now confusion. It's a frantic play from Loud. Which direction did it go into? The one-way stopping them. Ults, and Util has to be used now to clear it back through. But a spike dropped down, and time against them entirely. Pop flash play.
Second 3 mar di.
And 2 potentially to fall. 2 years and less together now, tapping it out, but there is no chance, there is no hope.
GG's.
Sen look incredible here, dominating on the first map and squeezing through in overtimes to take their appointment with Gen G in the upper finals. Ooh. Loud pushed them.
Oh, they did.
But Sen were resilient the whole way through, with huge performances coming out.
हाँ अभी ये जो जीता ना इनका अगेंस्ट होगा जो इसके पहले वाले जीते उनके साथ, और जो 2 हारे उनका कल होगा। फिर कल जो 2 विनर्स में से जीता वो सीधा फाइनल्स जाएगा, और 2 में से जो हारा वो आउट, और जो जीता वो कल के लूजर के साथ उधर जाएगा। फिर परसों को जो 2 जन का मैच है ना, जो हारे और ये लोअर ब्रैकेट वाले जीते, उनका मैच होगा। वो दोनों में से जो जीतेगा वो फाइनल्स जाएगा, है ना? आता है बे मुझे, अभी मैंने बैठ के पूरा सोचा मैथ्स करके कि ये जीते वो जीते, इस हिसाब से जो 2 जीते उनका मैच होना चाहिए। ये नंबर डायल करने से क्या होता है शाग्निक?
both of them with outrageous aim. 10's the more flashy, I guess, mobile version of the Smokes player, but
1-800 SEN bundle.
He's just skilled through and through, picked up straight from the rank queues. That is going to be one hell of a head-to-head.
It really is. And SEN, all of that time being able to, you know, get 2 playoffs as the #1 squad after taking a really difficult route through the Swiss system, paid off in this game. You really do need to prep for these regional matchups because the teams know each other so well. And I think what we saw with them being able to capitalize on split
Wow.
on Sunset too.
She literally explained upper bracket and lower bracket to a professional. Yeah, I also talk to Shagnik, you know. It's not like only he brings knowledge to the table. I also bring things to table.
They're not going to stay stagnant like you're saying. They're constantly going to be adjusting. So tightly.
If table have good food, how say no?
Barely able to get it over the line in that OT. What an absolute class series as well. I thought map 1. I mean, we might have just been sure.
Bolo?
Early finish for the day, but no.
How say no if table good food?
For an interview down on the stage, if you're wondering why we are yapping, professional yapping.
Chalo, see you. Bye-bye.
जा रहे हो? अभी इंटरव्यू देखो ना. अरे पीछे क्यूटीज खड़े रहेंगे. बोर्ड्स लेके. Subscribe to Helef करके.
चलो भाई, see you.
Why are you blushing, yeah?
Chances of a matchup happening later on in the tournament are also entirely possible. They don't count loud out at all.
Bye.
See you.
These teams playing their heart out today. And SEN also showcasing that even on some of their weaker maps like Icebox, they're continuing to add to their playbook, to the strat book.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, closely matched on these maps as well. I mean, just fantastic. We're going to be going through all the flowchart points, I think, at this point. Listen, where's Sassy getting down? Has he got mic'd up? It looks like it, maybe.
Bye, section. Bye.
I'm interested to hear what their perspective.
Hi, Siddharth. Sanjita. Yes. मैं तो इंटरव्यू के लिए रुकी हूँ भाई करो ना.
Necessarily being tournament favorites, especially for a guy like Sassy. He's experienced last year where it was a little miserable.
Absolutely. Well, that being said, let's send it down to Dryad. Is down on the floor with the Verizon post-match interview.
Dos últimos mapas muy intensos entre Sentinels y Loud. 2 very last intense maps between Sentinels and Loud, but Sentinels takes the win. And I'm here with Sassy. I want to hear it for Sassy. I was listening to all the fans. They were cheering for you the whole time. Y para mi primera pregunta, para Sassy, quiero saber más que nada, recordando que este es un rematch de Américas, ¿cómo se sentía el poder volver a ganar este rematch y qué ha cambiado desde la final de Américas hasta ahora para seguir avanzando y mejorando y viendo la evolución que está teniendo Sentinels? Sassy, I want to ask you here, this is the rematch for Americas, the grand finals, and you still get the win once again. Tell me a little bit about the evolution, the process that has been since that grand final to now guaranteeing that top 3 for Masters.
I'll be honest, this win is all about my coaches. They did a perfect job on adapting, especially on split. And even the Loud didn't play split this tournament, they did an incredible job about like predicting them. So yeah, I feel like this match is for my coaches for sure.
Dice que todo el crédito se va hacia los coaches que trabajaban bastante duro en entenderlos, en incluso las cosas que no se sabían, las cosas que no eran reveladas por el lado del poder sacar esa información y ganarlo, así que es todo el crédito para ellos. Hablando de ese split, yo quiero preguntarle más que nada, primero, ¿cómo tiene un split tan bueno? Y segundo, ¿por qué los equipos lo siguen dejando abierto? I know you mentioned split, and I have to ask, how is your split so good? And also, why are teams still leaving it open?
Yeah.
Yeah, we knew that Loud has their ban on Lotus, so we were already expecting split. This veto was like pretty obvious, to be honest. Yeah. So,
How did I just smack a mosquito and he still didn't die?
John is like the big deal on split. He always has like good rids, and every player is like comfortable playing each role. So yeah, our split is like a comfortable map for us.
Dice que la decisión de mapas o la decisión de que iban a jugar a split ya se sabía porque se conocían muy bien el permaban de lo que era el Lotus de Loud, pero que aún así también el crédito se va para el lado de Jun Cutie que conoce muy bien el mapa, que trabaja con él alrededor de eso y con eso consiguen la victoria del mapa una y otra vez. Ahora para mi última pregunta, escuchábamos un poco más temprano a Munchkin que decía que se quería enfrentar en contra de lo que es la escuadra de Sentinels y ahora se va a hacer realidad, se hace posible en esa semifinal del upper bracket. ¿Y cómo se sienten en contra de Genji? Munchkin early said he really wanted to face you guys, and you know, still the grand finals yet, but that match will guarantee the grand final spot. So how are you feeling for the match against Genji?
I feel the same way as Munchkin. We are pretty excited like to face Genji, honestly. And I've faced Munchkin before in Crazy Raccoons, and I know that he's in a better team right now. So yeah, we'll see who gets better.
Yeah, we'll see who gets better.
Así que piensa igual que Munchkin, que también está muy emocionado por lo que va a ser esa partida en contra de Genji, que ya se ha enfrentado él en contra de Munchkin antes, pero que ahora lo ve que está en un mejor equipo, así que vamos a ver qué es lo que va a pasar. Esto es todo lo que tenga de entrevista a Sassy. Thank you so much, and I want to hear it once again for Sassy.
That's amazing.
Oh, massive congratulations to Sentinels. We go from one legend to another. Sassy over here to Zelda.
है ना वृंदा, I have to copy this.
We'll let you have a
भाई मैंने मारा उसको मस्कीटो को फिर भी नहीं मारा यार, मतलब मेरे को
Like I said, I'm going to buy the event winners.
Of this event?
Yeah, which he's already saying is them.
Yeah,
It's already us.
Yeah.
It's already us. Listen, people said they'd buy it if we made playoffs. People said they'd buy it if we made Madrid. We've
I haven't
done it all.
extended yet.
Yeah.
It's always been the event winners, so.
All right, whoever wins champs, you know, I'll buy the
You can't roll that again now.
Whoever wins champs. But yeah, congratulations, Zalsis. I could see from your emotion when you guys eventually won that map. It was kind of, it felt like elation and also just a lot of energy. 2 overtimes. How was that? Was that tough out there?
It was kind of stressful. Yeah. Obviously I think we threw Icebox, so going third map, I mean, it's called Sunset for a reason, but it was kind of stressful. Like, when we won, it was like a relief. It was like, oh my gosh. So, I'm just happy we won, yeah.
Well, I found it really interesting earlier. Kaplan was saying there was a couple of timeouts that come through to kind of like, I guess, reset the vibes, get the energy back on track. Today was really the first time we've seen like a few, I guess, player reacts where there's a little bit of frustration as to the plan not being executed. I think it was round 3 on Icebox when Zekken was calling for everybody to kind of chill on the mollies a little bit. That was really interesting because I think it's the first time that we've probably seen that sort of reaction. How was it through Icebox if you feel like it was kind of a throw?
I mean, I wouldn't really say it's the map itself. I would say it's kind of like how we're going into these matches. Like, we're kind of now in like crunch time where it's like, all right, if we make a mistake, like, we're calling it out. Like, we're just nipping it right there and then, which is the frustrations, or like, you know, us saying it so like eager, like you heard Zekken on the round 3. Like, we just want to make sure we don't keep making the same mistakes. So us as a team have talked and we're like, all right, if we make a mistake, someone call it out. And like, we talk, or like, and it's a match. So call it out, we move, we fix, and then we just, you know, keep communicating. That's like the biggest thing for us.
Yeah, let's talk about Sassy real quick, because I swear that he just turns up in every big round. Every single pivotal round that we've ever had in this series today, he's at the scene of the crime. We have a quick round to show you, I think, from Sunset. This 1v3, what was going through your mind?
I figured he was going to win this. And Amin, John even said he was going to win this as well.
If you have a
Like,
pearl,
was so
you
clutch
have
in
to
the
let this
situation. He's just so calm, as you can see. Like, I mean, he's a champion for a reason, right? So, like, this is just easy for him. It's just light work. And he's very comfortable on Sunset, so...
Yeah, story में tag करे मेरे को. So cuties you guys are. Share करूँगी.
Just little things like bullets, like if we hear their footsteps and he's like dialed in on their crosser, you know, when someone's in a clutch. But I mean, he handles himself pretty well. So
yeah, this was played to perfection. Yeah.
The crowd is like, I know Josh and Bren were talking about it. It was kind of weird to hear the crowd go against Sassy. They were like chanting all the Brazilian chants at him.
Oh really?
Yeah, it didn't feel like, it felt kind of weird, like a different kind of timeline we were in.
Yeah, he's kind of a traitor. Yeah, he's kind of a traitor. I mean, you know, I'm glad to have him, but it's like having him against his own team type thing.
They're lost, right?
Yeah, they're lost. Yeah.
I mean, speaking of traitors, me and Hypog, we're both from EMEA. I've heard some very choice words from you, Zalsis. EMEA 0 team region.
Zero team region. I mean, you know, Fnatic not coming here is kind of a big deal. I mean, they ran the same strats as last year, so maybe they can fix that. But no, all seriousness, like, I mean, the EMEA is really good. Like, the fact that like they had 2 like really young rookie teams come here and like show out like they did, like it could have went either way. But yeah, 0 team region, EMEA.
He's not wrong.
It's not wrong.
He's actually just not wrong.
One of those situations where we should just keep pretty quiet, to be honest.
Yeah.
But out of this conversation.
Yeah. I think so too. Do you know who we should talk about though? The IGL of all IGLs, the fragging IGL. John today. I know you've always been really impressed with him as well, Mike. What did you think of?
I mean, today one of the ones I want to ask back about was the.
चलो guys, मेरा कैम नहीं चल रहा है. मैं चलती हूँ यार. इसको भी fix करती हूँ.
I'm not sure if you remember the plant on B side.
The 1v2,
back down into main.
I think we have this round, by the way. Let's
ये सब plushies क्यों रखे? ये बाद में मेरे को उन लोग send कर गए. मैंने address भेज रखा है. चलो गाइस, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ट्यूनिंग इन। आई होप यू एंजॉय द स्ट्रीम। मेरा तो काम ही नहीं चल रहा है, मैं ट्राई करूँगी कल दोपहर को, ठीक है? मिलते हैं हम लोग। थैंक यू so much for watching. Hope you all enjoyed. See you in the next one. Take care, guys. See ya. Congratulations जो भी गिव अवे जीते हैं, एक बार मैसेज कर देना. Thank you for watching. See you. Take care.